Welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in South Trinidad. It is round 3 of the West Indies Championship. It's Jamaica versus Windward Islands. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside Sheldon Rooks, and the news here at Taruba is that Jamaica have won the toss and they have inserted the Windward Islands. Windward Islands starting with Melius and Devon Smith. Melius getting a run off his first delivery. Devon Smith to face with 3 slips and a gully. And very good morning to you, Sheldon Rooks. How are you?
Good morning, Vidya. I'm well, thanks very much. That first one just steered, a control steer into the slip cordon. Nice to get off the mark early.
Testing delivery already to start off here from Durval Green.
Yeah, just the suspicion that just lifted a little bit on him. It's nice to see a bit of bounce earlier on. If you are the bowling side, if you've chosen to bowl as well, you want something in the wicket. And he just played that. He could have stepped back, I suppose, but it just leapt on him. Not leapt on him, but a good bounce.
Smith is underway with 1 here. Durval Green has just taken the 1 wicket in the 2022 tournament, 1 for 32, and very economical in that game, 1.88. And Green brought in as the fast bowler. Jamaica, they have listed as their fast bowlers. There's also outside of Green, Marquino Mindley, who we should see from the other end. Well, he's edged that, has he? Well, it looked like there was something of a deflection, but I think it was movement off the track. And I don't know what you make of that one. The bowler did not appeal, so that was the first sign. But there's so much movement on offer here because there's a healthy sprinkling of grass on this one.
And there's a nice cloud cover as well. It's just that warm and a little bit muggy out there this morning. And to be honest, they were throwing the ball around during practice, and a few of them were curving, so I'm not surprised that one moved.
This one moved, and it's also coming off the bat nicely for 4. And that is a lovely shot there by Melius, the former West Indies under-19 captain, picking up the first boundary of the match. Pleasantly struck away.
Yeah, well, he put that one in his hitting zone, didn't he? Nice, got his foot to the pitch of the ball. Nice drive, and the man there at cover just had a look at it, realising there's a quick outfield. You know, they had a little bit of rain yesterday, but it was short grass out then. It went to the boundary very quickly.
Down the leg side this time, overcompensating. It's bowling to the 21-year-old from St. Lucia, Melius, the right-hander. Over comes to an end at the end of the first over of play, 6 without loss.
Yeah, I can see why he pushed that one down the leg side. He'd been struck for 4. He had the left-hander to work with before, put it on the pads and tucked it down to third man quite easily. So, you know, not quite getting the radar right, but it's the first over, so not surprising.
Yes, and that brings to the strike Devon Smith. Hasn't had the best of starts here, Devon Smith, to the tournament, just the 2 matches, and averaging only 20, which is certainly not what you'd expect from Devon Smith. At the other end, there should be Marquino Mindley at the other end.
Gordon, sorry.
It's actually Gordon.
Just come up with, yeah, Gordon.
So Gordon, Brian, Gordon is going to continue here. So what's Gordon done for the tournament already? Gordon played in both games, 5 wickets for him. A bit expensive in his matches so far. 4 for 101 his best figures. Averaging 49.2. Certainly not what you want as a bowler in this format.
Well, he's got a chance to work against a team that have yet to win a game. They've lost both their games, so maybe he'll fancy his chances here of bringing that average down, picking up a few more wickets.
Three slips in a gully here for Devon Smith. Hint to movement away from the left-hander from Nicholson Anthony Gordon, the 30-year-old right-arm fast-medium, former West Indies under-19 player. This is his 11th first-class match.
He just straightened him up a little bit there, and after the ball had been picked up, the batsman just practiced that shot again, but he played it a lot better when there wasn't a ball there. Just straightened him up.
Good judgment this time. Let someone go not too far away from his off stump. He's been around for a long time, hasn't he? Devon Smith, the man from St. Patrick in Grenada, 40 years old now, and has played Test cricket for West Indies, represented West Indies a total of 90 times at Test and ODI level, 96 if you add in the T20 internationals, but he has been there for quite a while. Swinging down the leg side this time, taken by the keeper Thomas.
Yeah, that one went through just that little bit quicker and slightly lower. If you've got anything on that, well, fine. I think that may rush to the boundary, but there is a man at fine leg. So if you get too much on it, there's just the one there. It'd have to be quite fine to go to the boundary.
Boldham let that one go through. It held its line well, and he's knocked out the off stump, and Devon Smith's poor season has continued here. Didn't quite get the read on that one. Knocked him over.
Nice delivery, though.
Certainly was, and you can tell that the plan went well for him, because he knew exactly that's what he was trying to get it to move in towards that off stump, and the celebration said all there for Gordon. I certainly enjoyed that. These two teams at the bottom of the pile in the West Indies Championship. Windward Islands 10.8 points after 2 games, losing both. Jamaica in 6th place, also losing both games, 8.8 points. So just 2 points separating them. And for comparison, the top team, Barbados, have 42.
Yeah, so the pressure really on here, because as Biddy's just said, you've lost your first 2 games. You come here, you lose the toss, you get put in, and then the 6 on the board in the second over, and you're 1 wicket down. So not the best of starts, I'm afraid.
We'll get a single immediately. The right-handed Hodge, installed as captain of this Windward Islands team at the start of the season, and has seen his side go down to 2 defeats. One of them against Guyana. It was Guyana won the game by 1 wicket. That was a very, very close call. It could have gone either way, obviously. And the second one, they were beaten by an innings right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy by Trinidad and Tobago.
So that's another delivery that he just tucked. I wouldn't even say off his hip. It was higher than that, of sort of rib height. Just tucked that round the corner that went down to third man. That just shows pitch has got some bounce in it.
does, and that one defeating the bat there of Melius. 3 slips in the gully, and that is the end of a successful over here from Gordon. And at the end of the over, Gordon celebrates his first wicket. Look at the smile on his face. His task accomplished, knocking over the kingpin for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, nice start for them, getting one of the openers early on.
So Hodge will face up the first ball of the new over from Green. Green starting from the southern end with the Brian Lara Cricket Academy Stadium at the back of him there. What a magnificent facility this is. Rooksy, it's opened in 2016. Took a long time to get here, but when it got here, it has turned out to be a favorite venue in TNT.
Yeah, many good game played here, lots of excitement. Of course, with the 4-day competition, you don't have the same kind of atmosphere, you haven't got the same kind of numbers in, but this is the preparing ground. And I don't mean the playing area. This is the 4-day game really is just one step away from the goal of many of these players to play international test cricket.
And this venue will become an international venue later on this year when India comes to the Caribbean. Will host a T20. First time it will be hosting an international match. India will be the first to play here against the West Indies. Drives beautifully, and that's 4 more. Lovely shot there by Hodge. Pitched up there from Green, trying to get the ball to swing a bit, but right into the arc of the batsman.
Yeah, lovely shot, confident. Front foot out, hands right through the ball, and knew exactly where that was going. Beautiful looking shot. We've seen a couple of good shots this morning.
And one really good ball.
And one, I was going to say that. I thought I'll leave that for a minute.
There is swing on offer here. This particular stadium with the open east side, east of the picture you're looking at, you do tend to get, it does accentuate whatever spin, whatever swing there is. Also very good for the spinners. If they can get the Magnus effect going for them.
Yes, if you're bowling from that far end, you're going to get that to move away from the right-hander, and they were practicing that this morning. I was quite surprised at just how much movement there was.
Still a lot of movement as it gets to the batsman, as the ball hits the pitch, slows down away from Hodge, captain of the Windward Islands team. 29 years old, Hodge, man from Dominica. He's been around for a long time. He's played for the West Indies B team, the under-19 team, under-15. Represented the Windward Islands 43 times now. Just trace under 2,000 runs. Hasn't quite produced the big runs to make it into the big game. I thought about playing at that one. And the over comes to an end here. So, end of the over, 11 for 1. Just a wicket of Devon Smith gone already.
It's a shame that that over did come to an end, because Green was just beginning to find the range there. The ball before that last one had just been a little bit too short and a little bit too wide, and he left it comfortably. That one he just fished at a little bit. He just pushed that a little bit further up. So, you know, minor corrections here, and from that end, I think you could cause some problems. You just want it to be that little bit further up, not too far so that he comes to drive you, and just on a line where he's not going to say, I'm going to leave that alone. So a little bit of work to be done for Green at that end, and the temptation will be there.
Here's Gordon. Coming back into the batsman. Deals with it well, Melius. Nicholson Gordon was selected for the West Indies squad for the Under-19 World Cup a few years back. He's 30 now. That's quite a while back. And he said that Fidel Edwards was his inspiration.
Melius looked as though he would have liked a single there. Hodge wasn't really up to it. And given the distance that they had to come in, if he'd set off right away, there was something there. That makes the fielders work harder. You know, that would have been a good single.
Cuts to that one through the gap. Just a loopy looking shot, and it still will run away for 4 here. Outfield is very fast at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and even though he doesn't get everything on that, picks up another boundary here, Melius.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Vidya. He wasn't in complete and total control of that. He knew what he wanted to do, but there was enough on it from the bowler. There was enough in there for him just to tuck it over the top. And he picks up 4. A little bit too short.
With the swing on offer here, with the ball coming into the right-hander, maybe just moved a little bit late. Again, that's a false shot here from Melius, trying to flick that one through the mid-wicket area. Came off the leading edge, possibly hitting the pad also.
Yeah, that didn't quite work out, did it? We were expecting that to come through mid-wicket area, really.
3 slips and a gully in place as mid-on, short mid-on, mid-off, and there's a square leg, forward square leg. This one he's tucking away. This could go close to the boundary. Fielder comes across at that fine leg region, and they take 2. That's good running. The fielder wasn't quite wide there, but he set off rather slowly, and they took 2.
Well, that makes up for the one that they missed there, because there shouldn't be 2 down to that area.
11th first-class game here for Durval Green. 32nd wicket for him. Tidy average, 24.38, and he's also very economical, 3.35 just about for his career.
Just went a little bit wider of the crease there to have that angle to come in. Well bowled.
Yes, bowling with the pants pulled up a little bit on the left leg. Don't know if that's deliberate or...
Yeah, what's that about? He's decided. Okay.
He doesn't want it. He's heard it. He's heard us.
He hasn't got an earpiece,
Yeah.
but...
Pulls that away, and that will go for a boundary in front of, just behind square, and away from the fine leg fielder. A boundary to end off the over, and Melius, after 2 false shots in the over, gets another boundary, 50 for 1, the Windward Islands.
And you can see with that pivot and that turn that he wasn't quite in the right position to play that, and yet it ended up going to the boundary. Nice. far too keen as a bowler when you see the umpire walking around and doing different things. And sometimes the body language is trying to tell you, without giving you a warning, just be careful of something that you're doing.
Outer portion of the bat again, this time to, to Gully, and the fielder taking that well. That's that Gully position.
See, for me, the one that he bowled before, when he went from that really nice outswinger and then he put in a short one, maybe, turn that around. Have a couple up there that are testing him outside the off stump and looking to drive, and then give him a short one.
Was that one true? And the cry of well left coming up from the dressing room just under us here. Melius has been under a lot of pressure here because it's his first season as captain. Hasn't quite been producing the runs. Hodge, in fact, just to mention, 29 runs for Hodge in the 4 innings that he's played, averaging 7.25. It's not a great start with the bat for him as skipper. Nice on drive. That'll increase his confidence a bit. That's driven away well for 4. The fielder's not going to catch that.
Yeah, good shot. Just getting that a little bit too straight. We've seen how testing the green has been outside the off stump. That time getting it a little bit straight and being hit back down the ground for 4. Straight and reasonably full, and you got a batsman with a good eye, nice hands, and didn't have to do a lot to get it to the boundary. You were saying earlier on about the outfield being very quick. It is a nice outfield as well, so anything hit with any kind of power gets past the infield. It's going to be a chase. 25 for 1.
Jamaica started really badly in this competition. So it's coming back into the batsman again. Melius more aware of it now. Plays it well. Jamaica started off in the competition with 3-wicket loss to Trinidad and Tobago right here at Taruba. TNT would have made 273. Jamaica bowled out for 141 in their first innings, which was always going to put them in problems. And then, Jamaica batting first, 141. TNT 273, opening up a bit of a lead. Jamaica did a little bit better in their second innings, 212, but set TNT 80 to win, so 81 to win. So it was looking easy. However, they were able to prize out 7 wickets before TNT got over the line. And that certainly sent some alarms through the TNT Red Force camp. Straight to the fielder this time.
That one's moving in the air this time. We saw it move off the pitch from the far end, but that time moving in the air.
Yeah, testing time for the batsman here. There's a little something in the pitch, and there's also, well, if you can stay in here as the sun starts to bake down on the surface at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, it's going to become a little bit easier later on. Solidly forward again here. Some more movement. Well, Jamaica, you would have thought that they were not going to lose that game against Barbados based on the way they started. They got 328, which wasn't bad at this level. And there was a 100 for Nkrumah Bonner during that match. .49 for Nkrumah Bonner. It was 100 for John Campbell, 127 he got in that game. But Barbados replied with 521 for 8. One Craig Braffett Esquire getting 276.
He's going to remember that one for a long time.
It certainly will.
Double plus. Big one.
Out of portion of the bat again. That squeezes past the backward point, and they should get 2 here.
He just managed to get a hand to it and slow it up. That one not getting the kind of swing that he'd seen in the previous couple of deliveries.
27 for 1 at the end of the over. One of the younger players on the teams left out here today.
Sure, they'll find something for him to do.
Well, he had some water in his hands, so I'm sure that's what he's on for.
27 for 1. It's green again from the far end. Is it? Or are we going to have a change? I hope not. Well, we are. Well, that's a pity.
Yeah, it started off well.
Yeah, for me, Green was just getting into his stride there. I mean, how many overs is he had? 3 or 4? You know, he hadn't gone for any. Not be taking him off. I like the look of that. He's just finding his range. Nice line, a good length. Tested. What, had he gone for 1 boundary or something and took him off?
Yeah, that's
It
right.
can't be for that reason. Can't be for that. Anyway.
Here's Monkino Mindley in now. And the young player that we saw there, just to identify him for you, that was actually Akim Auguste, who would have been the West Indies skipper during the Under-19 World Cup.
Well spotted, Vidya.
Well, I saw the name on the shirt eventually.
Okay, yeah. Well, that helps, doesn't it? I mean,
that does help.
your ability to read is very impressive. Well
yes,
done.
Yes, it is. All those years of toil in school have paid off. Starting off on a good length here, Mindley. He's taken 8 wickets in the tournament already. Very good average, 13.50, and also economical, 2.37. He's been the pick of the bowlers for Jamaica in this series.
And you also saw that shape away after the ball had pitched. You're getting it in the air from the other end, but from the far end, that's coming off the pitch. Just got to find the right length.
Turned on the onside, they go for that quick single and get it pretty easily.
And you know my thoughts on the quick single. So
Yes.
well done. Well done.
Certainly was. And a no ball has been called here. Monkino Mindley just overstepping. The 27-year-old, fast medium out of Jamaica. And he's already played 37 first-class matches. Rooksy, 92 wickets, so homing in on that 100 big milestone for him. Hasn't quite gotten the attention at the higher level. Well, that's moved sharply away, hasn't it?
See, the difficulty here is if you're not accustomed to that kind of prodigious swing, you're going to have difficulty controlling it. And if it's not regular, you know, you can really end up straying. So he's got to go back. Mindley's got to go back. This first over, got to go back, have another look at that delivery, and bowl it again, and see if he can get the same kind of swing. If he is, then he'll know what he's got to do. And that's brave. That's lovely. I like that. Put it up there again.
Yeah, he certainly did. Similar delivery here. Melius equal to it. The advantage for both of these teams is that they have played at this venue. So they have an idea how the pitch is going to play. They also do have an idea of the conditions. They're well aware of the amount of swing that's on offer here.
He puts this in the right place.
Yeah, just a little bit too wide of where he wanted that time.
We were just talking about putting it in the right place, and now he gives Melius a chance to have a good look at it. Too short, too wide, And I come back to this thing about control. If you're accustomed to the ball swinging, your action is just going to be something that you've done over and over and over and over again. And when the conditions allow, you put it in exactly the spot where it should be.
A little bit better, and he just allows that to go through. End of the over, 29 for 1, first over from Marquino Mindley.
Well corrected. Having given one that was too short and far too wide, he then comes back and almost on the spot there, because he got the swing that he was looking for, just half a yard further up. Forces the batsman into. He hasn't got as much time. The shorter it is, the more time he's got to see it. Just push it that little bit further up, and still keeping it away from his hitting zone. That's going to cause him the problems.
Brian Lara, Cricket Academy, BC Lara. Those are the initials that you saw. Well, the last A is blocked off by the side screen because we're using the pitch to the extreme left. Straying this time, and we'll get one. And
yeah, there is a man out there, and they haven't come back or even looked remotely like picking up the two. I'm really fussy when it comes to giving away runs, and if you remember the last time round when it went out almost to exactly the same area that they came through for two. So maybe he's tidied himself up down there at third man, and he's a little bit more on the ball.
On the pad, but looks like it's going down the leg side, but he's given him. Yes, he's out. That was moving well. The batsman does not seem to be too happy, but he's been given here, and that is the second wicket down for the Windward Islands, giving out LBW, Melius, LBW for 17.
If we get a slightly earlier replay, because we get nothing in it. No. Doesn't raise his finger immediately, yeah? To hit the stumps. My first thought was, this is going to be close. I had a sharp intake of breath. I thought, and then I immediately thought, that's a lot of movement though, because we have seen some movement. Well, he's the man in the middle. He's a lot closer than we are. I don't have an umpire's badge, so I tend to go with the man in the middle with the experience, and he's decided, after taking time as well, it wasn't just he didn't trigger him or anything. He had a look at it and decided it's not as big a movement to take it down the leg side, and it's not that high, so I'm going to give that one out. That's his take on it.
Well, in the newspapers tomorrow, it's going to read Melius LBW Gordon for 17. First delivery to Alec Athenaeus, who's the new man out, man from Dominica. And he's an exciting 23-year-old batsman. He's also the best top scorer for the Windward Islands in the series.
He wasn't happy. The outgoing batsman wasn't happy. But my question is, show me one who is.
I think we'll have to wait a long time to see one of those. More swing on offer here for Gordon. Just in case it has been a couple of months since the last round of matches, so you might remember that Athenaeus, in his 4 innings, 164 runs. He's averaging 41. Only one of the Windward Islands to go above 40 in terms of his average. 250s in there also. Top score of 68 against Guyana. Exciting young batsman. But has given it away when he gets past that 50. Oh, that struck him on the pad again. This could be close here. That one not swinging away. That one's heading back in the other direction. He was looking for the one going away. Struck him on the... That's what's interested the bowler Gordon here, that he's way back. He's not also not the tallest of men. Again, going back to that one that just shapes away from the batsman. End of another successful over here for Gordon. His figure's 2 for 14. The Windward Islands 30 for 2. Great start here for Jamaica. 3-7-5. That's what you're seeing there with the seats. Brian Lara's time he broke the world record, got past Gary Sobers' 365 not out back in 1994. And where were you when that happened, Rooksy?
I was in England. I do remember watching it. I remember the huge amount of clattering that a couple of the Englishmen took as he hit it to all parts of the ground. It's slightly embarrassing if you're English, but
slightly.
I understand why you brought it up.
Just lifted on him a little bit there, Hodge, and dealt with it well in the end. No close-in fieldings just yet. Yes, there is some bounce on offer, but perhaps it's a very good pitch for batting, so not enough to really produce a lot of deliveries like that.
Well, we've seen a couple of nice cover drives, and they've been able to tuck the ball. We've seen one pull shot. Talking to the groundsman earlier on this morning, I was asking him about his preparation. He's happy with it. Looks okay.
Yes, Harish Raghunath in charge of this venue, Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He's also done some work at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where Trinidad and Tobago are in action today. And they're in action there against the Leeward Islands.
Two down already. They'd want at least another one.
And just in case you're wondering, the Leeward Islands are also one down. Kieran Powell not out, but Monson Hodge, 9-ball duck for him. Trinidad and Tobago bowling first. Leeward Islands 20 for 1 across at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. First time it's hosting a first-class game.
Oh. Yeah, a friend of mine was describing the ground to me a day or so ago. I hadn't been there.
Good delivery once again. Testing here for Hodge. Athenaeus yet to score. Also, there's an early wicket to report at the Queen's Park Oval. Guyana batting first. Won the toss and chose to bat. Chandrapal Hemraj, who had sped off to 19 of 20 deliveries. He's the first to go. So 23 for 1 at the Oval.
It's nice to keep up with the other games going on. Thanks for that video.
And given that it's been a long break for these teams, a couple of months since they've had first-class cricket, many of these players have been involved in T20 competitions, T10 competitions. It's all about that mental adjustment to get back to the long version of the game. So we would have expected to see perhaps a few early wickets.
I mentioned about 2 down. You know, if you say, right, I'm going to stick you in, and you decide to bowl, you'll want 3 in that first session.
Driven nicely again. True extra cover for 4. That's beautifully done by Hodge, who's played 2 very good drives already. When he came out earlier this season, he looked very, very cautious in terms of his batting. Looking a lot better now.
Just put it that little bit too far up. It's going to be in the batsman's zone, and he took full advantage of that. It was a lovely looking shot as well.
Great to see cricket back here, first-class cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. All three matches being played here, as we've pointed out already. And because of the COVID-19 situation, 400 not out. If you did not like to hear about that 375, I certainly don't think you want to hear about the 400.
Well, I was going to
10
say,
years after, 2004.
I'm going to say, I wonder who that was against.
Oh, that's a naughty-looking shot there from Athenaeus. A bit too early in his innings for that. Just the fifth ball he's faced. But he's an exciting prospect for the West Indies.
I can't wait until we come to the 501.
We'll get to it. It's next in line.
Because there were some Englishmen involved in that as well. I did see that one. That's right, absolutely.
Flicked away, uppishly, just wide of the mid-wicket fielder. Certainly not with the venom in it to go to the boundary. They still cross for two. So Athenaeus off the mark here. Not the most convincing of shots from him.
Yeah, just shaping onto the pads there, wasn't it? That little bit of swing that we've been talking about. This time going the other way into the left-hander, was it? Onto the pads.
Let's put some effort into that one. Batsman staying on the crease to play that one, but he put a lot of effort there. Gordon 2 for 16, great start for him. These three Jamaican fast bowlers, very powerful looking men. One or two of them could step into a middleweight contest, it looks like.
I still haven't worked out why they took Green off so early.
Good batting once again. May have been a little bit surprising also that Mindley did not open the bowling.
Oh, well.
Of the three fast bowlers for Jamaica, he is the one that has the best record, has the most wickets also, has the best economy rate. So it would have been a bit surprising that he didn't open. Well, that's pitched up there, and not sure that's where he wanted it to go.
Definitely not. It's brave bowling, isn't it? Because it's in that area. He gets a foot further forward, and then he's driving out into a huge gap in the offside. And he's brave enough to put it up there.
Almost got him that time. He's unsettled here, Athenaeus, and once again he's pitched it up and almost got a slightly slower delivery this time from Gordon. Good thinking from the big Jamaican fast bowler at the end of 10 overs. Windward Islands are 36 for 1. It's that sort of day, isn't it? Nice for 2, in fact. Nice day to be at the beach. We're a distance from that here, Rooksy, but you can see how the trees are swaying at the back. That's to the southern side of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yes, I had a friend of mine tell me that they were off to the beach this morning, but being cricket lovers, as you and I, we're perfectly happy to be here. They can send us some pictures if they like. We can always go to the beach on the weekend, but this is setting up to be a good matchup. You've got two sides, both of whom are in desperate need of a win.
That's a good testing delivery here from Marquino Mindley, none for 6 in his 13 balls bowled. And Hodge has started well, 15 off 25. Athenaeus is in some problems here. He hasn't quite become accustomed to the pitch, but he's one of those players who likes to get going early. He wants to feel the bat, feel the ball on the bat. He wants to get into those booming drives early. Just getting some problems here with Gordon. Hodge is setting himself up for a big score, and certainly with Devon Smith gone and Kamali Melius gone also, he needs to bat on here for his team.
Yeah, he looks well organised. Might want to have a look at some of the footwork. You mentioned that he'd played a couple from the crease. It's nice to be really positive and either get full forward or all the way back.
Just moving away here from Mindley, outside of the three fast bowlers. Jamie Merchant, who you saw a couple of moments ago, the off spinner. He's also, I'm sure he's going to be bowling at some point. They have left out Patrick Harty as the leg break bowler for this one. Also Mackenzie, the off spinner, has been left out. So John Campbell does bowl some bit of off spin, so he might feature later on for a spinning option. Pulls that away, and straight to the fielder, not far away. That was well taken there.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he pulled out of the shot, but I think that you can see that he pulled that down. He knew that he wasn't going to have that under control, and he ended up pulling that down to the man just to the left of the square leg umpire.
Leroy Lugg, the batsman there, getting behind that well and doing the fielding. Yeah, he hasn't quite settled yet here, Mindley. Produced some great deliveries in the last over. Not quite hitting that length outside of the off stump that to interest the batsman in playing here.
Yeah, if you are going to pull things from your bag of tricks, you know, they should come as surprises, but they should surprise the batsman, not you. And I don't think he, as the bowler, is really in control of what's going on at the moment. A little bit wayward.
Full delivery, that's well taken there by Lugg, who had to move to his right quickly and takes that one away. So second time he's had to pick up one in the over. Just an indication that Mindley, after a couple of deliveries outside the off stump, a few on the leg side. So there's the scoring card. This is what has happened so far. Devon Smith the first to go. Gordon getting one to hold its line, knocking off his off stump. He was gone for one. Melius LBW to Gordon, 17 of 21 deliveries. He was starting to look pretty good, but perhaps the decision just a little bit high. He was back on his crease. Umpire says that he had to go out for 17.
Yeah, I still think that they will be reasonably happy. Did you have to?
Yes, and there it is. There's the 501.
He couldn't wait for that, could he, Ronnie?
No, we had to bring that on at some point.
I would not want to look at the bowling figures for that particular game. It was Warwickshire, and who was it that they were playing? Anyway.
Durham. Oh, that's flicked away beautifully. That's four. Nothing that fine leg could do about that.
That's what we were talking about early on. You get it, just a tickle, and it's gone very, very quickly.
And immediately, as soon as Gordon saw that fly away, he put up his hands in apology to the fielder and to his captain. Knew he got that totally wrong. Of course, the famous story with that 501 is it's called during that innings it's called the costliest drop in the history of cricket. Chris Scott dropped Lara on 18. So the off stump again. He dropped Lara at 18 at Edgbaston, and possibly he was telling Lara said that he heard Scott tell the slip fielder that I guess he's going to go on to score 100 now. Not just one, did he? Because we have to mention the name Brian Lara when you're at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy and all of his great scores. I'm not sure who came up with the idea to do that, but that was a fine touch indeed to put his three biggest scores up there. And again, he's mistiming this one, trying to drive it through the offside. This is a good battle developing between Gordon and Athanaze.
Credit to Gordon for continuing to, give the ball a chance to do something. He only strayed down the leg side just that once. Okay, he put his hand up, made a mistake, and then he's back on it. Now I've got a man at extra cover because there'd been a huge gap there previously.
Down the leg side. Apologizes once again. This is Gordon in his Third over now. Or make that, sorry, that's sixth over.
Shouts of wide I could hear from several people. Mercifully, it is red ball cricket, whites, and a 4-day competition. So, no wide. But I can understand why, yeah.
You've seen a lot of limited overs cricket recently.
You get so used to it, don't you?
Better delivery here.
That's
allows that to
impressive. To come back from, he's had a couple of poor balls and then he puts it back on the spot. It's a good comeback.
So 5.5 overs. Would you be tempted to give Gordon another one here?
He doesn't look as though he's tiring to me. He strayed down the leg side just that once. So, where are we now? Last ball of the over. He's young and strong, isn't he?
Certainly is. Another good delivery here. Athene is getting more accustomed to Gordon. So that's the end of Gordon's sixth over. 2 for 20. His figures now 40 for 2 at the end of the 12th over of the innings here.
Right, so if you've done 6 and you're not struggling, you're probably working, pretty much to your maximum. 7 and 8, well, you're done, especially in this kind of heat. He's running in hard, he's bowling hard. So what do you want to do? Do you want to risk another over?
I think that's what you want to do. Gordon wants to maybe put his feet up just like that.
I was going to say, that's what he wants to do. Yeah, put his feet up. Well, he's going to have to wait for that. He'll have to wait for lunch.
Long time to go, and just uncoil that hose and spray yourself down a little bit here. It's very hot here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. One of the groundsmen.
But as the skipper will talk to him, put his hand on his back, say, you want another one, or where are we going? What would you like to do? Bowler's always going to say, yeah, give me another, Skip.
Oh, that's driven beautifully straight for 4. The bowler tried to get his hands on that Green, who's back on the attack here, and he's greeted with a boundary. So a little bit very strange here. Green came on to bowl 3 overs, replaced by Mindley, and now Green's back on.
And then first ball goes straight back down the ground. A beautiful straight drive. And as you say, he tried to get a hand to it just as well for him. He didn't. That was hit very hard.
That would have been his bowling hand also. It was on his right side. Better delivery here to Hodge. Hodge has been stuck on 19 for quite a while, 15 for quite a while before he got that boundary.
And that shot there, that forward defensive that he just played, which he had played earlier on up at the other end, where he got turned around just a little bit, and he had this slightly unattractive finish to it. He's tidied things up. He's faced 32, footwork, timing, looking good, and the shape to that defensive shot says to me that he's well set.
This was Green actually started very well, and as you mentioned earlier, he was in the midst of a good spell in his third over, had a very, very good third over, testing the batsman, taken off. Mindley came in, he's bowled 3 overs since then, and now they switch back. A little bit puzzling here from Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, not sure of the tactics. Let's see how Green... Umpire wasn't quite ready, was he?
No, he's not.
Yeah. You don't see that very often. And it was the bowler who pulled up, having realised that the umpire hadn't quite got back to the position that he usually takes up, which is a good distance away from the stumps. He was still backpedaling.
A bit wider here from Green, but not put away this time. The umpires themselves, they have marks made just behind the stumps. The groundsmen, they do make a request to the groundsman to have those marks made, and it's a certain distance that they try to stay behind the stumps. And we'll see when the umpire settles, that's where he is. It's according to the height of the umpire. The taller you are, of course, you go further back.
And this is unusual as well, because we're only in the 12th over, but after that last attempted, well, he did drive it, it just went to the man at mid-off. It's unusual that they should be looking at the ball here, the umpires, just having a look to see. Maybe the straight drive, when it went into the not the advertising hoardings, the metal part of the sight screen could have caught the ball. Anyway, they've had a look and decided, no, we're good to go. Green's got the ball back in his hand and is ready to run in now.
You can almost hear the grunt from Green as he comes in. Just trying to find that formula, that rhythm. He was just starting to calibrate his approach to the wicket when he was taken off the attack here. So still back in that recalibration mode.
Swap of positions. I think Gully has come to first slip now.
Tries that one pleasantly, but fielder across to it didn't get the timing that time. Over comes to an end. 44 for 2, the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
And the umpire just having a word with Green about that front foot and where it's landing. Just making sure that he's aware of that. It's not a warning, just helping him out a little bit. Going up just over three and over. 44 for 2. Hodges 19 off 36 deliveries. Athanase has faced 16. He's on 6. He's had a couple of wafts at some deliveries. After the first few, he looked, watchful, and Enna's video was indicating he likes to feel ball on bat, and had a dig at a couple. He's on strike now.
So they've shifted Mindley around here. 3 overs, none for 6. So he's going to be replacing. We were talking about the possibility of Gordon being replaced. Gordon, 2 wickets for him. Here's Mindley. A bit wide outside the off stump here.
Wide of the crease as well. That delivery was right on the edge of the crease there, looking to work the angles.
So a little bit unsettled here for the Jamaica strike bowler. Started off at the southern end, now at the northern end. That's better from him. And Mindley had a good time when he was in Trinidad last. Actually had 5 for 70 in the first innings against Trinidad. Still not too happy with his run-up here. Gordon actually was pretty good here, 4 for 65 against Trinidad and Tobago in the first innings. And in the second innings also, TNT losing wickets in a clutch. 3 for Jamie Merchant, 2 for Patrick Harty. Can't quite get that one coming back into the batsman again. Mindley had 2 for 3. Wonderful figures for him in 6 overs against Trinidad and Tobago in the second innings. So finishing with 7 wickets in that match. And, you get 7 wickets in the match and you end up on the losing side. What a cruel game this is.
Yes.
Well, that's very, very close to the off stump this time. Good judgment shown here by Athanase, who seems to have reined in himself a little bit. Very aggressive when he came out. I think he realizes here there's something for the bowlers. He just needs to be a little bit more conservative in his approach in the early stages here.
Mindley changing ends, and I wouldn't say that he didn't look threatening at the other end. Right, so it's just the line there, isn't it, where Athanase can see that early, leave it alone, and he knows the bounce is good. We haven't seen any thing untoward as far as the bounce. In fact, I think the bounce has been nice. You can get into position, back or forward, and trust the bounce. No one's really dug it in, so we're not quite sure what that will be like when we get some short stuff, if we do.
Too far down the leg side. There's a big appeal he's given here. Edges one down the leg side, swinging down leg, and he tries to play the attacking shot, and the third wicket has gone down here for the win.
Fortunately, his movement was away from that, and it was just getting further and further away from him. The only thing that got close to it was his bat, and he ended up, feathering that to the keeper.
Just on the stroke of the water break here, Mindley has taken the wicket of Athenaeus for 6. The wickets to go so far: Melius LBW to Gordon for 17. Devon Smith bowled by Gordon for 1. And just a moment ago, Athenaeus caught Thomas bowled Mindley for 6. And there are the wickets so far. And Windward Islands Volcanoes in all sorts of trouble here after the first hour of play. Short break for us. We'll be back with more. So after the water break, 3 wickets down. Windward Islands Volcanoes 44 for 3. And the new batsman is the former West Indies under-19 captain Akeem Auguste, who is in now. 18 years of age, 18 years, 248 days to be exact. And here he is, making his first-class debut. It's at the non-striker's end at the moment. That's the youngster we saw a little bit earlier sitting down, looking very relaxed in the on the edge of the stands here. But, well, he's under pressure now.
Hodge just stepping away at the very last moment before Green delivered, and there was no sign of Green being upset because he realised that it was a discussion in the slips.
Last competitive game that Auguste would have played would have been against Zimbabwe in the Under-19 World Cup at Diego Martin, 30th of January. At the higher levels, none for 11, didn't bat that day. West Indies went on to get a big victory there, but he did have 57 against Australia and 52 against South Africa in the World Cup. His World Cup truncated by COVID-19. He did get COVID during the World Cup. Oh, that's an inside edge, and that's gone all the way down for 4. Well, that one didn't know too much about that. And some more problems here for Hodge. He's seen 3 wickets go down and troubled here by Green.
Between bat and body, you hit that on the inside edge and it goes onto your body. If you get all the way across, but he didn't, so there's that gap. He inside edge it and it still goes through the body and over the stumps. He was lucky, actually.
When he got that edge, he may have been expecting to hear the death rattle. Still there on 23 of 39 deliveries.
Yeah, so we were talking about his feet movement and you know, going across is one thing, but the back and across, you cover that like that. You know, he gets the whole body across this time. You know, if it hits the stumps, you know, you got no chance. If it hits your pad or hits your body, definitely if it hits your pads, then it's up to the umpire to decide what he's going to do. But he left that big gap the ball before. This time he does get across and covers everything up. Again, easy to say from up here.
Oh, that's off the edge. Well taken by Gully there. Once bounced to him. Is that Bonner, the West Indian player there?
So we've seen just a little bit more effort into that ball to get that to lift. So yes, he's decided, I'm going to take it a little bit shorter. We know the bounce is okay, but this time we want to test him a little bit, and he just puts a little bit more effort in, comes up, because we haven't seen anything really to push people onto the back foot. That hasn't been that kind of bowling attack. That one just that little bit shorter.
Another effort delivery here from Green. This one moving away from the bat of Hodge. Lets that go. Karan Kotoy is the new man preparing to come in.
And it's a shame, isn't it? Because again, he got it on the right length. He got the result, you know, off the pitch. Just the line was astray, and it allowed the batsman just to say, "I'm going to leave that."
So Kotoy already patted up to come in, appointed as the vice captain of the team. Wholesale change in management of the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Kevin Hodge coming in as captain, Kotoy as the vice captain, and Shirley Clark coming in as the new coach for the season. Shirley Clark, the Barbadian, who was previously captain of the combined campuses and colleges team. So he said that one of the advantages of him coming in, having coached the combined campuses, he knows about integrating players from different countries in one team. And that is exactly what the Windward Islands is. Countries coming together to form this team. Outside the off stump, just to elaborate on that. Hodge, the captain from Dominica, Karan Kotoy, vice captain from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the coaches from Barbados. So it's always a real challenge.
Nice mix. I'd just like to see Mindley a little bit straighter in the delivery and see what happens. He's decided to stick with going wide of the crease all the time.
Nicely played off the back foot here from the youngster.
So as the batsman, you know the angle, you know where that's going. Back and across, punch it out. Whereas if he just gets a little bit closer to the stumps and that line changes a bit, I'd like to see how he deals with it.
Really nervous moments here for the youngster Auguste, playing in his first-class game. Teddy Bishop, his teammate in the West Indies under-19 team, played a couple of games for Windward Islands earlier this year. Actually came in as a concussion substitute. Melius, who was dismissed already, hit on the head against Guyana, and he was replaced. It was Bishop that came in to bat for him in the second innings. Flicked away, but may come off the thigh pad. Not sure if he's off the mark here. Let's see what the umpire's signal is. Bat onto pad. No, just thigh pad, yeah.
So not quite yet then. keeps the suspense up for a while. But you see what I mean about that line. He's got no trouble with it. It's pitching outside off stump. It's going to go down leg. So you've got to straighten it up, make it difficult for him.
Short of a good length here from Mindley. And he is the smaller of the two fast bowlers. The other two fast bowlers, big guys, big shoulders, big thighs, more streamlined, more built like a 400-meter runner rather than the two sprinters we've seen before.
I like the sweatbands that he's wearing, Mindley, as he runs in. Remind you of anyone?
Well, if they were red, there might have been a problem. Know the incident you're referring to? 49 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, so Mindley over the wicket to the left-hander, for me, that makes sense. But when he's coming around the wicket and sending the ball down the leg side, I don't think that's the best bet.
A lot of red marks on the middle of that bat. That's what exactly you want to do as a batsman. A few edges there. Some of the batsmen tell you pay for the edges also when you buy it. So if it comes off the edge, it goes for 4. I paid for that too, didn't I?
Well, you see, if you're really clever, what you do is you have the finest sandpaper, and at the end of the day, you always rub off the edges. So you look as though you've middled everything. I was never without a sheet of sandpaper.
Except when he went out on the field, of course.
Middled everything.
Of course, there was one batsman who they were told he was said to have the quietest edge in the history of international cricket. So just on the cusp of a 50 here, the Windward Islands Volcanoes team, they've struggled here in the early stages of this game. 3 wickets going down in the first hour of play. They'll need to consolidate here. If they can keep it at this until they get to the lunch break, they should get up to maybe about 80 for 3, maybe even 100 for 3 if things go well.
We come back to the topic of the bounce. It's got nice carry, good bounce, and you can leave alone. That went over the stumps. You can leave alone without any trouble at all. Nothing has gone untoward this morning. We've had just over an hour of play, an hour and 10 minutes. All looks good.
Good delivery here from Green once again. Hasn't been able to take a wicket so far, but that was not far away from it.
Ones that you have to play, and that line.
Yeah, Green had a quiet word with him. Going for the on drive this time. Fuller delivery. You can see from the motioning of the hands of the batsman, that one just nipped away from him.
Yep, 8 deliveries yet to get off the mark. Don't let that get to you. The occasion, of course, is going to be huge for a young man. The whole situation, your team, you know, you've lost 2 already, and now you're in here early.
Problems here for him in the over. That one may have struck the inside of the thigh. Isn't always well protected. Yeah, he's now feeling the hurt. It's a little bit of a delayed reaction here.
Well, I think he felt it before, but Green was in his face, and he just didn't want to. He didn't want to say anything, and he really is struggling.
Yeah, just on the inner part of the thigh. Physio heading out there to put something. Might be ice. 49 for 3. Jamaica already thinking about batting. There is King, Brandon King, the outstanding West Indies limited overs player. I think he's had 100 here already at this particular venue. So he'll be looking forward to bat here.
Yeah, once in a while, you'll, as a batsman, want to stand in the middle, have a look, and see what it's like. Just get a feel for what it is, and then on other occasions you like to unsettle the batsmen who are in by standing where they're standing and thinking, I could do a bit here, you know. How come you're on 0 off 9? You know? Anyway, he's up on his feet now, so he looked to hide the fact that he'd taken a blow, but it got the better of him and he collapsed in a heap, really. That was pretty painful, wasn't it?
Well, the way the injury was treated, you know exactly where he got struck.
Yeah.
Still feeling the effects of it. Of course, Green's going to bowl a nice good length delivery here to aim towards him.
Change in the
Pressure on
field.
him.
Yeah, and rightly so. Just have somebody, you know, even if not directly in your eye line, close enough in so you feel the presence.
Gets off the mark right after. So after 9 deliveries, and now the 10th delivery, has his first run in first-class cricket. So Auguste is underway, and there is the 50 up for the Windward Islands. End of the over.
And he keeps the bowling with that single.
These modern gloves look certainly very different from if you played in the 1980s or so. A lot more protection for the fingers and the holes in the palm. Of course, that's to allow the air to come in. Some batsmen, their hands sweat a little bit more, so it doesn't really help them too much. They still need to change the gloves several times in the innings.
Some batsmen like inners, which negates anything to do with holes and that. I mean, if you as you say in the early days, early days of glove wearing, you had a pair of gloves. Now you can see batsmen come with 3 or 4 pairs of gloves and change them, you know, fairly regularly. And it's this taking off of the strapping and strapping them up and doing them up all over again, and you know, well, you get into a habit. You know?
Great invention, Velcro.
Yeah. So we're back to Mindley with this line, aren't we? You know, is it working for you, Vidya? Is he threatening with this angle?
Certainly hasn't so far, Marquino Mindley. And he's not getting the batsman to play a lot here. Auguste must be pretty happy with these because he's getting a chance to get his eye in, get the feeling of the timing that's needed for on this pitch.
Yeah, I don't, see the threat here. Everything's you're going to pitch outside the off stump anyway. If it's pitched up, I'm going to look to drive it, or hopefully I'll have better luck than the previous batsman, and I won't tickle it to the wicket keeper behind, but I'll flick it down towards fine leg, and then anything that's really in my zone, then I can look to drive, but not really keen on this angle.
Works it into the onside, will pick up his second run, a bit shorter that time.
And again with comfortable.
Very comfortable.
Just tuck it in there. And I'm off strike again. Where is he now? 2 of 14. Well, it's important here that Hodge keeps going. He's faced 44 balls already for 23. He's going to have to anchor this now from the top order.
Certainly will. Hodge at 2 slips and a gully weight behind him. Pretty good start. 1 or 2 fine shots, but since then has been pegged back. For the delivery, straight to the short extra cover, and he's gone. Just as you were talking about him staying in there, he's put a catch straight into the hands of the man in front of him, and he is out. 4th wicket down, 51 for 4. And they're in all sorts of trouble now, the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Had to do with that. Put it in that area, and it was driving length, driving material, but he looked to latch on to that and just picked out the man at cover.
Well, his poor series continues. 29 runs before this one. It is his best score of the season, but not a lot here to shout about here for Kaveem Hodge. 52 runs for the season. That's not great here by the captain. His place certainly under pressure as a batsman. Kotoy is now in, and he hasn't done a lot either. 49 runs, averaging 12.25. Outside of Athenes, as we mentioned, who's already gone, he was averaging 41. The only 2 batsmen averaging above 30 for the Windward Islands, get this, are the 2 fast bowlers. Preston McSween, who's averaging 34.66, and Sherman Lewis, 32.
Well, we've got real problems here, having lost the toss and been put in the top order has completely gone here. 51 for 4 now, and as you said, if they're relying on the bowlers to come in and give them some runs, they'll even have to get those averages to make it anywhere near a score.
That's good shape on that delivery. And Marquino Mindley feeling a lot better now. 2 for 7, similar to his figures the last time he bowled here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's 51 for 4 at the end of the over.
He likes it here, doesn't he?
Loves it.
Picking up wickets. There's still... Okay, it's clearer. We had a lot more cloud earlier on. A little bit that was coming over behind the stadium that looked out. That's all gone. That's all blown over now. But the damage has been done. As it clears up and maybe conditions will get a little bit easier, the damage has already been done. 4 down. Hodge, Melius, Athenes, and Auguste all out, and without anyone really. I mean, Hodge, to be honest, because he hung around for the longest, that was the big wicket. He needed to stay there.
Green continues. That'll be one. Down to fine leg. Gordon is down there to do the fielding. And just to take you back to the Windward Islands, their first game, they were also in a lot of trouble there. Alec Athenaeus propped them up with a 68, along with Kotoy, who got 34 that day. But they were still in trouble at 215 for 9. And then came the incredible 124-run partnership between Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis for the 10th wicket.
So no problems at all then.
None at all.
On that.
McSween got 86 that day, and Sherman Lewis 31.
Maybe they've got the batting order reversed.
So those two are still to come here. And wider delivery. Should get one easily.
I can see the thought process from the skipper about having an attacking field, but with two new batsmen, just one person, you know, on the offside who stops that outlet for the single, and then the rest of them, you have them, you know, in seriously attacking positions, but you don't want an easy out.
Maybe missed out there, Auguste. Could have clipped that one away. There is a square leg in place and there's a fine leg. If he had gotten anything on that, it could have raced away to the boundary for 4. So Auguste playing his first class match. Kotoy, who hasn't been in the best of form in this tournament, does not look good here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes early on the first day. Certainly a lot of problems on the team in terms of, and Devon Smith, who usually piles up the runs for them at the top of the order, he's gone early here. Hasn't had a great series himself. Mentioned that just 80 runs for him in 4 innings already. Usually does that in half an innings.
Real test for the young man here, just as 18, you say.
Struck on the pad. The umpire thought about it. He was juggling something in his hands. The fingers threatening to come. Yeah, I think it's the height he was saying. Just a little bit too high there.
Yeah, for me too. But there was no shot.
Gets that away behind square this time. Auguste not afraid to try his shots here. Still to get going. 3 of 19 he is. And, well, the captains have been chatting about what they hope to see in the resumption here of first-class cricket. Kevin Hodge, he said we had to do the basics for longer and let everything fall in place. He says the stats don't reflect the kind of cricket we have been playing. Our focus now is to finish off games after coming very close in the previous rounds. Well, they did come very close against Guyana, not so much against Trinidad and Tobago. They were hammered by an innings there. But I understand what he's saying in terms of the basics, doing the basics for longer. And once again, they haven't done that this morning.
Yeah, it can be really unforgiving because it's just total result-based game. You look good for most of the game and you end up being on the losing side.
possibly a session or two where you let your game down, and that's pretty much it. I mean, they for large parts of the game against Guyana, especially after McSween and Lewis got going with that 124-run partnership at the end, they really took control of that innings against Guyana. But in the end, it was just Guyana just had enough of the willpower to push through and get the win. One of the reasons for that, sorry, Roxy.
No, sorry.
They did play to a tie a couple of years ago. Well, that's propped up into the air and past a bowler not far away from Marquino Mindley. It was close enough to the batsman to have actually caught it there. That's how close it was. And the short mid-on position, not close enough.
Yeah, he'd gone way past that, hadn't he, with the follow-through.
Strikes him on the pad here. The umpire was already stepping away and clearly going down the leg side, but that wouldn't stop bowlers from appealing, does it?
No, not at all. The only problem with that is that he has now, fallen into that habit of bowling so close to the edge of the crease there, that there's no real chance of him getting LBW from that shout. The angle is always going to go down leg side, and the last ball as well actually didn't do much to help him out. That was going down leg.
Oh, that's a better delivery here. It's going to be very close. Yes, he's given him no shot this time, and Auguste goes for 3. His first innings in first-class cricket ends on his 20th ball. He's gone for 3, and the Windward Islands slump into further trouble here. Umpire thought about it a long time, umpire Ramdani, and decided to give it out. So that's the end of Auguste's first-class innings. He's out for 3, 54 for 5. We haven't even gotten to the 20th over yet, and half of the side down here for the Windward Islands. And doing the basics right is what the captain was saying just a couple of days ago. That certainly has not happened here. This is a sorry tale for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 54 for 5, 19.4 overs, and 3 for 7 for Mindley. I think the change of end certainly has worked out very well for him.
And just on that LBW, the fact that Auguste gets his foot, the front foot, just outside the line, it's actually the ball that is going down, towards that leg side area. The pad is outside the line, but he gets hit in line. It's just a question of how much further down leg it was going to go and how high it was. Again, the umpire deciding that it was going to hit the stumps.
Dennis Smith is in now. Dennis Smith has played some cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago. I think at Central Sports he would have played some cricket. And I remember one of our previous game, previous commentator, that was Nathan Stewart, was saying that they did play some cricket together. Had a good innings against TNT. Couldn't prevent his team from falling away to defeat, though.
See, I like looking at Mindley when he's bowling closer to the stumps, and I just think that all right, he's was it one or both the left-handers that he's taken? Certainly one. But they were, well, one was the forced shot, wasn't it, when he got caught down that egg side? That one was the LBW.
Athens, yeah.
Yeah.
And, well, Hodge was caught by King. One that he just drove, played straight to the King in that short position.
Well, as much as I've been saying I didn't like the look of it, he's having some degree of success, isn't he? So you can't take that away. 3 for 7 now. Miserly runs that he's given up.
And he had 3 for 6 here in his last game. Straight to the fielder this time. Just go back to that Trinidad and Tobago match in which Dennis Smith got 65 against TNT. That's trying to hold back the TNT advance to victory. Trinidad and Tobago still won the game by an innings and 43 runs. Windward Islands were bowled out for 97 in the first innings in that game, and then hustled out for 186 in the second. So it hasn't been the best time for them. They had a couple of seasons where they were looking pretty good, challenge for the title, but this year it's very much a rebuild here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Green has got quite a job to do here. He wants to put the pressure on. He's got 3 slips and the gully, so outside the off stump and looking to get Kotai driving to bring those men into play. And I was just going to mention, and I'll come back to that point about the outlet for that single where you just push it into the vacant cover region. You don't want to give that outlet. So yes, you want to attack, you want to force him, to play that shot, but the minute that you give him the opportunity to just push it and take that single, the pressure goes off.
Certainly does. The pressure is now on Dennis Smith, man from Hermitage in St. Patrick's in Grenada. And to show you how long Devon Smith has been around, Devon Smith is the uncle of the youngster here. Well, he's 30 years old.
Different field on this side for Smith. Sorry, video, go ahead.
Definitely. Down the leg side, that should be 1. And coming across, Mindley does the fielding. And Smith has had a good series, well, fairly good for his team as the over comes to an end here. Well, they're switching over, actually. 83 runs, 65 he got his highest score, averaging just over 20 for the series. And also just wanted to mention this about Smith. Last time he was here, there was actually a fire behind the ground, so there was a lot of smoke coming across. There's also the problems with the Sahara dust. Outside the Arsenal left alone, and he actually asked for the inhaler at one point. They came on with the inhaler for him because he was having some problems with that. I saw a weather report earlier which suggested that it's a very high concentration of Sahara dust over the next 4 days, so that's something that he might be very much aware of.
We'll just get the inhaler ready then.
If he's not taking it already.
Same field now for Kotai with that gap there at cover. Just it's just drop and run.
A lot of spaces there once you can get bat on it. End of the over. 57 for 5. Not a scoreline that people watching in Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines and other islands in the Windward Islands will be too happy. Oh, they're footloose and fancy free, aren't they? Got the shoes off and enjoying themselves. Something about that tells me that's a father-son combination. Slight resemblance there.
I'll take your word for it. Where are we then? 57 for 5 off 21. Kotai is on strike. He's on 3, so he's 10 balls. Smith at non-strikers and leaning on his bat on 1.
Well, the weather report here in Trinidad says generally hazy and at times breezy, with the likelihood of the odd isolated shower. Significant concentration of Sahara dust is present in the area. Sensitive persons are advised to take the necessary precautions.
Are you suggesting that he's a sensitive person then?
Not emotionally, I'm not suggesting that at all.
A sensitive lad.
But if you want to be very careful of that.
And have we had the rainy season warning?
Yes, actually came over the weekend. Yeah. Should be one here. Green fields with his right foot.
Yeah, the football stop. Never liked it.
No.
But at 58 for 5, you know, he's already in a different mode here. Yeah. Green. You're going to look up at the scoreboard. Cotoy is on 4, Smith on 1, 5 down, 2 new batsmen. It's all gone Jamaica's way, hasn't it?
Certainly has.
From the minute they won the toss.
Well, that's a good stop. Well stopped there. Nice diving stop by Palmer, opening batsman who's already had some runs for the season, showing his wares with the field there. That's a very good bit of fielding by Palmer.
Just slightly embarrassing Green, who the previous ball just stuck a foot out, football style, and not trapped it, but used it to stop. And then he had a full-blown dive. Yeah. The next ball. I like that kind of effort, irrespective of the state of the game.
Very full delivery here from Mindley, outside the off stump. Cotoy was equal to it.
It's no ball, I think.
Yeah, it is. No ball here, signalled by umpire Ramdani.
A few people calling for a free hit.
They've been watching too much of that white ball cricket. Certainly there's been a lot of white ball cricket here in Trinidad. We've just seen the end of the TTCB T20 Festival. Queen's Park winning the Premier 1 title, and Premier 2 title also going the way of Prisons Sports Club.
They've won a couple of titles already this season, haven't they? Queen's Park, I think.
Yeah, they also won the 50 over title just before that. So they've won 2, and Prisons have, shall we say, locked up the Premier 2 title.
Well done. Well done.
It's homing in on the off stump here. Interesting from Cotoy. Almost looked like he was coming down the track to that one. He's not your conventional batsman, is he?
Yeah, he's looking to make something happen. I'd be looking to make lunch. You've got how many overs to go? Maybe are they taking lunch at 30 overs or
just about
just
12.
At time? Okay, so we've got
just about 17 minutes or so.
Yeah, we may get there then. We may be, yeah. Just straighten him up, square when playing that shot, defensively out into the offside. There's no run. 60 for 5. I stole your thunder. Sorry. He was speechless after that because he'd prepared himself for the finish of the over and a wrap up of where we were, and I cut the rug from underneath him. Sorry about that. I promise not to do it again.
Mindley 3 for 10. What figures for him? 2 for 20 for Gordon. Jamaica won the toss and elected to field, and what a great decision that was from them. May have been a toss that you would want to win here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, they were both captains, I think, were keen to have a bowl.
It looks like Blackwood's going to come in now. So they haven't gone to the spin yet. The ball's still only 22 overs old. So Blackwood, who's been known to bowl a little bit of medium pace, is in now.
Gonna see some.
Well, he started off very well here, Blackwood. He has bowled a lot of overs this season, and by a lot I mean 18 balls.
Right. So, what's this? A shock tactic? Then
Most certainly, it's a shock tactic here. 3 overs he's bowled for the entire season. No wickets, but he's been fairly economical. 3.66.
Smith just making sure that he marks his guard again. He definitely wants to be there for lunch, which is at 12 o'clock, so
Yes, it
another
is.
16 minutes or so, I suppose.
Well, here's in terms of Jermaine Blackwood's career in first-class cricket. Yes, he has only bowled. Let's make it the 19 balls for the season. But
That
he's
includes the one that you just bowled here.
just
Yeah.
had that one. Tucked away, no run this time, but he has bowled over 1,400 deliveries in his career. I'm seeing here, 16 wickets.
Is it Thomas who's decided that he can treat him like the spinner and stand up, coming up to the stumps? You know, you're running in from the same distance that the seamer would normally be, and your keeper standing up. It doesn't.
Oh, and that's one of the reasons why it was a good stop by Campbell. Tell you what, that was between the keeper.
And first
John
slip,
Campbell went across very quickly to stop that one. Thomas is just telling him, yeah, thanks, mate.
And Blackwood is telling Thomas, I'm a little bit quicker than you think.
Getting more swing also than you think.
Standing up to me.
Again, he doesn't keep it cleanly, so another bit of advice for him to head back to the front of the slips there. Blackwood actually has 16 first-class wickets. What's that? That much, you say?
I thought he'd only bowled 18 balls. He must be a monster.
16 wickets for Blackwood. Not an average that you want to write home about. 49.75. Takes a wicket every 89.8 balls. Michael Holding will not lose too much sleep over that. He actually threw it wide of the stumps and still almost managed to hit the batsman. But thankfully, the man with the gloves was there to prevent that from going into his helmet. 60 for 5 at the end of Blackwood's first over, and a maiden for Blackwood.
Well, you never know what's going to happen, really, when you bring on your, with the greatest of respect to Blackwood, you bring on your part-time or change-up bowlers. He bowls a maiden, a couple of little bits and pieces there that may have unsettled the batsman, but that allows us now to bring back Gordon, who's 2 for 20 off his 6.
Not the breeziest of days. The trees away to the southern side of the Brian Lara Cricket Academies, swaying gently as Gordon back 2 for 20 in his 6 overs.
We had a little this morning, didn't we? The breeze coming across from left to right as we look at it. That's stopped now.
Started off well on target here, Gordon. He's had about a 40-minute break. Gordon in the outfield, just to get himself back together. But that 6-over spell, he didn't look too troubled by that. He looks like a good athlete. Well, they've been known to produce quite a few very good athletes, haven't they, Jamaica?
Well, the really good thing about this spell, if he can pick up, even if he picks up 1 wicket.
That was a testing delivery again. Almost carried to King in that short extra cover position.
A belated shout as well from Gordon. It was sparked in the by the keeper and the slips, and Gordon joined in at the end, but it was unconvincing. But if he picks up a wicket here, I mean, this will be serious trouble for Windward Islands.
Oh, that's straight through him. Is there a catch at the wicket here? Well, not sure what they were appealing for, but I think there was something. There was a noise there, definitely. Kotoy with that unconventional way of playing. He just squares himself up, gets himself in a bit of a tangle this time. And there definitely was a noise.
Yeah, he could have brushed anything on the way through.
In fact, he was pointing at the pad. At least that's the cover story for the field.
Well, it's always funny when you're out in the middle and the batsman decides to join in by telling the fielding side where it hit. Well, they're not convinced, are they? Have a few words with him.
Probably ask him, is that before or after it hit the bat? $60 for 5. Not great reading here if you are a Windward Islands Volcanoes fan. Thinking about the Hurricanes, they are in action at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex against the TNT Red Force. Give you an update on that in a moment. On drive, that should be one. It might even be more.
Yeah, they'll come back for
that could actually go all the way here. Well, it's pulled back. It's a great bit of fielding there by Lugg, and they cross for 3 here.
He's been busy in the field, Lugg, earlier on, and now back in it. I like the determination that he's shown. The same thing goes for Gordon. I like his persistence with, getting the ball up there. It's still swinging. The ball is still moving around, and he's still willing to run the risk of being hit. Right, they took him for 3 there, but let's see if he continues. I would still look to see just how much you can get in the air and then off the pitch. It was a lot off the pitch, but it was coming from the other end. This time he's running away from us.
Just to update you on what's happening with the other games. Guyana playing against Barbados. Over comes to an end here. 24 overs, 63 for 5. We're just about 8 minutes or so, possibly 2 overs still to go before lunch. Guyana 62 for 1. They've recovered after the early loss of Chandrapal Hemraj. Tagenarine Chandrapal 7 of 76 deliveries. And Tevin Imlak 30 of 61. He's been a bit faster there.
Well, they could have done with someone like that here, couldn't they? A bit
certainly
stoic and hold up an end and still be in there.
Should have certainly hope for that. Well, against Trinidad and Tobago at Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Out there, Monson Hodge went for a 9-ball duck. Casey Carty, he was out for 31 of 42 deliveries. Kieran Powell is heading towards a 50 at Diego Martin, 46 of 67 deliveries. Devon Thomas not out on 11. Leeward Islands 92 for 2.
Blackwood is into his 2nd over here.
Yes, it looks might be bowling out to lunch. Just to mention there that Casey Carty has carved out a piece of history for himself there from the Leeward Islands. Blackwood continues here. He's from St. Martin, and he's been called up for the West Indies ODI team, so that's the first time that anyone from that island called up. He is, in fact, he was called up earlier this month, named in the West Indies one-day international side for the series against the Netherlands and Pakistan. He's the first St. Martin player to be selected for the West Indies team. So Also was part of that West Indies under-19 team that won the World Cup in 2016. Congratulations to him. Katoy just turns himself in positions that we're unaccustomed to seeing batsmen do.
Yeah, Blackwood is enjoying this because it is an unusual, not set up, but leaves that one alone.
End of the over. 25 overs already bowled in this morning session. 63 for 5. I make it just about 5 minutes to go. Jamaica trying to hustle through, see if they can get a couple of overs in here.
Yeah, they may have been better off hustling 4 or 5 overs earlier, and also making sure that they finished off with Gordon and Mindley, I think, or Gordon and Green, rather than Blackwood, who, you know, we know is a part-time bowler. He hasn't looked like a threat as a wicket taker, although his first over was a maiden, so at least you're keeping the runs down.
Should be a couple here. Dennis Smith just to 1 for him. That's good fielding by King.
Yeah, he was on to it very quickly, sorry.
Yeah, another one of those players who's playing for the West Indies in those ODI series. He had a really outstanding season, the CPL, for the Guyana Amazon Warriors a few seasons ago when they won 11 straight. And unfortunately for them, lost out in the finals.
Heartbreaking, that is, isn't it? You go all that way and look set to take it.
Edged on, dropped at second slip. That was straight in and out. That should have been taken. And the catcher's one you would expect to have taken that. Blackwood straight to him. And a nice comfortable height also. This time he lets that one go, but surprising to say the least to see that one go down. It's been a fairly long break, and if you've been playing a lot of limited overs cricket, you wouldn't have seen too many second slips in place during that period.
No, that's a point. We've spoken about Gordon taking a third.
Nicely driven. Well stopped by Gordon. They've taken that on the foot also.
Well, as a bowler, you'll feel upset that a catch has been put down. At the same time, because there has been a chance, you may be spurred on to just give that little bit of extra effort, thinking, well, I should have had him. Let me see if I can, do something else and get him.
By the way, Kieran Powell has gotten his 50 against the TNT Red Force. 50 off 74 deliveries, 8 fours in Diego Martin. So he's now the first man to score first class 50 at Diego Martin. So he's carved out a little piece of history for himself there.
There may be a few firsts then.
Yeah, a lot of firsts there.
First to take a first class wicket. Yeah.
Well, Jaden Seals became the first to take a first class wicket there. And he got Monson Hodge out for 9. So all sorts of firsts there at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. End of the over. 64 for 5. It appears that we may have one more. It's not quite 12 o'clock yet. And the umpire gives the thumbs up. He says, yes, we will.
Nice looking forward defensive shot to finish off that over. Solid from Smith to face what will be the last over. And who is it that they've brought on to roll their arm over from the far end? We are going to see some spin now.
Jamie Merchant, the off-break bowler, is going to do the business here for his team. What has he done for this tournament so far? Mentioned that he had some wickets against TNT in that run chase where TNT chased down 81 for victory. Took 3 for 18 then. That's 3 out of the 4 wickets he's taken for the season. His average not great, 52.25 for the season. Well, Smith coming down the track here. He's not overawed by the off spinner at all.
There's a slip, a leg slip, a short leg. Wideish mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover and point. And there's a man down in the deep backward square. I think we've picked them all out, haven't we? Yeah.
They put Leroy Lugg in that short leg position.
He's the one under the helmet.
Well, it's in the air, but just past to the left of Lugg. It's also that very short mid-wicket in place. Leg slip also there. Very open stance here from Dennis Smith. Well, he's hit that one away well for 4. Over the short extra cover. He's certainly not going to be held back here, Dennis Smith. Batted here, got 65 against TNT in his last innings.
Four balls left, or 2 left in the over, and you want to slash it over the top. You know, the guys out there should be all over him, and I think they are. Look, you can.
Yeah, Bonner is the one who's having a conversation with him.
Yeah, I can just hear it now. Come now, you know.
Why don't you hit the A in Lara?
Yeah. It's all well and good when it comes off, but you can look rather silly if you know, try and do something in the last over before lunch, and instead of going in at 68 for 5, you're going at 68 for 6. There you go.
It's in solidly behind that, and that's lunch here. Windward Islands, a volcano, 68 for 5 at lunch, and Jamaica all over them from ball 1 here. Melius, LBW to Gordon for 17. Devon Smith went before that, bowled by Gordon for 1. Kaveem Hodge was the next to go, out for 23. Athene 6, and Auguste, LBW for 3. And it is not a great card here. 7 and 7 for Kotoy and Smith. Those are the 2 not-out batsmen, and they've done that. This has been slow going here. 14 runs coming off some 50 deliveries for those 2. As for the bowling figures, well, that's looking pretty good there. Mindley 3 for 10, 2 for 24 for Gordon. Honest effort by Green without getting a wicket. And don't forget, Gordon also had a catch dropped off him. So altogether, Jamaica in charge here at the lunchtime on the first day.
I think you have to mention Blackwood, given that he has not bowled so often. We may not get another chance. So, you know, make him feel good by giving his figures there. He bowled 2 overs.
2 maidens.
And 2 maidens. Yeah.
12 dot balls.
Yeah. Well done to him.
He's been perfect so far. And Jamaica, not quite perfect, but it's been very good from them. Jamaica Scorpions at the bottom of the table. Windward Islands 2 points ahead of them. They have taken the initiative after the first session of this West Indies Championship match here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Join us in just about 35 minutes time, where the Windward Islands will resume at 68 for 5. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in South Trinidad. It's the West Indies Championship 2021-2022. Jamaica versus Windward Islands here at Taruba. And what a morning session for the Jamaica Scorpions. At lunch, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 68 for 1, 23 for Hodge, 17 for Melius, but a string of low scores to go with that. Vidya Ramphal alongside. And Sheldon, 3 wickets for Marquino Mindley at the start. And let's see if they can knock over the Windward Islands for a low score here.
Good afternoon, Vidya, and good afternoon to everyone at home, wherever you may be watching on from. 68 for 5 is not where you want to be if you are Windward Islands.
Gordon to start off at after the post-lunch session. And Kotoy 7, Smith 7, both of them 51 deliveries they took to get those 14 runs. In the second hour, they were 44 for 3 at the start of the first hour. After the first hour, only 24 runs in the second hour for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, and if Jamaica have anywhere near the success that they had in the first session, this isn't going to make tea, is it?
Certainly won't, and Leeward Islands have already been knocked out. Windward Islands, have already been knocked out for low scores in the season so far. So it hasn't been a great one for them. 97 they were bowled out for against TNT, 186. Just to remind you also, in that first game against Guyana, 339 and 190. So only one score above 300 for the season so far. Straight to gully this time. 2 slips and a gully in place.
You'd like to think that what could turn it around for the Windward Islands would be a solid, strong partnership. Ate up some of the overs while still keeping the scoreboard ticking over, even if it wasn't going, that quick. At least you weren't losing wickets, but we're already 5 down. So this is middle order, lower middle order even.
Not a good delivery here by Gordon.
But it gives you an opportunity, Vidya, to remind people at home of what happened when there was a similar situation, because you told me earlier on about a big, was it 9th wicket partnership or
10th wicket partnership for 124.
Well, there you go. So hope springs eternal.
Well, McSween and Sherman Lewis will have to do something similar if they are to get this innings to anywhere close to a region where that the Windward Islands would be happy with.
And the thing is, they're probably in the hutch thinking we're okay here. We've still got some batting to come, even if you're looking at the tail end. They still think that they may be able to do something. Well, we'll see, because that would be exceptional. That would be an incredible story if they were able to pull something out of the hat at this late stage. But at 68 for 5, it does not look good.
And in spite of those heroics by Lewis and McSween, they still are number 10 and 11. 69 for 5 at the end of the over. And there is the 5:01. Our cameraman was saying that he would show that after the break, because he says that he thinks that you want to see it.
Yes, 5:01 just resonates with me. In actual fact, for those of you that weren't here at the beginning, we already saw 375. It was a painful memory for anyone who is English, and I suppose many of you at home who are listening will have guessed that from my accent. 400, which is the number alongside the 375, and in between the 5:01 is another difficult one for an Englishman to swallow, and 5:01 was where Brian Lara absolutely put Durham to the sword once playing for Warwickshire in the English Cricket League some years ago, and any number of English bowlers were on the receiving end of that genius.
The Prince of Port of Spain, and this stadium very much a monument to his achievements on the cricketing field, one of the great inspirational figures there's so many players we've seen over the years who have built their careers trying to imitate the mannerisms of Lara. Darren Bravo comes to mind. Leon Johnson from Guyana, another one, big admirer of Lara.
Yeah, it is. I think it's amazing that no one has.
Flicked away. There's a fielder out there. Just one this time. It's Marquino Mindley who is down there. And wonder if it was just a bit too early for him to come back into the attack. Green just had the 1 over or so before he... In fact, this is the 3rd over that he's bowling since he came back. So he is very much into his spell. We might see a couple of... Well, he bowled from the other end, of course.
And just to finish off on the special nature of Brian Lara and the fact that he is so unique, and others have tried to emulate him but have not ever reached those dizzy heights. That's a measure of just how special a cricketer Brian Lara was. That last one pushed out into the offside and fielded at mid-off. There's no run, and there's still that gap there, Vidya, in between, where if he just pushes it to the right of the mid-off fielder, there's always a single there.
Just tempting him to try to drive into that area, and 2 slips and a gully waiting for him.
Yes, that is the plan. Put it outside the off stump and let him have a look at that lovely inviting area there. But none of the batsmen have been looking to, when they've had this field setting the way it is because of the way the pressure of the game has made it, they're not looking to give full-blooded drives through there for boundaries. They're just looking to push one into that space.
In fact, if you look at where the boundaries have come, they are drives by the right-handers to the right side of your picture.
Yes.
There have been a few leg glances that have gone down to the boundary on either side.
And, and then there was one beautiful straight drive.
Yes, there was.
Right down the ground. That was gorgeous. Both teams desperate for a win.
Off the pad again, stifled appeal this time. Nothing doing from the umpire. That's the end of Gordon's 9th over, 2 for 28, 2 for 24 his figures. Windward Islands 69 for 5 at the end of the over. Jamaica at the bottom of the table here, but not long ago they were the standard by which all the other teams were measured against in the Caribbean. Between 2006 and 2012, Jamaica rattled off 5 consecutive titles in the first-class tournament. Barbados won the next 2, and then Guyana went 5 in a row. Barbados back as champions in 2020. This time around, different format, just 1 round because of COVID-19. So, no home and away this time.
I suppose one of these teams is designated as the home team as well.
I believe it is Jamaica this time round, designated as a home team. But just taking a look at the global picture in terms of this tournament itself, with Trinidad and Tobago playing all 3 matches at venues they're very accustomed to, outside of Diego Martin, of course, it is advantage to the home team to go on to win this title.
Undoubtedly, you would say that they're in the driving seat. They don't have to go anywhere. They're nice and comfortable. You know, all the other teams are having to find accommodation that can help them. And you're out of your comfort zone, aren't you?
Yeah, certainly. And we might be in the Caribbean. You might be just few islands away from your hometown, but people might find it a little bit difficult to understand that players do get homesick even if you're in the Caribbean. And with the teams here for the next 3 weeks, that is certainly going to come to bear on these teams that are here. Jamaica, of course, Windward Islands, Leeward Islands, Guyana, and Barbados. So it'll be interesting to see if TNT can get up to get that win. Trinidad and Tobago has not won the regional title since 2005. That's at first class level, which is an incredible stat in itself.
See, there's no outlet there with the man at cover. Now, for me, that's much more pressure. You take him out, yes, you invite him for the drive, but now they've only got the 2 slips in there. So that is not the dilemma, that's your decision. Do you have a 3rd slip in and leave that gap and then really hope that he will look to drive it and edge it, or do you stop him, stop the stem of runs, and you've still got 2 catchers behind?
Coming back in sharply at him, deals with that well. Remember, there was a catch that was put down coming up to the end of lunch, straight to Blackwood and out.
That 2nd slip, yeah. That was against the left-hander, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and you would have expected Blackwood to take that. He's a good catcher of the cricket ball.
Yeah, we're not trying to put him down, but some catches are easier than others, and that was at the right height.
Yeah, he has taken a lot more difficult ones. And maybe precisely because it was that easy and coming straight to him,
you may have thought this is done deal. Yeah, end of the over.
69 for 5. City over's gone here. Yeah. One of the most difficult ones is those high ones that come where you don't have to move and you have enough time to think yourself out of it.
He was already looking at his name on the scoreboard as having held a catch, perhaps. Just, not take his eye off the ball, but, just lack of concentration.
Oh, good delivery here from Green. Certainly good one right after the break here for Katoy, who has not looked comfortable out there at all.
I don't know what it was that I saw in the first few overs from Green that I liked that much that it upset me when they took him off. I just felt that he could have stayed on for a little bit longer. He then changed ends, didn't he? He came on from our end here, the commentary box end, and now he's back down at the far end.
That's a good delivery. This time Katoy not playing. Just to remind you that Blackwood, in terms of his catching, 123 first-class matches he's in now. 120 catches in all, so he's taken quite a lot of them.
Yeah. That's good. And that ball there reminds me of what I liked about Green. He's able to put it back in the same testing spot with a good degree of regularity. You've got to be able to put the batsman in some degree of discomfort. Okay, that one going away a little bit further, okay. Pitching okay, but moving away. And now we want to see what he does with the next delivery. He'd like it to be the same line, but much straighter, and forcing the batsman to play. Not giving it, putting up too far where he can drive him, making him play. He's left a couple outside the off stump, and that last one he left knowing that he didn't have to play at it. Let's see where he puts this one.
That one a little bit closer this time. Katoy, who bats with that bottom hand just over the top of the blade, really, looking for more control. And he's such a tall player, the bat actually looks like it's a bit too short for him at times, but he bats very, very low, crouches, and he had to suddenly get up quickly as that one rose on him.
So he's got 2 more balls in the over. He has made him play 3 times. 1 he left alone. Couple more now. They just want to find the right length. That line was really good.
Yeah, it's all further up and on driven nicely here by Kotoy. It's at about that time when you see this happening, the slips are just priming themselves. This ball's going to come to me right now.
Well, he's got the 1 ball left now. He made him play there, and it's to get that line where the batsman thinks, I have to play this, and then you get the movement when he really shouldn't. But by that time it's too late. The batsman has already made his mind up. He's made his mind up because he's seen 2 or 3 deliveries with that line that draws him into playing. Let's see where this one goes.
Good delivery and well defended here by Kotoy as the over comes to an end. He stays on 7. He hasn't added to his total after the lunch break. Smith is 8, 16-9 for 5. And yeah, there have been a few batsmen dismissed already. 5 already, might be from some of those who were out there.
It was almost crab-like in that defence, wasn't it? Just everything, you know, behind that ball to try and keep him out.
Jamaicans just trying to get into the minds here of these 2 batsmen.
That looked like all good fun.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I think it's Palmer who's come up there. Yeah, it is Palmer. Palmer's been having conversations with all of them. He is the appointed man to really get into the minds of the Windward Islands batsmen. There always is one, you know, someone who can get in there and talk to them. He had a long chat with Hodge before Hodge got dismissed. The 2 batsmen having their mid-pitch conference. He's there in it. The fly on the wall.
Yeah, keep them busy, keep them on their toes. 70 balls have been faced in this partnership. 15. But to be honest, they needed some kind of steadying of the ship. Lose another wicket now and another one before tea. You'd only be 7 down.
Smith continues his vigil here. From all accounts of those who have played with him here in Trinidad, real fighter. Loves to cut the ball. Pulls it really well also. He's played a lot of very good innings here in Trinidad. So he has played here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy before and very used to the TNT conditions. Guides it straight into the hands of Gully. And the wicket you were asking for, Rooksy, there it is. And straight into the hands of the man at Gully. And that's taken by Bonner. 6th wicket down and Smith has gone for 8.
That is... You know, but we're talking about a top order batsman there who played the ball beautifully. Very, very similar ball. This time round it got, I'm not going to say it got big on him.
That partnership took up there. And during that time they only added 15 runs. Just a measure of how much Jamaica have been in control of this game. And the body language of the Jamaicans looking a lot more positive now. A lot of smiles out there. And this is a Jamaica side. Looking down the ages here, Rooksy. We have Lugg, who's 26. Williams, 29. The keeper, Thomas, 27. Marquino Mindley is 27. And then there's young Kirk McKenzie, who was left out. He is 21. Brandon King 27. The rest are above 30 on the back nines of their careers, some might say. But it's an aging Jamaica side. And so it's very much a couple of these players last 2 or 3 seasons in their career.
Well, the problems started early as the 2nd over when the first wicket went down. And it has not really at any stage felt as though Windwards were going to get things under control and start building and to a point where they could do something in the game. There's real problems for them now.
Your batsman is Kenneth Demba. Demba, like two of his teammates on this Windward Island squad, Maloney and Martin, they're all police constables. Very proud, the police force, when they got the chance to play for the team. Yes, he's going to have to arrest the situation here. Demba, 34-year-old off-spinner and right-hand batsman.
How many of those have you got?
I'll be here all week.
I'll tell you what, Vidya, he may not be here for that long if he leaves balls like that. That one curved after it pitched. And we already saw one of the openers, was it Devon Smith, who left one alone, albeit that he was the left-hander up at that end, and it cartwheeled his off-stump backwards.
String this time. Gordon spoils what would have been a wicket maiden. So that's the one run and the wicket in there for Gordon. His figures 3 for 25 now, 70 for 6 at the end of the over.
Yeah, he's bowled very well. We had a couple of errors from the batsman that helped him along, but you put it there and they make the mistakes. That's part of it. He looks strong enough. I think they probably did the right thing when they took him off after 6, because there was should we keep him on? Should we just push him a little bit further? But they probably did the right thing. And the other thing is that with Mindley and Green, they've got sufficient enough support to deal with the Windwards batting. This has been a good attack for them, and we had Blackwood come in and throw a few up, didn't we? Oops, that's happened a couple of times, hasn't it? Is it the slips and wicketkeeper again talking about it?
Could be, just wasn't quite ready there, Demba. Green was about almost halfway through, and fast bowlers love that.
And the umpire was saying something. I'm not quite sure he was saying something too, but and they're still talking in the slips and about field placings.
Demba coming a long way across his stumps there. Off the pad easily for the keeper.
The thing is that last second chat in the slip cordon, or maybe it was the fielder at point who looked as though he was in a little bit too close. They wanted him to be just that little bit back. It shouldn't be taking place once the bowler starts his run up. That's it.
Edge this time, it does not carry to gully. Well taken by Bonner though on the first bounce. There's the 3 West Indian players there in the slip cordon. Campbell at first slip, second slip is Blackwood, and Bonner in that gully position. I think they're going to pull in third slip now.
Yeah, players, quite a number of batsmen have got mannerisms that betray some fears that they have in facing particular types of bowling. And with Demba, I've only seen 5 balls so far, but he's going to move across his stumps.
Just get something on that. It's going to run down to fine leg. Mindley's going to come across and do the fielding just in front, so that's 2 more.
And in moving across, first of all, you settle in on a leg stump guard. Right, you have this leg stump guard, and then just as the bowler comes to deliver, you move right across your stumps. Now, if you do that every time, then it's never a surprise for the batsman. He recognises that he's got to change his line, and he's not going to bowl at you where you're standing now. He's going to adjust that. Whereas in white ball cricket, quite often you'll see someone take a stance, and they will once in a while throw something in that's very rare, and then take advantage of the fact that the bowler didn't know that there was going to be a change. This is not the case here. This is what he does every time. And when you're being coached, especially earlier on, you're taught to avoid this.
Not a lot of options here for Jamaica. Outside of the three pacers, Green, Gordon and Mindley. We have seen Blackwood already. Merchant, the off-spinner, is there. We might see Campbell bowl a bit more when the ball gets old enough. It's still only 32.2 overs here.
And just to finish on the setup, whatever your setup and whatever your position is when you execute your shot, if it works, don't change it.
It's not about playing at that one. Decided to pull the bat away at the last moment. At the end of the over, 72 for 6.
And as long as he knows where he is and he's comfortable, then okay, there is no need to change it. It's when you either can't score or you keep getting out to certain deliveries, then you really need to look at that and see whether or not it's working. But traditionally, the batsman sets up, he stays there, and he won't have any exaggerated movements forward, backward, away from the ball or across his stumps. That's just the traditional way.
Not the case with Dembo, who has that pronounced movement across the stumps as he faces his trigger movement. As we see Gordon back on again. This time he's bowling to Kotoy. 7 runs of 49 deliveries. He's just trying to absorb the pressure right now.
Someone from the Windwards coaching staff could look at that and say, right, let's see how you get out, let's see how you score, let's see what your strong suit is.
Too far down the leg side this time. Of course, there's a similar innings taking place in the game with Guyana and Barbados, where up to before lunch, Tejaran Chandapal was he's now up to 15 runs. Get this, of 102 deliveries. So
he's there for the day, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is. A strike rate of 14.7. And with him, Tevin Imlak, 38 of 96 deliveries. So it's really slow going there for Guyana against Barbados after 36 overs there. It's 78 for 1 against Barbados.
Right, so 78 for 1 off how many overs? 38. Of 38, yeah. And we're 72 for 6 of 33. I know which one I'd rather have.
Good delivery, testing one outside the off stump again.
And I'm sure the Windward Islands skipper would like to have was it Chandapal that he said? Chandapal batting here for him, just so one end was held up, and maybe you would only be 3 down. 72 for 3, you know, great par for the course, but 72 for 6, you're staring down the barrel here, I'm afraid.
Should be runs here. Just 1 this time. Fielder comes across from that fine leg position. Across at Diego Martin. Kieran Powell's 58 not out. Off 93, by the way. And
slightly quicker.
Slightly, just not much, but just slightly. They have lost 3 wickets, the Leeward Islands. Monson Hodge for a duck. Casey Carthy, 31. Devon Thomas going for 12. Amir Jangu, the Trinidad and Tobago wicketkeeper batsman, is there, 7 of 14. It's a really good track up at Diego Martin also for batting. Oh, that struck him on the body there. Maybe he thought that was going away. It came back instead. Took that one on the, maybe on the, just about the midsection or so.
It's only the second time that we've seen a bowler really put some effort in. And there is something in the track if you are going to bang it in short. And you just got that little bit of pace. Of course, we're talking about, the lower order batsman here.
Officially once again, better delivery.
A noticeable curve in as well. Still getting that movement.
End of the over here. Just 1 run in it. Gordon keeping the pressure up here for the Jamaica Scorpions, 73 for 6. Smiles and good body language for the Jamaica Scorpions.
They had earlier on been going at 3.3 and over. That's been completely slowed down now, just over 2 and over. Still the biggest problem for Windwards is their inability to get the scoreboard moving.
Sure that the Jamaica coach Andre Coley must be a lot happier with his team today. And he said before the start of the game that he acknowledged that his team has underperformed. He said that they're looking to get more consistency in batting and bowling. And he also called on his batters to transfer from good starts to bigger scores and bigger partnerships. Well, that we'll see later on. I'm sure we'll see Jamaica batting today unless McSween and Lewis do another special for us today.
Come up with a repeat of their heroics, yeah.
Yeah, but he did acknowledge that they have underperformed. 8.8 points from 2 games is certainly not a great reflection of the ability of this Jamaica team. But in terms of consistency, yes, their bowling has been a lot more consistent today, and they've created chances. The Windward Islands Volcanoes head coach Shirley Clark, well, he also spoke about some of their concerns, and obviously the big one was batting. He said that they have addressed during the break the big concerns, which was the batting. They worked in small groups and individually with players to correct the issues identified. Well, 73 for 6. Still a fair amount of work to be done here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes batting. In the air, just 1 bounce to the fielder. That's why he's there, Merchant. Sure, he might want to get a chance to bowl his off breaks here. Just the 1 over for him before the luncheon break.
Well, we come back to that field setting that we've seen for a good part of whenever they feel that they've got the batsman who they want to work on. There's 3 slips, gap at cover, and inviting that drive. That time he drove right to the man at mid-off.
Took a step back there. His trigger movement is back and across to green. Couldn't quite locate that one.
He's way across past the off stump when he's finished, and you just get the feeling as though he's following the ball unnecessarily, because Green knows where he has to bowl it. He can't.
Oh, that's driven beautifully here from Kotoy, straight past the bowler for 4. First boundary we've had since the luncheon break. And an elegant shot there by Kotoy takes him
and play a beautiful, textbook straight drive. Denver, had that been, bowled at him, would have been trying to work that down the leg side because he'd have been moving across. So, you have to look at this. You have to balance things up.
Kenneth Demba, who came into this game with an average of 18.33 for the season, highest score of 25. Well, he's compiled 3 of 11. Kotoy has been getting much more of the strike here. Current run rate, as you can see, 2.20. Very, very slow. Just searching for that one. Didn't quite carry to the keeper for the first time.
That was a nothing shot, wasn't it? And he rehearses a completely different shot now.
And then another.
And another. Yeah, take your pick.
So he has he rehearses a defensive shot and an attacking shot.
Yeah, well, the other one was the punch, wasn't it? So more attacking punch. The first one was just a waft.
It's that initial movement, and it's across. He ends up and still there's a massive gap between bat and pad there. This must interest the bowler to no end. Figure he can get one to move slightly and punch it through that opening, knock off the off stump, perhaps get an LBW.
It's a nice looking forcing shot into the offside, and they take one. I wonder what happened if he'd come around the wicket to Denver then, because he hasn't employed that. He did that with other batsmen earlier on, but not to Denver, who moves all the way across, and at some stage you may find that he's exposing his leg stump if you're coming around the wicket. Of course Denver may change, he may adapt, but that might be worth, and he is now. There you go. But it's to the left-hander. It's to the right-hander Denver that I'd like to see him try that. Again, the left trouser leg is on its way up.
Yeah, it just seems to happen a lot with him.
Yeah. Maybe he's more muscular on the left leg, and it takes longer for the trouser leg to drop.
Well, it is the left leg that
I don't know.
That's the leg that he bowls round. Maybe just carries up a little bit. Let's see what happens. Yeah, there it is. That's exactly what it is. We might have to get some trousers with legs to a bit wider around the calf area for Gordon.
Compensate for that muscle growth there. You know, he's got... it's a nice angle that he's got to the left-hander, but he's gone back over the wicket to the right-hander. I might have just given Denver a couple of balls around the wicket, and maybe one short one as well, just to see what he's like, because the ball's going to follow him.
Should get one onto the off the outer portion of the bat here. Might not be a bad shot to give it a try. Sure, you'll have a talk with his captain. End of the over. 80 for 6 here. Windward Islands have been bowled out for under 100 for the season already. So Jamaica will look to press home the advantage here. This partnership has not gone too far. Just 11 runs so far. And they've lost a wicket of Smith since they've come out since the lunch break. Caught at gully by Bonner for 8 runs. 3 wickets each for Mindley and 2 Gordon. Well, Green's back on the attack here, and while he's bowled 12 overs, none for 35, his figures really don't represent how well he's bowled.
He might want to try the off-break bowler again shortly, and again the field changes being made. It may be down to Green actually. When he turns around, you just have a look, and if there are people moving around and not quite set yet, just hang on, although he's concentrating on just bowling, isn't he?
Yeah, they had brought in the third slip in the last over to Denver, and they'd actually forgotten to make the fielding change, so they brought King out from that extra cover region into the third slip position. So just strengthening the cordon. There was a big gap between second slip and gully, so they're just trying to shore that up because they sense that there might be a edge here, given that Green is getting the ball to leave the right-hander. Tries that well and past the bowler. Not going to beat the fielder coming across though. Merchant does well.
going to start getting a little frustrated here, because you want to try and wrap this up as quickly as you can. You've got 6 down. I suppose at lunch they would have hoped, with 5 down, that they would have picked up an early wicket. Well, they've done that, and having done that with 6 down, you just want to push on, get 2 more, and really look to have Windward Islands up against the backs up against the wall.
On drive, that's not gone far away, and that's gone away for 4. In between that short mid-wicket position and the mid-on, and that is a nice shot there for 4 from Katoy. In the air, though, not far away from that short mid-wicket.
Yeah, he was comfortable with that. You give him the benefit of the doubt that he actually picked that spot out. It certainly looked like that on the replay. Put it exactly where he wanted it to go. There is a man lurking in that area, and as video was saying, it was in the air for a time.
Well, testing one outside the off stump. Thought about playing at it initially. Just enough movement away with Green round the wicket now. Just changing the angle here, Green.
Yeah, real effort ball, that one as well. Having gone for 4 the previous delivery, Green, you could hear that grunt of effort as he delivered that one.
Well, we can hear it up here, but that one sounded a bit louder.
Yes.
Has anybody opened the windows up there, up here?
I don't know what that one is, actually.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Heard that one a bit louder. So, nice battle going on between Green and Katoy. Well, 16 of 64. Denver 6 of 17 deliveries.
I'm okay with the window open. I'm not sure. I like the sound of Green giving some effort, and the cork on Willow as well. Last ball of the over.
Going to get 1 into that space between mid-off and the cover point. So 1 to end off the over here. Actually 86 for 6 the score.
It's just drifting a bit, isn't it, video, you know, without really suggesting that they're going to get rolled over, or that Windward Islands are on the verge of staging some kind of comeback. It's not one or either of those.
On the leg side, Denver was interested in the single. Goes back as Thomas skips around to do the fielding. 86 for 6 at the end of the over. Green's figures none for 41. Boundary in the over. Katoy 17 of 64. Denver still there on 6. What about the options? Who still is to come here? Just the fast bowlers now for the Windward Islands. Josh Thomas, who did not play in the first 2 games for the Windward Islands. He's back in. Promising young fast bowler out of the Windward Islands. Just to be exact, Josh Thomas from Grenada. Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis also there. So all 3 of the fast bowlers from Grenada. So obviously they've been doing something right there. They're doing a lot of work on their fast bowlers in Grenada.
It's up to Jamaica here to really make something happen in the game, because Windward Islands are perfectly happy to stay there, occupy the crease and pick up whatever runs they can.
Mindley is back. His first delivery outside the off stump there, and it's around that line, just trying to tempt Katoy into playing a false shot here.
And they've put 87 on the board, so for Jamaica that's not anywhere near a daunting title, so they could go on the attack here.
And with the success of Jamaica earlier in the early part of today, they could very well knock out Windward Islands for a low score. They would just be looking to bat once in this game.
Yeah, if conditions allow and batting isn't a problem tomorrow, then when they get in, they could quite easily pile up a score that would just allow them the one innings we should see.
Coming down the track, and that would have been interesting if that had hit the stumps. It flicked off the bowler's boot and runs away for 4 here. Not very far away from the stumps. I got the impression that hit Mindley's boot and almost back onto the stumps. Would have been interesting to see where the non-striker was. Of course, it didn't hit it. Yes, he was very. I think he would have been okay. Had his back foot behind the line. Yeah, so it's 4 all the way. Nice looking shot there by Kotoy. He's played a couple of very good drives now in the post-lunch session. That one was coming back in, dealt with it well. Looking a lot more comfortable now, Kotoy.
Well, he's faced 69 balls. I'm not sure who on the Windward Islands team was out there for a similar number of balls.
Hodge was out for 44. That's the most before this.
Well, there you go. So all of a sudden, Kotoy, without looking like a match winner at this early stage, is already the front runner for having faced more balls than any of his teammates. And he's up to 22 as well, which, given the low-scoring nature of the innings so far, is also important. Well, it is the case that whenever you get a low-scoring match, then occupation of the crease becomes really important. So,
just taking a look at the Jamaica lineup. I mean, they do have John Campbell, who's had 100 already for the tournament, 91 for 6 at the end of the over, and Kruma Bonner has also had 100. There's the Windward Islands batting card. Kotoy very close to taking over the as the top scorer of the innings. Hodge 23 of 45, 22 of 70. So it does prove that if you stay in this pitch for a period of time, you will get runs. And I'm sure the likes of Blackwood and Campbell and Bonner and these, they would be certainly looking at what's happening here today very closely. Well, surprisingly, no Merchant, but Blackwood's back on. Well, he's gone scoreless for 12 deliveries off him. Make that 13. It was that post-lunch session, pre-lunch session, that Blackwood came in, and rather innocuous looking medium paces that he came in with. Well, 12 deliveries straight where they just patted them back. Wonder if they're looking to go on the offensive here against Blackwood. Maybe not Dembo, but Kotoy might fancy his chances against him.
Just have a look, looking at the field and seeing what the likely field would be when Kotoy was on strike. But it's Denver for the moment.
Well, that's the first run scored of Blackwood. Of the 15 deliveries bowled here. I'm surprised that they didn't perhaps have Harty in, the leg spinner, or maybe the young off-break bowler, Kirk McKenzie. Maybe there's some turn on offer in this pitch. Too far there on the leg side. Well, we've been out here for almost 50 minutes now since the lunch break, and just the 1 wicket here for Windward Islands. A lot better session for them They lost 3 wickets in the first session, 2 in the first hour, 2 in the second hour. And maybe this is not the right time to bring on Blackwood, because Courtois is now starting to settle. He's starting to look more confident. And maybe you'd want someone in there that's going to force him to rethink his position in terms of attacking the bowlers. I don't think Blackwood is going to do that. Certainly thought about attacking that one. That's the end of the over. Just 1 run off the over from Blackwood. 92 for 6.
Yeah, you want to have a real threat. And at the moment, as I said to video, it just feels as though there's a little bit of a drift going on here. Jamaica not taking the game by the scruff of the neck and threatening to bowl Windward Islands out. And Windward Islands not at 2.3 runs and over, looking as though they're going to cause the scorers any trouble either. You really want to have one way or the other. As Mindley runs in again, and it's full down the leg side. He was lucky to get away with that. Leg side full toss that Demba now rehearses the shot that he wanted to play, which would have been depositing that over the deep mid-wicket boundary, I'm sure. Missed out there. Mindley will want to get his radar back now as he runs in. That's full. Again, it's a leg stump. It does go out to that mid-wicket boundary. So a small correction, but not enough to avoid giving up the boundary. Demba goes on to 11. He's faced 22 balls and the score is now 96 for 6. Right, well, I have to do some adjustment now because he's had one poor ball down leg side where he didn't give up runs, and that last one went for 4. That was also on the leg side. This one is straighter. He plays at that, misses. Has he edged that? You're kidding. My goodness, what a tame way to go. Outside the off stump, pushing at it, and it's one of the not traps, but one of the plans that Jamaica had been hammering away at, and it finally paid off. The faintest of edges there.
Well, that's the end of Demba. 11 of 23. It was always on the cards, wasn't it? He was going to play his shots, and not very circumspect about how he was approaching his batting there, and he's gotten one off the edge, and that is the end of him. Thomas taking his first catch of the innings. So 97 now for 6. 97 for 7, excuse me. And that'll bring first of the fast bowlers on. Should be Thomas to come on now. Let's see who they've brought on.
Sherman Lewis, I think.
Actually, Lewis has come out early.
Sorry.
So, gotten a slight promotion here, Lewis. Lewis actually batted at number 11 in that game against Guyana, where they put on those 124 runs for the 9th wicket. So, he's got himself a 2-spot promotion here. Why not? Of course, he's a West Indian player once again, part of the tour to the Netherlands and Pakistan.
Demba had just tucked Mindley neatly off his legs for 4 through the deep mid-wicket area, and then went to push at one outside the off stump. He'd felt the ball on bat and thought, well, I like this.
Try to go for some more.
And then edge that one.
Well,
we were just talking about Jamaica taking the game by the scruff of the neck. Maybe this is their move now.
it's not like what we saw from Lewis in that partnership. he was very, very circumspect in terms of his batting and let a lot of balls go in that innings. But plays at one immediately here. Mindley has 4 for 18, outstanding figures from him.
Cottoy went down to have a chat with Lewis there, as if to say, you've just come in, take your time, we can't afford to lose another wicket. Maybe he didn't say as much as that, but something to that effect.
That's more like what we saw from Lewis at the Queen's Park Oval a couple of months ago. I'll give you his stats in a moment in that innings that he played. And they were in all sorts of trouble. They weren't in a terrible position, but Lewis actually made 31 of 111 balls he faced in that innings and hit 3 fours. Preston McSween, who was the more attacking of the batsmen, 86 of 103. He's better defend. He defends very well, Lewis. Maybe not. He doesn't have the shots to really create a lot of runs, but he will stay there and hold up one end. 96 for 7, 40 overs gone in the innings.
Yes, Cottoy now is the man to look at, having been in and faced 74 balls. He's on 22, but whether or not someone like Lewis can stay with him, actually the first question is whether Cottoy can hang around himself. But without some serious partnerships now, this is going to fall apart very quickly for Windward Islands.
And we continue with Blackwood. None for 1 off his 3 overs. Well, they've gone for the single here, and that's going to be easy for them. Perhaps it's a situation where they're under so much pressure against the likes of Green and Gordon, and especially Mindley, that they might want to chance their arm against Blackwood. And they're trying to give them a sort of a release valve and perhaps give away their wickets that way.
Yeah, anything that they can take now, I think they're going to get.
And they do get what appears to be a leg bye here. It is a leg bye, so Merchant just a 1 over, none for 4 in his single over. Blackwood is now bowling his 4th over. 10 overs for Marquino Mindley, 13 for Gordon and 13 for Green so far.
Yeah, the seamers have done the bulk of the bowling. Blackwood has come and chipped in with a couple, like you say. It's 3rd now.
Cuts that away well, and that has gone for 4. Fielder was square of the wicket, no 3rd man in place, and that is the boundary. The first one of Blackwood. And Cottoy, 3rd 4 since he's come out after the break here. So he's now starting to feel very comfortable at the crease. Some width on offer there from Blackwood. And just seeing the ball there, it still looks pretty shiny. Still looks in pretty good shape here, so maybe not quite in the shape where you would expect someone like Merchant and even John Campbell to come into bowl there off spin.
Well, they've had 40 overs, haven't they? But the thing is, the outfield is good, and the ball hasn't come in for a lot of punishment.
Yeah, in terms of the options, I keep mentioning Campbell, but he hasn't bowled for the season. So he hasn't used himself since he's become skipper here, John Campbell. 2 matches he's played so far, not a ball bowled. Harty is not in the squad today. And Williams also not in the squad for this one. It's a question of maybe Jamaica packed a little bit light here in the bowling department.
Well, with 7...
So the options...
Yeah, well, with 7 down... Hopefully for them, what they've got on show will be able to do it. I mean, we were talking earlier on about adding 2 wickets. 2 more here would put them 9 down, and then you would say that they had enough of a bowling attack. Anyway, at the end of... Go on, sorry, video.
41 overs, 102 for 7, and that is the 1 hour mark after the lunch break. So we'll take a break ourselves. So just a couple of wickets have fallen since then. Smith gone for 8 and Denver for 11. Windward Islands at the first water break after lunch, 102 for 7. Just about ready to resume after the water break. 34 runs for 2 wickets during the last hour in the post-lunch session. Umpire Zahid Basarat and Danish Ramdani. That's umpire Ramdani in the picture there, the man from Tableland, the 55-year-old from Tableland, which he calls the pineapple capital of Trinidad and Tobago. Produces large expanses of pineapple, that part of the country. Umpire Ramdani officiating his 32nd first-class match. As for umpire Basarat, this is his 30th in all. Mindley, 2 slips and a gully in place now for Katoy. And Katoy looking very, very comfortable at the moment here, just playing forward. That's actually, that's Lewis looking comfortable. He and Katoy are 2 tall young men. He's a very difficult batsman to dislodge, Lewis. And as I say that, just on form, almost edges one to the keeper.
Got him completely turned around there as well. It's funny how you play him at a different level, maybe 1 or 2 levels down, and he gets the footwork all in the right area, and he just rehearses it there, showing exactly where he would have liked his feet to have gone, pointing straight back down the wicket there. Well, it didn't quite work out then, didn't it?
Well, this is something we didn't see the Ghana bowlers do a lot of, which is to bowl those shorter deliveries to the likes of Lewis and to, well, they tried it against McSween, but he was well able to put them away. Not so much to Lewis. I think there was a reason for that during that game, because in the early part there was a bouncer bowled at Kimani Melius, got struck in the helmet, and he had to leave the match with a concussion. So
that's when the concussion substitute came in.
That's right.
I heard
which
that
was
term earlier on.
Bishop.
I thought that was concussion substitute. Okay. Because the concussion substitute is different from the 12th man coming on.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe it'd be worth mentioning that to viewers at home who haven't
heard about the concussion
it before.
Substitute. Yeah. Well, the first one in Test history actually came during the Ashes a couple of years ago. In that was the Australian player. His name just escapes me right now. It was an injury that Steve Smith got injured, and they brought the concussion substitute just come in.
That's okay. I mean, you're struggling with remembering his name. I'm struggling with remembering the match at all. I mix up the matches where Steve Smith has been hit on the head. Anyway, it's...
Ball them straight through him, and Marquino Mindley has his 5th wicket. 5 for 18, straight through the defences of Lewis. This time a little bit of movement in towards the batsman, defeated the shot, and that is 8 wickets down. Mindley has 5 of them.
Well, it's beginning to truly unravel here. He actually ends up looking as though he's got into a good position, but it's too late. And then you see the gap between bat and pad. There was that moment when he needed to be in position and he wasn't. And there was a large gap through which that ball went.
Yeah, so Lewis gone there for a duck, and just a few balls after said he's difficult to dislodge. Here he is.
Comprehensively bowled. You put the curse on him, video.
I certainly did. I'm not wearing my Jamaica uniform today, by the way. Well, in terms of it's Preston McSween who's coming in at number 10, and he had 86 batting at number 10 for Windward Islands earlier in the season. I was mentioning that earlier. Hopefully that does not put the hoodoo on him here. Just to mention the concussion substitute, that came for the first time during the 2019 Ashes series. Steve Smith was hit on the neck by a bouncer from Jofra Archer, and he was ruled out for the remainder of the test. Amanus Labuschagne, which is a difficult name to remember all the same, but he's an outstanding batsman. That was his first test match, and he came in, and that's what launched his remarkable career so far.
Right, and just to clarify something, it's a difficult name to remember because it's very unusual. It's an Afrikaans name. I'll come back to that after this delivery.
Just testing there, McSween. Mindley is a real handful here, 5 for 18.
And the English pronunciation of that South African name is Labuschagne, but the Afrikaans pronunciation of that name is Labuschagne.
Sounds about right.
Well, you're going to believe me because you don't speak Afrikaans, but okay, I mean, I could just have made that up, couldn't I? But I think anyone who...
I'll trust your pronunciation of Afrikaans.
I'll come back to that after this delivery.
More movement here for Mindley.
No, because I'd never seen the name, and they have some very unusual names there. So I asked someone who was Afrikaans, but I didn't come out and deliberately just ask it. I said, if I said this name to you, what would you think? And I said Labuschagne, and they looked at me non-pulsed. There wasn't a clue how to pronounce it, and said, "Oh, you mean Labuschagne?" So that's how I found out about it. Right, there's the bowling card to date.
I'll stick to calling him Manus. We'll stick with that. So there is the bowling card, looking very good there. 5 wickets for Mindley, 3 for Gordon, 8 wickets down so far. Just last 2 here. And looks like Josh Thomas has been pushed down to the number 11. McSween has joined Karen Kotoy. There's also been in women's cricket concussion substitutes used. That also happened back in 2019. Slightly away from his body, but nothing doing there. The West Indian player Shabika Gajnabi was the first concussion substitute in women's cricket. She replaced Chanel Henry. That's not Afrikaans, by the way, in case you're wondering.
Where does he get these things? He hasn't got notes. I'm looking at him and thinking, well, where are the notes? How do you know this? And he just wealth of information, some of which is useful.
Thank you.
I like working with video. You know, you're gonna learn a lot.
Really? 104 for 8 outside of concussion substitutes. They're also COVID-19 substitutes, but we won't get into that.
No,
want to jinx anyone here?
Surely there aren't. Oh, of course, yes. Yeah.
Been quite a few already.
I know what you mean now. Yeah. That's a good run.
Close, very, very close indeed.
Well, it was going to be his end. He realised that. He was the one who was calling for the quick single. He ended up having to dive in there, but it would have taken a terrific hit to get him out. Let's see how quickly he set off. Yes, he was gone right away.
Yeah, he had to put in the dive. Luckily
and he was
for him,
he was in.
He was in.
Yeah, he was in. Yeah.
Brandon King is a fine fielder.
Yeah, that was a good pick-up.
Pick up and throw while in midair.
Good stop in the slips there as well.
He's very good in that position. And Nkrumah Bonner.
We've only seen the one chance go down at all. That was in the slips at the other end, wasn't it? That was the Blackwood one at second slip that went down. And apart from that, I think the fielding has been very good. There was the one football incident. I wouldn't call it incident. That's a bit strong, isn't it? But maybe I'm being a bit fussy.
Oh. Came off the pad. He's appealing for LBW. Is that going to go down the leg side? Well, he's a bit lucky there, McSween.
I think he's lucky, yeah.
Yeah, that one maybe for height. That one was not given.
Okay, height. Let's have a look. Ronnie Vikramdas is telling us it's height. Height. Yeah, that was going over. Well spotted.
Well spotted by Ronnie.
Yeah.
For once, he is correct. Yes.
Well, he had to find some way for us to call his name, didn't he? He'd been quiet up until now.
He just couldn't take it anymore.
10-2, and Ronnie makes an appearance. Oh, leave it. He wanted to lose that.
Yes, he wanted to. 43 overs gone in the innings here. 105 for 8. Kotoy will face up the next over. But the thing is, the interesting thing about McSween, during that 86 that he got against Guyana, Lewis at one end was just blocking everything. Now, McSween, also good in defense, but when the ball was when you gave him any sort of width, he went after it with some real venom. And he hit some big sixes. There were a few that landed in the Larry Constantine stand at the Queen's Park Oval. So hit some massive ones.
Big shots. Mindley in now. Oh, what was that then? It's another aborted run up.
Actually, he had a sideways look at the umpire
Yeah.
before he pulled out. So maybe there was something. Umpire Ramdani telling him just to hold up there a little bit.
For the most part, they've been things that were going on with the slip cordon, but that one I don't know. Another good single and another bit of football.
It's not quite impressive. I don't think
I just don't
Eric
like
Ten
it.
Hag is going to
Don't like
call
it.
him at any time.
It just looks well, a little bit lazy to me. From the infielders, with the bowlers, I tend to understand it a little bit more. But with the close infielders, they're athletes, aren't they? They're gazelles, and they like to get their hands on the ball. It's a good habit to get into. Hands on the ball. Youngsters watching, if any, get into a good habit. Pick it up with your hands.
One got him in some trouble there, McSween.
Not forward, not back. Wasn't sure, was he?
Yeah, it was a kind of length that he's pretty uncomfortable with. If you pitch it up to him, he's going to put it away. Loves to play the pull shot also. But if you're just targeting the top of off stump, yeah, he's just caught in the middle there. He's not able to deal with it quite as well. See how much that length is really troubling McSween here. '26-year-old Preston McSween. That 50 that he got against Guyana was that the first of his career? It was first of his career. He's only playing his 12th first-class match for the Windward Islands. It's definitely some problems there for him. You know that he wants to get after it there, but that length from Mindley has kept it very well here. 5 for 20. Down the leg side this time. Now, Mindley's best bowling figures in an innings is 5 for 35. So if he gets another wicket here, certainly will be his best first-class figures. 106 for 8. Katoy will resume here on 29. So Jamaica 44 overs. Remember, we are targeted to get to 90. We're already past what should be the halfway point of the day, the water break after lunch, and they have not gotten to the halfway point in the overs yet. So they're going to have to bring in the spinners at some point if they are to push the over rate along.
It could be that they are looking for the bowl out. Not going to worry about the number of overs.
Over 8, that's right.
It's still quite early, isn't it? Just before 2 o'clock, so you've got time. Katoy has done a good job here to just hold Jamaica up. Nice looking
Driven
shot.
nicely for 4. That is another one of his excellent drives that he's played today. And coming out after lunch, I don't know what he had for lunch, but it's obviously helped him a lot here. Look at this from round the wicket. Certainly hit it on the up, past the fielder, and that raced away. And here's another one, pitched up once again, this time to the right of the fielder. And Kotoy, 2 boundaries here. This is equivalent to 6 sixes in the context of this match, because flurry of runs finally. So Kotoy, 37 off 85 deliveries. It just shows you that if you're able to stay in for any period of time on this pitch, the runs will come. Some of these batsmen have scored runs on this pitch before. I believe that King got a big 100 here against TNT.
Yeah, showing some really good application here. Two nice looking shots. 37 off 86. I mean, both the numbers are important. You want to get runs on the board, but at the same time, you also want to take up as much time in the middle as possible. You don't want Jamaica getting in and having a really long bat.
On the back of the pad, is that going to be dismissed? No, he's not. Down the leg side here, coming round the wicket. Always going to be difficult to get the LBW decision there. I think that may have struck him in front of the stumps, but from that angle may not have carried on.
No.
Yeah, just about mid-stump, so that may have missed leg stump by some margin.
And as you said, from around the wicket and the angle, no. Umpire was unmoved, as well as Green runs in again.
Just getting some movement in also. That would be at the back of the umpire's mind. 114 for 8 at the end of the over. Now we're talking about the Jamaica batting. Brandon King has scored 100 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. His second first-class 100 came here at the end of the 2018-2019 West Indies Championship season. TNT Red Force defeated Jamaica by 85 runs here. But King got 133 in Jamaica's 252. They were chasing 338 for victory and bowled out to lose that game. 18 fours and 4 sixes in 119 balls for Brandon King here. So he obviously will have some great memories of that.
The danger that I can see for Windward Islands is that the conditions this afternoon and later on this afternoon are going to be a little bit different from this morning, when Windward Islands were having to face the bowlers who were moving the ball about. Conditions suited them.
Played that a bit late there.
That may not be the case if and when Jamaica gets to bat this afternoon. It could be that they will enjoy the conditions, and if they're able to put a good score on there, it'll set things up nicely for tomorrow. So it's really important that Windward Islands keep at it here.
Flick that away. That's going to run away for 4. Nice shot once again. This time by McSween. Plays that shot really well. We saw a few of those at the Oval earlier this year. Pitched up on the line of the leg stump and put away well. Gordon has taken 3 wickets here. He's trying to bowl a bit fuller here to defeat McSween, but he was equal to it.
Yeah, the Jamaica bowlers have continued to be brave in keeping the ball up there and giving it the best possible chance for it to move and do something, in particular earlier on when it was swinging around. There's no doubt about it. We saw that on many occasions. May now just be losing that that advantage of swing. The ball is now, what, 45 overs old as well?
Driving away from his body again, but can't get it past Mindley.
There was one stage when we had a look at the ball, albeit from a distance, and it still had a good bit of shine on, but that was some while ago now. And after 45 overs, a little bit softer now.
He's going for the pull shot. There's a lot of space on the leg side. There is a fine leg in place, but no one out on the boundary anywhere in that mid-wicket area. So if you can get it out there, it's going to be runs, but easier said than done here against Gordon.
Yeah, anything,
certainly not the length there to pull that shot.
Anything square will bring you runs. There is a man at square leg, but once it passes him, that's it.
Runs here for McSween, just one. Also what's working for these two, it's a left-hand, right-hand combination. So the bowlers constantly have to change their lines here. It's been a good innings from Katoy. 3 really good drives since he's come back out.
37. He's on. He's just maybe some thoughts of something a little bit more attractive for him to finish the day on. Finds the man at mid-on. That's the end of the over.
It is 119 for 8 at the end of it. McSween's going to face up the first ball of the new over. And yeah, there have been quite a few birds around the stadium here. Maybe some work that needs to be done also there. Birds nesting in and around us.
Yeah, it's almost impossible when you've got a structure like this. Birds are going to find places to come and build their nests. And if you look at the surrounding area as well, it's not as though, you know, it's in a town or city or something where it's right out here.
Down the leg side, that's high into the air. There's a fielder coming around, and he drops it. Didn't quite get in fast enough there, Green, and never was in the position to take that catch.
There was a moment when, there was a moment of indecision when the man running from, where was he, mid-wicket.
Slug was there.
Yeah, he started to get involved, backed out, but by then Green wasn't that short, maybe just pulled up a little bit and then had to get back into it. And at that point,
I think it came off the back of the bat. That's why it just spooned into the air. And as the ball was coming down, Lugg was pulling out of it, and Gordon suddenly had to come in and try to take the catch. So the second blemish for Jamaica today, that outside of that Blackwood miss.
And that was a much more difficult one, that one. They'd like to have that one back, I'm sure. But that's not the way it works, I'm afraid. You have to take the chances when they come to you. They missed out on that one.
Blackwood in his 5th over, still a bit too early here to see the off spinner on. We may not see him until the second innings of this game. Windward Islands, is there any way back for them here? Getting bowled out for a low score on the first day. Very difficult to see any team coming back from that. Oh, lofted on drive this time for 4, and he has come out. Stinging in the second part of the day here. 41 now of 92 deliveries.
It's going to be a
very well.
Long chase. Have to go under the stands to retrieve that one. A couple of steps down the track, and as you say, lofted on drive and goes way into the underbelly of the stands at the far end. Still going, look, disappears into the darkness.
Well, it's been found. That's the good news. He's a batsman of some quality, Katoy. Does have 100 and a 50 in his short career. 14th first-class match today. (103) not out his 100. Also first-class cricket. In list A cricket, he actually has 250s in 40 matches. He's played a bit more list A cricket.
Well, he's not that far off another one here. 41 off 93. He keeps his head. Doesn't do anything rash. He's on.
Problem for him, he hasn't been able to play a lot of matches. He made his debut back in 2011. On 24 for 8 there after the over. Made his debut back in February 2011 at Cave Hill. Only 13 matches since then, so it's a fairly long time to just those 13 matches. Perhaps pigeonholed as more of a white ball cricketer. Always works against players like him.
Well, it'll be McSween.
So still 8 wickets down here. McSween 12 of 18 deliveries. Katoy 41 now, in sight of what could be his second first-class 50. Be a great effort for him and coming at the best time for his team. Well, they're both... Well, that was a very good throw. Yes, he's got him! Indecision between the two batsmen, and McSween perishes here. He started down the track, and eventually, by the time he got back in, the stumps were already broken, so the 9th wicket goes down, and not the way that you would have expected to see it here. Indecision between the two batsmen, and McSween's gone for 12.
Well, in tennis, I think, Vidya, you know that they've got things that are called unforced errors. And I'm afraid to say that there was no need for that.
Umpire Bassarat giving the decision at the other end. And McSween came, Katoy sent him back. Katoy then appeared interested. Maybe he started down again and then decided to go back. At that time it was too late. It was hit. The stumps were hit. And I think it was the man coming in at that point position. I think, or was it Bonner who was the one who hit it? It is Bonner who went to his right, did the fielding and hit the mark.
Well, they're always spectacular, aren't they? The direct hit. Good bit of fielding.
So just one more wicket here for Jamaica. And already their openers will be thinking about how they're going to approach their innings. As a batsman, you will be starting to think about that already. One more wicket, just a 10-minute break before they come back in. Far away from it there, but for the Jamaica batsmen, certainly they would think they owe the team some runs. Successful over there, the run out of McSween in it, 128 for 9.
Cartoy is going to be on strike. He's on 41, he's faced 94 balls, and he's come so close here to a 50, and it's a big ask for the number 11, Thomas, to come in and chaperone Cartoy to that 50, but just as important is that they take some time out of the game and away from Jamaica. So it's not just about helping your friend to score another 9 runs or your team to put some runs on the board.
Cartoy was almost halfway down the track there when he faced that one.
And then he remembered who he was running with. I mean, I'm not trying to say that Thomas can't hold a bat. It's just that if you're batting number 11, the likelihood is that the skipper has recognised that there are 10 people who are better with the bat than you are.
Once the possibility of 2 is not there, he's not going to go for it. Josh Thomas batting at number 11. Made his first class debut on December 2018 for the Windward Islands in the 2018-2019 regional for the tournament.
Just thinking, when they were 5 or 6 down, did we think that they might get up to 150?
Certainly did not look on the cards at that time.
Because from here, 128 for 9, then 150 seems like a long way away. But we're talking about another 9 runs for Cartoy. That would take them up to 130 odd, and then 150 odd doesn't seem that far away. But they've got to get these 9 first.
Could have had a single there, but they decided against it.
I think it's off the last 2 balls of the over that they'll think about any kind of single. This one or the next one, perhaps.
Tries that well, and could get more than a couple here.
They'll just take the 1.
Yeah, he just took the 1. That's right. Wants to maintain the strike. Has given Thomas here just the 1 delivery to face. See how he faces up to Blackwood out at the Queen's Park Oval. Battle of the defending champions and the former champions. Well, Chanderpaul now up to 32 of 155 deliveries. Tevin Imlak is now on 53. Guyana recovering well after losing Chandrapal Hemraj for 19. They're now 112 for 1. Yeah, it's wasted delivery there with the last one of the over. So Cartoy will face up to his 100 ball next. Tell you what's happening out at the over comes to an end. 129 for 9. Out at Diego Martin Sporting Complex, the Leeward Islands have now recovered to 174 for 3, so things are going a lot better for them. Kieran Powell, 82 not out, and Amir Jangu paying back the home team a little bit, 45 not out. Earlier in the season he had such a poor run, couldn't seem to buy a run, but he's gone back. Credit to him, he's gone back, he's retooled, he's been in Trinidad, he's been training hard, and has been very good. 45 of 73 deliveries, 7 fours there. Oh, good delivery, Gordon.
To dig that one out, didn't he?
Certainly had to. And a man who's faced 100 balls here. That's going to be difficult to defeat him at this point. But 42 of 100 for Cartoy.
I'd like to see Cotoy get his 50. I think he's worked very hard for it. He's shown a lot of resolve in being out there as wickets have tumbled around him.
Well, he wants to get that 52, and he gets 4 more here as he gets within 4 runs of the 50. A lofted boundary over that extra cover region, and that is
thinking, can you? Maybe not. I better just do this myself. 133 for 9. How quickly that 150 comes into focus. A couple of lusty blows. Not yet.
Only the 3rd ball of the over, so he's not going to go for the single. Not long ago, after lunch, they were 69 for 6. Now they've doubled that tally, just about doubled the tally, losing only 3 further wickets here. Still, you feel that this is not going to be enough to challenge Jamaica. Jamaica should be able to, at least you would think they would get in the region of 300 on this pitch. At least that would be their plan.
Yeah, not even 150, but stranger things have happened. You get a target 150, and for some reason the incoming side get off badly, and they're 3 or 4 down for 50 or 60. You feel as though you're in with a shout. Windward Islands would have to bowl particularly well, though.
Trying to get the bouncer in at him to keep him on strike, but was able to. How do you describe that? Is that a pull shot or a hook shot? Yeah, or is it just some new wave shot that he's played?
Let me just saw the paddle at the end and tamely put it down to the man in the deep there. Mind you, he did come up with the single, so he's successful in that end. We've got 1 more ball left.
Try to get the Yorker there, but just gonna. He's been sent back here, John Thomas.
Thomas has got his own fish to fry, hasn't he? Where's my off the mark?
Yeah, well, he's not going to get off the mark because he's going to have to stay put here. Could have gone for 2, perhaps, but
I think 2 would have been pushing it. But that was quite funny because there was quite clearly a single on there, and the automatic thing to do, you run, and then Cotoy thought the better of it. Nope, sent him back. Thomas slightly surprised, and then up here we were laughing and joking about the fact that if Thomas does get out, then Cotoy will have sentenced him to a duck when he could have got off the mark. Anyway, it wasn't to be. 134 for 9.
50th over complete here. Cotoy is 3 away from a second first-class 50 for himself. Thinks about 2 here, and there should be 2 on. Well, that could be close. Think he's got him here. The umpire says, Danish Ramdani says, yes, he's gotten there. So that's 2 there for Cotoy, who's now on 49.
We might get to have a look at this. Campbell's not happy with it. He was on top of it. Here comes the second run. Here comes the dive. Yeah, I think he might be home.
Yeah, I think he got there. In fact, the bat was grounded and was sliding in. But there was an indecision here, just at that point.
That one, yeah. If you're going to go. Right, so the slow motion always helps us out. It's in the gloves. The bails are off.
at second look.
Oh, sorry.
I think that is
sorry.
Very, very close indeed.
Yes, I'm gonna go with you. Yeah, that was very close.
Very close. But they were already celebrating, Jamaica. But still, ninth wicket partnership goes on between Kotoy and Thomas. So Kotoy should just one more to get his 50 now. And we did mention that Diego Martin is now the latest first-class venue in the West Indies. Well, that's coming back in, not enough to take the off stump. But there's a story out on Cricket West Indies, windiescricket.com, about that, marking the occasion of it becoming the latest first-class venue in the Caribbean. Several dignitaries from the government and Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board across there. And that is his 52nd first-class 50 for Kiran Kotoy. And it has been a very good innings for his team. And when you consider their 137 for 9, 50 not out, represents the biggest score within that. Congratulations to him from Josh Thomas. And I'm not sure if he's going to give Thomas much more the strike now.
Well, if the aim was the personal one, you can understand that, because the personal one also, because of the state of the game, fits in with the team goal, which was to put some runs on the board, so that's okay. But now, after this ball, interesting leave.
Well, that was a run on. They decide not to go for it. Thomas still has not scored.
Yeah, so if
saying?
If the aim was to get those 9 runs, those 9 runs have gone. We said that would take them up to 130 odd, 137 now, so we're only 13 away from the 150. That's always a nice mark. Your goal is still to take time out of Jamaica's time at the crease.
Naughty shot there by Thomas. He survives. At the end of the over, the Windward Islands are 137 for 9.
Right, so there's a degree of frustrating the opposition now, which is to stay out there for as long as possible. Frustrate them by picking up runs where you can, and if you get the opportunity to put the bad ball away, then you put it away.
As Azim Bassarat, the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, to the right, in the pink shirt, as they say, real men wear pink, right? And there he is. He was actually also at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex earlier today, Azim Bassarat. There's a record of it here on windiescricket.com. Director of CWI, Deborah Coriat Patton, was also there. High up into the air, this could be caught. The bowler's gone across to take the return catch and takes it well. That is Gordon's 4th wicket, and the Windward Islands have been dismissed for 137 here. And Kotoy, after getting to his 50, spoons one, which the bowler takes easily.
Yeah, he got right underneath that. The only thing that he got hold of was the elevation part. Hardly got off the strip. And Gordon bowled then. Well done for him. Was that 4?
That is 4 for Gordon.
Well, we'll see that reflected in the bowling figures when we give you that. We'll have the card. We were talking about when we go through the card. I said 3 times. I'm going to add a 4th. Now, of course, when at the close of the innings, and we'll get that now. I'll leave Vidya to go through the card. He likes
54
that, yeah.
Kotoy certainly dominating. He was last out. 23 for Hodge, and considering they were 69 for 6 when they came out after lunch and lost their first wicket there, it is a recovery of sorts, but it's not going to trouble Jamaica, you feel. 137, not an adequate reflection of the ability in this Windward Islands camp, but it is what it is. Now, the bowling figures, 2 bowlers dominating proceedings here. There was the run out, and McSween run out for 12, And on the bowling side, Gordon taking 4 wickets. That was, he took the last one there for 42, but dominated by Marquino Mindley, his best first-class figures, beating his previous best. He would have loved to have taken another wicket, but 5 for 20, his career best figures in first-class cricket. Congratulations also to him.
5 for 20 off 12. Yeah, that combination of Mindley and Gordon, and in no small measure either, Green being thrown in there. Right, you went for a couple, but he had enough of a presence to cause them some danger. And whenever he was at the other end, you never felt as though there was any slippage in the potential for wicket taking. Green didn't take a wicket here, but he was up there and he caused them some problems. So a good all-round bowling effort by Jamaica, I think, to bowl them out for 137. And we've got plenty of time left.
Plenty of time, but we are just about 7 minutes or so from the start of the Jamaica reply. Join us for that. Windward Islands Volcanoes bowled out for 137. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in South Trinidad. Jamaica versus Windward Islands in this WICB Championship match. And the news is we haven't gotten to tea yet, and the Windward Islands have been bowled out for 137, 50 for Keran Kotoy, 23 for Kevin Hodge, and the wickets 5 for 20. Career best figures for Marquino Mindley, and 4 for 42 for Nicholson Gordon. Demolition of Windward Islands. It could have been worse. They were actually 69 for 6 at one point, but Mindley, but actually it was Kotoy that kept them going. Now it's the Jamaica team, Jamaica Scorpions, out there to do the business with the bat, and Sheldon Rooks beside me. Certainly this game will definitely have a result now. Unless there's rain, it definitely will be a result. Once you see a team go down so early on the first day, we should be in for Jamaica trying to bat out a couple of days here.
Good afternoon, Vidya, and good afternoon to everyone at home, wherever you may be listening. The great thing about a live stream broadcast is that you can get people listening in places completely different from the teams that are taking part. So I know that there are people listening in various parts of the Caribbean and as well further afield in England. And it's difficult to talk about a recovery when you've ended up on 137 all out, isn't it? But they did look as though they could fold very, very quickly. The bad news started with them losing the toss and being put in, and they were one down in the second over, and it really never got any better from there. Well, the high point, I think, well, we did at least have the 50, didn't we?
Yes, we did, and that was his second 50 of his career.
Yeah, that was an attractive, well, I say attractive, it was a stoic knock, and it was absolutely essential that he put those runs on, and he took up some of the time because it was well over 100 balls, wasn't it? So good news for him. Not so great for the team, but we'll see how Windward Islands get on here, and we'll see how Jamaica get on. They won't have to face the same sort of conditions that we had early on. We had plenty of cloud cover. There was a nice strong breeze coming across, and we did get lots of sideways movement, didn't we? The ball was swinging about quite a lot. We even had some movement off the pitch, but it will be up to Jamaica to make the most of slightly better batting conditions and to cut out the kind of errors that Windward Islands had.
Leroy Lugg and Campbell, the two batsmen out there. John Campbell, captain of the Jamaica Scorpions, will be facing up. Lugg, as you can see there, at the non-striker's end, and the left-arm pacer Preston McSween. The three pacers for the Windward Islands from the same island. That's Grenada. Nice spread of islands here. Grenada, Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines well represented here. Wow, what kind of shot was that early here? Test opener trying to swat that one away. Or was that a leave?
And that he swatted at that after the ball had gone. That was just, he saw some movement in there as well. It had already bounced and gone past him when he playfully had a little swat at it.
Likes to get on with it, John Campbell, but he is short of runs. In fact, he's the only batsman from Jamaica to score more than 200 runs for the season, averaging 53.25. This one he is going to pull away, and that's not going to go to the boundary. He will get two as he ambles up and picks up two here. 213 runs for the season, 127 his highest score. Outside of Campbell, this is where the problem has been for Jamaica. Not a lot of runs to go with it. Palmer, 133 for the season, 4 innings, averaging 33. Blackwood, 122, averaging 30. And Bonner just getting 86 runs in the only game that he played. This one is a much better pull shot that is going to fly to the boundary for 4 here. Imperious shot there from Campbell to start off.
Well, you've seen 2 connections in 3 balls that suggest that there could be a problem here. Because if you've seen the ball that well, that early, remember in the first 2, 3, 4 overs of the Windward Islands innings, little bits and pieces here, but it took them some time to get into it. Then the wicket started to tumble. There was never anyone who just came in so convincingly dispatching the ball to the boundary, and that was a good hit.
Just to remind you, these 2 teams at the bottom of the table. Jamaica actually lower in terms of they're at the bottom of the table on
with the points,
were but 2 points shy of the Windward Islands. But really, on what we've seen so far, the Windward Islands have not come out of this break during the 2nd to 3rd round in a very good shape here. Certainly have not put in a convincing performance with the bat. And with the ball already, Campbell, well, he looks like he means business here today. Down the leg side from McSween. So let's take a look at how the wickets have gone for the Windward Islands bowlers for the season. The best bowler for Windward Islands has been Kenneth Demba, 10 wickets, averaging 17. Sherman Lewis has 9. But for McSween, he's been fairly unlucky. He's only had 4 wickets and his average 49.25. Not the best returns he's had for any season so far. Outside of that, 4 wickets for Larry Edwards, who is not in today. So not a hatful of wickets outside of the spin of Demba and Lewis, who's been consistent all the way through.
Campbell with a nice forward defensive shot out into the offside. It's always nice when the players early on look well organised, compact, strike the ball well. After that they'll look to start finding the gaps.
On the onside this time, Campbell was part of one of the great partnerships in the history of ODI cricket as the first over comes to an end, 6 without loss. West Indies scored 381 for 3. Shea Hope and John Campbell absolutely battered everyone and everything in sight. It was a massive. Campbell got 179.
Who were they
170
battering at that
against
time?
Ireland.
Close enough.
It wasn't England this time.
No, it wasn't England, but it was close. It was close enough.
And I know you must have been thinking England somewhere at the back of your mind, but it's
I'm only joking.
Close to home.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. What a partnership that was. That was some batting by Campbell and Hope. Maybe has been unfairly pegged as a white ball batsman by many, but still really has to get his career together in terms of the red ball cricket. Many have not been convinced by him as a batsman at the test level. So, Lugg, first ball for him. He hasn't had a great season either. 65 runs, he's batted all 4 innings. Highest score of 39, averaging 16.25. Leroy Luggs certainly owes some runs also.
Again, with that delivery there, just lifting up a little bit, tuck that down, landed at his feet. It just goes to show that there's enough in the wicket if you want to get some lift out of it, put something in and get something back.
Well, that's a lovely on drive by Lugg. Not one of the easiest shots to play, and he made that look very simple indeed. Down to the boundary for 4. His first boundary is off the mark.
Yeah, that was up there, wasn't it? Just where he'd like that. You can see that shot being practiced and practiced again and again by Lugg, possibly in the indoor school where it's just on on the pads, open up a little bit and straight back down.
Very, very new to the Jamaica lineup, just 25 years old. First two matches of the season were, in fact, his first two matches in his career. Made his debut against TNT here in the first game of the season. So
strong in defence.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's still building his career here, Rooksy.
I wonder who he plays for in Jamaica then, where he plays his club cricket. I know there are a few people from Jamaica who are watching on. Just put in the comments and we'll give you a shout out where he plays his club cricket.
Actually represented the West Indies under-19 team also. That was at the World Cup back in 2013. Scored a 50 for West Indies in a win against Bangladesh. Beat him that time. Good bowling by Lewis.
Going to give Lug the benefit of the doubt there that he just pulled inside the line at the end as he saw that ball lift on him, and he just pulled the bat inside. It was the line that drew him into wanting to play. He then just saw that the length was back.
Yeah, not quite there for him to play through the line.
Yeah, he didn't need to push it in the end. That was good judgment. Lug, he looks well organised, doesn't he?
Well, not that time, as he plays this one between third slip and gully away for a 4. Certainly not the kind of shot that he would want to repeat. And Thomas down on his knees at the moment. That flew exactly into space between third slip and gully.
Yeah, that would have been right down the man's throat. The one place where there is a gap is where that ball went. Three slips, a gully, a backward point. And two big gaps, I suppose. Third slip and the gully, and then between gully and backward point. But he found the gap.
Waiting for the square cut this time. A lot of hands on heads at the moment there among the Windward Islands team. They're searching for the breakthrough. Lug survives. He's on 8-14 without loss at the end of 2 overs.
Well, you get the feeling when you are in the field that someone like Lug, who has shown already early on that he likes to play his shots, you may have a chance. The difficulty is how long it's going to take to get him and what damage he may do in between now and the time that you get him.
McSween's going to return here. Thomas has played in 14 first-class matches before this. 41 wickets already. Nice shape there from McSween, starting just about the off stump. Campbell saw it all the way.
And I was saying that there wasn't going to be as much swing later on, or not as much as we'd seen this morning, but that ball just disproved that theory, didn't it? That was a beautiful shape. And the moment it left his arm, gave that nice look. It's in the air, and then it got closer and closer and then moved away further and further. That's just what you want. You want it to be in the air, coming nice and straight, and get late movement so you can get the batsman drawn into a shot.
Another nicely shaped delivery here that had Campbell in some problems. Left it on length eventually. Good judgment shown by Campbell.
And we've seen that leaving on length is okay. No one's left on length and come through with problems. We've just had one batsman who'd left it on line and he lost his off stump.
Campbell's yet to convince a lot that he is a genuine test batsman. 18 test matches, 23.50, 752 runs. Oh, that one's flicked away. It's not going to go to the boundary. Katoy is out there on the boundary with that blonde mohawk of his. At first class level he averages just under 30, but at test level 23.5. It's really at ODI level that Campbell has in his 6 matches. He's averaging just under 50, which is almost phenomenal. And so that's where his strengths lie. But at test level, you know, always someone expressed the opinion that he's been given a lot of chances. But he scored 100 earlier this season, so that's why he's in the test side. Be interesting to see what happens next time round when the West Indies go on a test tour. That is a good delivery from McSween, and that was not far away, just moving a bit too much and going down the leg side perhaps.
McSween had an initial shout, and then he realised, well, hang on a minute, I am swinging the ball quite a lot, so all right, I'm just going to curtail my shout here. Yeah, he may have missed another set. That's a lot of swing, isn't it?
Yeah, he does. He can swing the ball, but he also will push a few through across the right-hander. That one's also swinging. Hit straight to the fielder, though.
Well placed. Hit hard, but straight to the man there at cover. Get past him, and we saw how quick the outfield was earlier on. If anything, it will be quicker now that we've had all that dry weather during the day and nice sunshine as well.
Good bowling here from McSween. He usually opens the bowling with Lewis, but they've gone for the faster Thomas at the other end, who will have the next over. 16 without loss at the end of 3.
Yeah, Campbell in that last shot, nicely forward, over the top of it, defending well. Yeah, that's what you do with the good balls, keep them out. Just wait for the ones that give you a better chance of attacking shots and go after those.
It's a reminder of the Windward Islands innings, all out for 137. Katoy, shortly after getting his 50, was dismissed. 23 for Hodge. And Mindley, career best figures of 4 for 20 for him. Nicholson Gordon, 4 for 42. Focusing on just a little bit short of a length here to the taller lug, and we've seen that has brought some problems for him already. One just between third slip and gully, and flashed at another one. So there's a chance on. He's going to offer some chances here from that sort of length.
Yeah, he got tempted into that flash outside the off stump that eventually came through for 4. Just says 4 in the book though, doesn't it?
Didn't time that drive at all. 1-2 punch there. Couple of short balls and then pitch one up.
Yeah, it helped that that went into the ground early, slowed it up. And a couple of bounces to the man at mid-off and there was no run. Windward Islands were up against it from very early on in their innings. And at 16 for no wicket, 3 overs gone.
He's gone for a big shot here. They're appealing for a catch at the wicket. Rather hopefully there from Dennis Smith. Umpire had none of it.
Well, maybe Campbell is walking down to have a word with Lugg now. And just say, you know, there's no need. We've got 16 on the board. It's 3 overs gone. We want to be 45, 60, 70 before we start thinking about flaying it to all ends of the ground. Let's really eat in to this score.
Young fast bowler Josh Lewis starting off here instead of Lewis, who normally operates from that end. And a little bit surprising because he is also the second best wicket taker for Windward Islands with 9 wickets for the season. He's also had the best average so far. Oh, it is Lewis, in fact. Sorry, a correction. Very similar in stature to Thomas. Apologies there.
Well, obviously, whatever Campbell said to him didn't sink in, did it?
No, it didn't.
Because he's just gone and done the same thing. This is Campbell now. This is an impersonation of Campbell. Did you hear what I said? Are you listening to me? I mean, what was that? Come on.
Yeah, he's just trying to reaffirm his message here to him. Doesn't look most pleased there, Campbell.
No, the next time he said, "I'm not coming down again. I'm not going to tell you again." And he shouldn't have to. There was no need the first time round, and there definitely was no need the second time around. And just being offered up these tempting balls. Don't fall into that trap.
Much better this time. No shot offered to the delivery from Lewis.
I take it back. He may have heard him.
Second over. 16 without loss at the end of it.
There's the temptation, I think, when you've played so much of the short form of the game, to think that any ball that remotely suggests that you have a chance of scoring runs of it should be chased. Whereas in the longer form of the game, and I hasten to add, Mr. Lugg, that it is 4 days. This game is supposed to be over 4 days. You've got plenty of time. Force the opposition to put the ball in your area. Don't go chasing balls that are out there for you to get out. There's that extravagant leave that you like so much, Vidya.
Yes.
It's a little bit more pronounced this time, and you could see that it was after the ball had gone, but he's got that habit, hasn't he?
Flash of the blade there as the ball passes.
It's almost as if he's saying, I could have done this, but you were too quick for me. It had already gone past by the time I thought about it. It's got that little feel about it.
Here again, just leaving that one alone. Of course, the prize for the most extravagant leave has to go to Courtney Walsh. Some of those.
Isn't it funny that the prize for the most extravagant leave goes to a bowler? You'd expect a batsman to have some kind of oddity or mannerism that you could pick out, but it actually goes to a bowler. Never mind. I think anyone would love to have had his bowling figures.
Well played by Campbell coming down the track. A little steering match between himself and McSween. Exchanging a few pleasantries there.
Well, maybe that's what Windward Islands need, a little bit of, passion and bite in the game, because there hasn't been that from them, I'm afraid. And Jamaica have come out and looked relatively comfortable in these opening overs.
A few flinty stares there. He wasn't backing down at all. Is that you, John Wayne?
Go for your gun.
Good delivery here from McSween, and they call him Pressy downstairs, so they're screaming his name downstairs.
Well, Campbell adding a second leave to his armoury there. Left it once, played a shot, and then left it again.
Well, occasionally he does, after swinging a few, he'll bowl one cross seam, and hopefully it holds its line. See if he does try that against Campbell here. Oh, that's driven beautifully through extra cover for 4. It was full, it was swinging, but pitched up a bit more here from McSween, and Campbell just has a quick word with him as he steps past.
Leaned into that, didn't he? You see, that's the thing that Lugg is looking at. He's looking at Campbell at the other end. He's seeing how he's timing the ball, hitting it powerfully, and he's thinking, I want to do that too. Why can't I do that? Well, you're not Campbell. You know, take your time, stay in there. You're 8 off 13, no problems there. Take your time. Nice shot by Campbell, though.
Pulls that one, not far away from the fielder. It's not going to carry to the boundary. They should cross for a 3rd run here. In fact, they might just stay for 2. That was not far away from the man at that mid-on position. Just over the head of Thomas there.
Yeah, it didn't sound as though it came off the bat convincingly, did it? There was almost a little rattle in there. And McSween and Campbell continue to discuss the weather in the middle. I'm sure it was the weather they were talking about.
Has to be. In fact, he, as he was stepping away there, just walked past Campbell, asked him about whether the barometric pressure gradient has changed.
I thought you'd said that.
Over the last few minutes.
Yeah. He pointed to some clouds in this direction. Mind you, the dressing room is also in this direction, so I could be mistaken. So yeah, I like it when there's a little bit of banter and a bit of heat in the game. You get to see the temperaments of the batsmen and bowlers who can hold things together. It's Lewis.
Better hear from Lugg. He's going to shorten one up, I'm sure, in the over. Let's see how he handles that. Talked about Lewis in the last over. He played a couple of test matches for the West Indies back in 2018. And he has now been called back into the West Indies setup for the upcoming ODI matches against Holland and Pakistan. So all part of what he's done here in Trinidad and Tobago, picking up those 9 wickets. These two bowled very well in tandem, Lewis and McSween. And they're also very good friends off the field. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the Windward Islands, every day after each day of play in the first class season, they give an award called the Lava Man Award. So they usually interview one of the players who they felt has stood out during the day, the Lava Man Award.
All right.
And after that 124-run partnership, they had to name it the Lava Men Award because it was Lewis and McSween who were interviewed at the end of the day. Yeah. Oh, what a delivery that was. That was fast and it was accurate. Ian Lugg just smile at Lugg.
He dug that one out.
Campbell offering some more advice here to the younger batsman, only in his 3rd first-class game. Batting with the skipper out there. A little bit shorter down the leg side. We've seen one catch taken at on the leg side already. Athene's a rather careless shot caught behind by Thomas of Mindley, not on this occasion.
Yeah, the pull shot was there. However, if you look at Lugg's footwork, it was a swivel from around about the crease. He doesn't really get back to give himself enough time to execute the shot. So he knows what he'd like to do, but he can't get back and give himself enough room to put that one away. Missed out there.
Has he done something to his foot here? He's just checking his toe. I think he was just holding on to the toe slightly. That's not a good sign as he prepares for this upcoming series. There's something definitely wrong with him. Had a good time. He was here the last time against Trinidad and Tobago. Took 5 for 43, the only innings that he bowled against TNT. Also had 4 for 59 against Guyana. That's how he took the 9 wickets. Oh, what a good delivery there by Lewis. Just past the shoulder of the bat. Lug survives though. He's been through the wars here. He's been put through the ringer here by Lewis.
And this time there was no pulling out of the shot by Lug. He genuinely played at that.
More advice from Campbell as he's down, prodding at the pitch, having a little talk with Leroy Lugg. Lewis making some sort of sign here. Oh, that's what he wants, an extra slip. So he's added a 4 slip here now. Melius has come out of that extra cover region, gone into the 4 slip. Gully in place also. So last ball of the over there, the end of his third over. Sherman Lewis, 22 without loss, one really good Yorker in that over. Well, he and Lugg just they walk into each other there, so it's all happening here. Nothing sinister in it.
Yeah, slightly different from McSween and Campbell. McSween and Campbell are genuinely having a chat, whereas Lugg was all reasonably pleasant. They were laughing. Lewis and Lugg were laughing. It's a little bit different when McSween gets in there. He's a bit more serious. His head-to-head with Campbell is a good matchup. I like the look of this. We'll see how they get on in this over. He's bowled 3 overs for 13 runs. Campbell is on 13, having faced 17 deliveries. Just feels as though he's got more for some reason.
Campbell coming down track again with Sween. More talk about the weather, it seems. Campbell's not trying to.
He can't wait to get at him, look.
Having a little chat there, the man from Grenada and the man from Jamaica. You would think that you would think that the weather wouldn't occupy that much conversation on a daily basis.
Well, it's 2 teams who are playing away from home. They're probably not, completely accustomed to the conditions, so that's why it's the topic. Oh,
he's
dear.
gone, and he's hit that one high over the man at mid-off for 4. So Campbell responding with a 4-letter word. 4 is the word, by the way.
Beginning with
26
F.
without loss.
Video, another classic. Yeah. Well, it's up there to be hit, and he decides that he's going to put it away. It's a good strike, but it really is brought on by the little bit of banter that's going on. The problem for the bowler is that you only need to put it in the area to look embarrassed. And he got a bit embarrassed there. The difficulty for the batsman is if you begin to give it back, you only need to make one mistake and then you're on your way, back to the pavilion. So batsmen always have to be careful about just how much banter they get involved in. The bowler really is the one who normally gives it out. Once in a while you get a batsman who will come up with something cute, and we all know there have been plenty of those, but McSween and Campbell are at it at the moment.
Pulls that away. There's a fielder out there, but yes, he's going to get there in time. Kotoy just one.
Yeah, at the moment it's still a good battle with McSween and Campbell. McSween, his head is down a little bit. You can see his shoulders are drooping. He's not really racing back to his mark and steaming in. He doesn't like the fact that there is only 130 odd to defend. 27 of those have already been knocked off for the loss of no wicket.
Hasn't bowled much to Lug.
But look at the movement.
Yeah, that's a exaggerated swing there, coming back in sharp. A lot of it after it passed the batsman, though.
Really, I mean, if you can control that kind of movement, you're in business. And it was a point I made earlier on. If you're not accustomed to the ball swinging around, when it does, you're going to have trouble controlling that. I can't remember having seen so much swing around. I'm enjoying it. Mind you, I'm not out in the middle batting against it.
Oh, that's a lovely on drive for four. He didn't get all of that, but flicked that over the mid-wicket area for four. It was swinging in, homing in on that leg stump, but well put away by Lug. Got a feeling that, didn't quite get everything on that lower portion of the bat. Still gets four. End of the over, 31 without loss.
Yeah, he wanted to play that down the ground, didn't he? And as it just curved into him, it was more over to the mid-wicket area. But again, Campbell now 18 off 21. McSween going at 22 off his 4 overs. He's going to look up at that and not be best pleased. And apart from the verbals with Campbell, he hasn't caused him any real trouble, has he?
Not too much. He's giving him some batting advice, I'm sure. Campbell 81, 12 for Lug. 31 without loss. The Windward Islands losing wickets at 6, 30, 44, 51, 54, 69, 97, 102, 128 before being bowled out for 137. So not really being able to build up any big partnerships. Second wicket partnership of 24 was among the biggest that we've seen from them today. Also 26 for the 8th wicket between McSween and Kotoy. That was the best partnership
26
of the day.
and
26 and 24. Pulled away, and Campbell gets all of this time. That has gone for 4. One bounce away. Shorter delivery here from Lewis. Campbell looks like he's batting on a different track all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's a comfort zone that he's found himself in. 22 off 22 balls now, and we spoke about it, how he looked after the first 2 balls. Actually, that was the first 3. He had one that wasn't that great, and then the other 2 just gave me the impression that he was going to be dangerous today.
Well, not going to beat the fielder this time. Josh Thomas, the mentioned, played those 16 first-class matches in all. Yeah, just about the similar build to Lewis, maybe a little bit more muscular.
Can't remember who it was that I saw out there that does look as though they've spent a bit of time in the gym. Anyway, here's Thomas again.
Well, that's a good delivery. Well, he's saying that came off the thigh pad. They thought that there was an edge there. Well taken by Dennis Smith. Change in direction of the ball. But that was, according to the umpire, off the pad. Let's see what happens here. Well, the bat was close, but maybe not close enough. Looked like it was the thigh pad. It came off.
Yeah, the bat comes into the target area after the ball has passed it, and it's hidden. So we can't really tell from this angle, but it certainly looks as though it came off the pad.
Umpire Bassaret was in fact indicating that it was off the pad. 35 without loss. Thomas in for the first time. Just 3 overs for Lewis at one end, 3 for McSween. Is he going to be changed also?
I'd still give McSween one more go, just to see if Campbell tries something or Lugg tries something a bit over-ambitious.
Played inside the line that time. And that wasn't a no ball, in case you're wondering. I think the umpire just inquiring if it's one more ball.
Yeah, they quite often do that with the square leg umpire, don't they? Just to make sure that they're on the same page.
Give you an update in a little bit in the next over. Tell you how things are going at the other games on today. Might get 2 here. Campbell has decided against it. Lugg was the one deciding to send him back there.
Just as well.
Wisely so.
It went out there very quickly, and it was a good pick up, turn, and ready for the throw. So
end of the over, 36 without loss. Let's find out what's happening on the other matches. Going to the Queen's Park Oval first of all. Guyana 137 for 2. Tevin Imlak out for 53. Chandipal 41 of 194 deliveries. And Leon Johnson, the skipper there with him, 16 of 34. So that's what's happening.
What's the total
there,
sorry?
Park Oval, 137 for 2.
Attritional, isn't it? Really battling away.
Scoring at much faster here at after the Diego Martin Regional Complex. Oh, he's gone for the shot here. That's high up into the air. It's going to carry to the fielder, who drops it. Shells the catch. And McSween thought he had his man, but Thomas just couldn't get there in time. Got his hands to it and drops it.
So the thinking, just as we were coming up to that over, was give McSween another go, because Campbell's likely to go after him. So even though your man's tired, give him the ball again, because Campbell fancies his chances against him. He puts one up in the air, and they put it down.
Yeah, Thomas was the man coming off the boundary. The keeper was interested in it, but Thomas got there in the end, but he in the hands and out. 2 slips and a gully in place for Lugg. McSween hasn't bowled a lot here at Lugg. So in contrast to some of the deliveries earlier, that one keeping its line going true. The score at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, Leeward Islands, 222 for 4. And Kieran Powell has brought up his 100. 110, he is not out. On 59 deliveries, so marking out himself as the first man to score a first-class 100 in Diego Martin. Jangu, by the way, Amir Jangu out for 58. Oh, just almost got a touch on that. Held its line again, and you can see the confusion in his mind. It's because the previous deliveries, Rooksy, were coming into him. Now this one, maybe perhaps holding it cross seam, maintaining its line. Campbell, is that chapstick he has out there? Campbell out there with some chapstick. It is humid out there, so he's making sure that he's well taken care of. Again, holding its line here. Lug playing that off the outer portion of the bat. He hasn't been very convincing against McSween, has he?
No, McSween has, well, he had the one chance that was put down. He's had a few balls that have made the batsman play and miss. But I think coming up to the end of his 5th over, he may have one left after this, I think.
Good single, well run between the two fielders on the offside, and they pick up one quite easily. 24 for Campbell, 13 for Lug. Still one delivery to go in McSween's 5th over. Might be getting a rest after this one. We did see at the start of the Jamaica innings, I think it was Gordon that actually started with 6 overs on the trot. So possibly one more for McSween if he decides that he wants it. I'm sure the captain will consult with him on that.
And he's bowling to Campbell again.
Straight past the bowler, but not going to beat the fielder this time. Yeah, they're up for the battle here, the Windward Islands on the field. So will we see another over from McSween? It's going to be Thomas at the other end. But if they are to replace McSween here, this might be a bit too early for spin. Usually at this point, what they would have done is they would have brought in Ryan John, the all-rounder, but John has not been included in the squad. His form certainly not the best early in the season, so he hasn't made the final 15 here. So it's interesting to see where they'll go now.
Here comes Thomas.
It's bounced on Lug a little bit more than he expected. They have Dembo who holds his spin. Kotoy, leg spinner. I did see Kotoy warming up earlier, so might also be looking to go to the spinners early. But still only in the 10th over here. Down the leg side, well taken by Smith. Athanase also bowls a little spin, the man from Dominica, so I might see him also in action. Wasn't too sure about where that one was going. past the edge here of Lug. 38 without loss. Has been a very convincing innings here from Lug. He has struggled in this season, still trying to build a career. Only his third first-class game. Campbell at the other end has been a bit more astute, but he's also had his struggles. Dropped in the last over. Deflected away, and that could run close to the boundary. It's gone over the ropes, so that's 4 more. Well, in fact, the umpire has ruled, I think what happened, he didn't play a shot at that. Yeah, it is a dead ball. He didn't play a shot at it. That's why. I think you might see that on the replay. .38 without loss, and that one down the leg side this time from Thomas, who hasn't had the same control that we saw from Lewis earlier. Just the 3 wickets, 3 overs for Lewis. And again, he thought about playing at that one.
Going to take a look at Thomas in the next delivery. Just from when he turns and he begins to run in. If you've never seen him bowl before and you wanted to determine whether he was someone that you could work with, you want to know how old he is, has he had any injuries, what has he done before, and then you get as much information as you can, and then you say, right, let's have a look at the action. Let me see you deliver. Here he comes. Right, so the only thing that you would have said there was that was slightly misdirected, but what you've got is a nice strong run up. It's smooth, it's rhythmic, he's got a nice delivery, nice high front arm, and if you'd put that on the money, you'd be looking and saying, I like this is nice. So your point before about he hasn't had the same control as Lewis had is the thing that's letting him down here. He just hasn't had the same kind of control. Everything else looks good, but he needs to be able to find his line and find his length very quickly, because they're already up to, what is it, 38, so is there 100 left to run down? They trail by 99, there you go. So already under 100 for the loss of no wickets. Campbell on strike.
And McSween back in action. He's playing inside the line again, just to annoy the bowler a little bit more. It's been a good little battle between these two. Campbell should have had him in the last over. Pull shot that went into the hands of Josh Thomas and out of the hands of Josh Thomas.
To Campbell off his 30 balls. I think this will be the last over for McSween. He was really unlucky not to pick Campbell up in his previous over.
And Campbell has responded by hitting this one over extra cover for 4. Yes. Another full delivery, swinging away from the left-hander, and it's easy for Campbell to put that one away.
Well, you can see why I think this is going to be his last over then.
Yeah.
And I would have risked a 5th over, and we saw in the 5th over that he got dropped. But in the 6th over, I just think that Campbell's seeing it too big now and he's too comfortable, and that looked effortless. That was a lovely looking shot, and the minute that it left the bat, not a man moved. There's McSween again.
Yeah, he's just about that point of diminishing marginal returns, as they say.
And yet you can see the ball is still swinging, even though he got hit for 4 with the previous delivery. It was swinging away, but Campbell's seeing that now, and he's adjusting for it. And he middled that. He middled it despite the swing. That defensive shot, well covered, never looked in any trouble. That was also swinging. So I mean, he may have had different results against Lugg, who may not be able to deal with him as well as Campbell, but Campbell looks well set.
Pulls this one away. Just going to get one. They think about 2. It's almost onto it already. So just going to be 1 here. That was the 34th ball that McSween has bowled in this spell here. So he's at that point where just 2 more deliveries to go for him, and that should be a spell for now. But where will they go next? Because you have Thomas has bowled a couple of overs from the other side. So we might see, will we see Lewis perhaps switched over, or will they go to spin here? Yeah, this is where they're missing Ryan John. He would have come in at this point and filled the breach, and they would have switched between McSween and Lewis with Ryan John in between there, but he's out of the squad.
See, with that movement in to the right-hander, I think it's a nice shape that McSween has got. He may be, depending on who's at the crease, when he comes back for a second spell. All right, he'll need to stay strong, but he's young, he's fit, looks healthy. He's got 1 more ball left in this over.
High up into the air, this could be the catch for him. 2 men there, and well, has he taken? No, he's dropped it. For a moment there, he looked like he'd taken it. 4 players in fact, were around that, and nobody able to get in under it. And another chance has gone, and McSween should have had another wicket here.
Right, they say it's a team game, and unfortunately this really illustrates that this is a team with here. They weren't able to decide who was going to take that wicket. That man should be out now, and that should have been taken.
So 44 without loss here, Jamaica. Great start for them. And only after 11 overs, so they've been going along well. Windward Islands went on at just about 2.5 runs all the way through their tortured innings, getting on to 137. This is not looking good for them on the first day.
We never saw these dizzy heights of 4 and over, did we? So Campbell should have been out in the 5th over, bowled by McSween, and Lugg should have been out, bowled in the 6th over by McSween. Both of them on poor shots, and that's what McSween induced. Those weren't balls that you had to hit, but they fancied him. They wanted to go after him. That's also part of it. That's part of the setup. And unfortunately, both chances went begging.
The thing is, they never looked like they were going to catch it because the keeper was coming for it. Then he saw Kotoy coming for it. The bowler was also there. And I don't think there was the calling. I'm not sure who called for it, or if there were several calls, and then they just left it for each other. Kotoy was the last one to try.
Well, whenever the keeper is involved, you step out, because he's got the biggest pair of hands, hasn't he? So one would hope that as soon as you see the keeper in the vicinity, you just step back and say, leave it to him. I'm not sure, how old he is, how much authority he has on the team, but you make sure that you make that catch yours and everybody knows it. If you put it down, well, you're the only one in the vicinity and you put it down. But what you can't have is indecision where three people are in the vicinity of the ball and no one ends up catching it.
No ball this time. So that, yeah, no ball signaled by umpire Bassarat. Lewis just bowling the 3 overs. Thomas now in his third. And with, so he posed the problem there. Will they be going to the spinners next? No medium pacer listed in the side. Or are they going to entrust it to one of the part-timers?
And all of a sudden, Lugg has turned completely the opposite way, having gone for almost every other ball that he has faced. Now he's not hitting anything.
And Campbell having a word with him after every ball, just trying to get him to curb those aggressive instincts that were threatening to put him back in the pavilion earlier.
You're 45 off 11, chasing 138. What's the rush? This is well within your grasp. And the longer they continue, the less likely it is that they will have to bat a second time if they can really go on and put on a big score. Could put Windward Islands right up against it. Not tonight, but certainly by the close of play, you'll have a much better idea of the way that this game is going to shape up.
Got a delivery here from Thomas. Leaves that one on length. That is the end of the over, the end of 12 overs. Jamaica Scorpions are 45 without loss. Windward Islands, they got to 137 in their first innings.
Looks like a water break or not. No. You never know these days. So many people run on with so many different things. Change of gloves, little drink for this one and drink for that one. I suppose it's where the umpires stand. They let you know. There is going to be a change of bowling. It looks like Denmark, doesn't it? Yeah. Alright, we shall look forward to seeing how Mr. Denver gets on. It'll be Campbell to face. Video was thinking about where the bowling would be going next. Well, we know now. 45 for no wicket. We've had 12 overs. Campbell is on 29 off 33 deliveries. Lugg has faced 40 deliveries for his 14. They're going at just under 3 and over. It's a good scoring rate here as Denver prepares to bowl his first delivery. It's swept. And it's swept all the way. Well, not the start that you would want, and I'm surprised actually, given that that sweep shot is not an unusual shot for the left-hander to employ, that there isn't a man back there anyway. Went all the way to the boundary. Campbell goes on to 33. Denver just pushing that one down the leg side. And now they are going to bring a man into that area, but he's up, saving one. I have to hope it's not going to get past him because it goes out there very quickly. Pushes that to the man at mid-on, and there's no run. It was Lugg sending Campbell back. He didn't fancy a single there, and there wasn't one. He moved in very quickly actually to close that down. Just the one close catcher if you leave out the slip, and that tucks that into the onside. It goes back to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's a really good start for Jamaica here, 49 without loss. And Campbell looking very comfortable. Driven to the man at mid-on again. Still no run. Squirts off the outside edge of the bat, but there's no run. He's going to get through his overs quicker than anyone else has, Demba. We've had a healthy diet of seam bowling for most of the day. Demba refreshing now. Just went for that one boundary at the beginning. That's a good comeback, having gone for 4 off the first ball at the end of the 13th over. It's 49 without loss. Campbell is 33 off 39 deliveries. Lugg is 14, having faced 40 deliveries. And here is video.
Thanks very much, Rooksy. And joining us now is the Jamaica Gleaner journalist, Lennox Aldred, who is stepping in beside me for the first time. And sure, as if you take off your journalist hat for a moment, and as a Jamaica cricket fan, you must be very happy to see what's happened here.
Thanks for having me. Yes, definitely. I'm definitely happy with this performance so far. The Jamaica team, they need this, actually, you know, coming off 2 previous losses, and they said that they want to forget those games and start afresh, and this seemed to be the lease on life that they're looking for, and they have certainly shown that they're up for the task today.
This has been a good start, good bowling. 5 for 20, Marquino Mindley's career best figures. 4 for 42 for Nicholson Gordon. He's taken 7 before, so nowhere close to his best. Must be pleased with the way they bowled also.
Definitely, I'm pleased with the way they're bowling. I know that Nicholson Gordon, he's in good form because he had the most wickets recently in a T10 competition that they had in Jamaica, and Marquino Mindley also bowling very well back home. So I know that once they get the surface to support their bowling, they will get wickets. But it's very pleasing to see the seamers getting wickets and the points that come with them as well.
And I'm sure that the Jamaica public would be encouraged to see this performance after those rather 2 disappointing performances in the first 2 games. 8.8 points after the first 2. And this squad, certainly a lot of new names. Leroy Lugg is one of those we haven't seen before. Can you tell us about him?
Yes, Leroy Lugg, a hard-hitting right-hander from Kensington Cricket Club back in Jamaica. He gets a lot of runs at the club level there, and he's a very aggressive batsman. And just the other day, he hit one of the biggest sixes, just as I said it.
Yes. Well, he's hit another one, maybe not the biggest one we've seen here, but that is the first one of the match. That is a massive one there from Leroy Lugg. Apparently he's listening to you right now. Here's how it happened. Delivery pitched up here from Thomas. And boy, look at the timing on that. That flew a long, long way. And hitting into the wind also. Well, that's about 10 rows back.
Well, he hit one out of Sabina Park a couple of weeks ago, and everybody was just amazed how far that this youngster can hit the ball. He's very strong, as you can see, broad shoulders, and I'm telling you, he's dangerous. But at the 4-day level, they want him to kind of taper his game a bit and bat more balls, because he can hit the ball away. It's just to bat more balls and he'll score runs.
We saw that when he came in, he looked very aggressive towards the bowling. Campbell has been talking to him almost every ball here, giving him some advice. You can see it continues here. But for Campbell, who has, he averages just under 50 in ODI cricket in the 6 games he's played. But at the test level, he hasn't been altogether convincing. What's the discussion like around Campbell at home?
Well, one of the issues that I think John Campbell has was with his off stump, not really knowing where his off stump is. And at the test level, he got out a lot, caught behind and caught in the slip. So they're working on that. Coach Andre Coley and Campbell, they're working on that, and he's getting a little better at it. As you can see, he's striding into the ball a lot better and covering that off stump and fifth stump a lot better. And I can tell you that John Campbell is definitely in form. He scored over 300 runs also in that T10 competition with about 3 half centuries. So he has come here with a lot of form. And then with the addition of Brandon King, this Jamaica batting lineup is serious.
Windwards might be in the field for a long time here with the Jamaica batting lineup. As you mentioned, Brandon King, after 14 overs here, 55 without loss. So Campbell, if he gets going, it's going to be a long day. Also with King in there. Palmer's also had some runs, and a few, and not to mention Jermaine Blackwood, one of the
Bonner.
outstanding players, and then Kruma Bonner. So very much Bonner, the man that will be there for them to bat around. We're just about at the break for water here, 55 without loss. So we'll continue on a little bit here with Lennox Aldred, journalist with the Jamaica Gleaner. So pretty much the tactics for Jamaica: just bat out a couple of days and just bat once in this game and fire out the Windward Islands.
And that is the tactic that I think Coach Andre Coley would want to employ. Just bat once and put a big score on the board and then try and get another 10 wickets. But one of the things that he's trying to enforce is complete cricket. When I spoke to him before they came here, he said he wanted the team to play complete cricket. They haven't been batting badly in the tournament. They scored over 300 runs against Barbados. So it's not that they're not batting well, and their bowling is fairly decent as well. But it's about carrying on. They would get to 300 and then they're all over 350, and that's the problem that the Scorpions are having. But at the end of the day, I think with the experience of Bonner, Blackwood, and now King coming in, they also brought back wicketkeeper Aldean Thomas, who he can bat. He's not a bad batsman, but he's one of the best glovemen in the country. So I think the confidence has come back into the team now with the inclusion of some of these players, and it is showing on the field.
I know you slipped your cricket journalist hat back on, but just hold it a little tightly as we look at the Windward Islands here. They started pretty well. They were in control of that game against Guyana in their first match. Well, they just seemed to fall apart against Trinidad and Tobago. Just haven't been able to recover since then.
Yeah, I don't know what is happening with the Windwards, but their coach also think that it's just a mental issue, because the talent is there, obviously, and some people still wondering why Devon Smith is still playing, but I guess he still has the runs under his belt. But they have a good team, and it's just about us executing on the day. And I think that was the mantra as well, that the coach want to push forward with this team, because when you look at Athanaze and some of these other young guys, Qatar is coming into his own, Hodge, they have a nice team.
Yeah, they certainly do. There's a lot of talent there, and Shirley Clark coming in for only his 3rd game here. So he's had some time to work with the team over the past few months. Still that relationship not bearing the fruits just yet for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Just a larger issue with Jamaica cricket. We were talking earlier about how Jamaica dominated the scene in the regional series in the maybe up to about 10 years ago. Jamaica, 5 consecutive titles, and then not even close in the last decade, almost a decade now.
Right, a lot has not gone well with Jamaica cricket, and we're still searching for answers. And everybody will want to point the finger here. There's talk that the administration is not doing enough, and then the changing of coaches and all of that. And one of the things that I think has gone right for Jamaica cricket is Andre Coley coming into the fold. I think he's an excellent coach, and he's a disciplinarian, and I think that is what is needed. When Junior Bennett had the team as well, he's a good coach as well, and I think what he just got the players to play simple cricket, and it worked. So I think that is what Andre Coley is trying to employ here as well. Let's get them to play simple, consistent cricket, because it is obvious that the talent is there, but I think also that there may be some things happening behind the scenes that just not working out right now for Jamaica.
Yeah, a lot of talk about cliques on the team and all of that, but some of those players have moved on. But still, it's something that we hope to see the rise once again of Jamaica cricket. 55 without loss. We're ready to resume here at after the water break. So after the first water break, 55 without loss. Good start here for Jamaica, and Campbell on 33, Lug on 20. Dempa is going to continue here. Just if you don't mind, just holding on just an over again to share a few of your thoughts. It's hit high over extra cover. There's a fielder there, but too high over his head. That's gone for 6 again. This is Campbell smashing that one high over extra cover, well, wide long off really, for 6 runs.
Well, definitely, and John Campbell loves this shot. Gets close to the ball and just swings through the line, and he goes sailing over the fence. And one thing with John Campbell, he likes to score runs, and he has a appetite for big runs as well.
Yeah, certainly. This outfield here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, they brought the ropes in on this side. As a result, they're using the pitch far away to our left. The left one that is... He's gone for another big hit here. Yeah, that's got him in a sensitive position on the inner part of the hip, let's put it that way. West Indies coming up pretty soon against Netherlands, and they're also coming up against Pakistan. Your thoughts on those series?
Well, I'm hoping that the West Indies really can, get some wins under their belt with the new white ball skipper, Nicholas Pooran, and once again the talent is there. It's just for them to go and execute. I don't think the Netherlands will give them much of a fight. You notice I use the word think, but cricket is anything can happen. But Pakistan for sure will pose a bigger problem. But I'm hoping that the guys can really stand up to the task.
And the appointment of Pooran?
Well, I think it's a good move, because Nicholas Pooran to me seemed like a more dynamic kind of a captain. I mean, Pollard was a bit authoritative, if I may say so, but Pooran seems to kind of, the players seem to want to play for him, or they like to play for him. And I think that will free up the players to really, play better cricket.
A lot of younger players on the team also, so that might be to respond to a younger captain, you think?
Definitely, because some of these youngsters, they just need someone that will work with them, and someone that they can talk to. So I think Pooran is a good choice now, and he's young and he knows the game, but he needs to also perform as well.
That's gone up into the air. Smith is not going to catch up with this one. Tried his best there, the 40-year-old Smith. Just couldn't turn and motor along to get that one. But Demba, that's the 3rd catch now to go down here for the Windward Islands. And Demba should have had a wicket here.
Well, this is another thing with John Campbell. Sometimes he looks so good, and then in the space of one ball, an awful shot. We have seen that quite a bit with John Campbell, actually. And I think that he needs to concentrate better. He has gotten the start. He has gotten a lot of starts, even at international level. He will get into the 20s and the 30s, and then a rash shot, and then he's just out. And it was a similar situation. And
wonder to what extent the injury has to do with that. Maybe just couldn't turn fast enough with the hip being struck there. All the same, he's still there on 40. Demba with this unusual gather of his, just jumps as he is about to go in. think that Jamaica can challenge for this title. It's going to be difficult with just one round, but you think that you're going to see some improvement from this Jamaica team with the remaining 3 rounds here?
Well, having spoken to Coach Andre Coley, what he said to me is that he wants to get into the top 3. If he gets into the top 3, he can accept that. But I don't think he's satisfied right now. He says he wants to take it one game at a time. So he wants to get over this one first, and then he has 2 more games to play, and he wants to win those as well. But I think that I don't think the Jamaicans can win this title this year. But for sure, next year, he wants to keep this core of players and work on them and try to get it right from the start.
Faster one from Denver to end off the over, 62 without loss. Well, thanks so much, Lennox, for stopping by and chatting with us. We know you'll be here for a couple of days, so perhaps you'll grace us with your presence tomorrow.
Not a problem. Thanks, guys, for having me.
Thanks very much to Lennox Aldred, the journalist, Jamaica Gleaner. He's covering the game here for the Gleaner, and so far he's enjoyed what he's seen. Jamaica 62 without loss after 15 overs, going along at better than 4 runs and over, as they have, which we did not see earlier today when the Windward Islands were going on. So Sheldon Rooks is back beside me here, and Rooksy, some interesting comments there from Lennox. And there was a drop catch again for John Campbell, still not out on 40. Just sort of loses his shape every now and again, and gives up that odd chance.
Lennox, I think, was in the chair for a couple of 6s, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 1 from each batsman.
A good omen for the Jamaica team, having the Jamaican, media star come in, sit in, and bring them some more good luck. Not that they needed it, given the state of the game. 63 without loss after 15. Campbell on 41 and Lugg not struggling, but chugging along on 20 of 49 deliveries.
Yeah, he has, as you pointed out before you went off the air there, he has changed his approach. And Lennox was talking about he gets a lot of runs at club level in Jamaica, and they're trying to encourage him to be more conservative in his approach, stay in longer, because he does hit the ball a long way. That was a massive hit into the wind here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
I heard there was an even larger one in Sabina Park, apparently.
Hit it out of the stadium. He's trying to
there he goes again.
I think we shouldn't. Jamaica public might be asking us not to talk about him hitting the ball a long way now.
Campbell's having a walk down the track, a shake of the head, not for the first time. Lugg tidies his gloves up, and no doubt we'll see him go back into the proverbial shell now, as he does every time after he's had a swing and a miss. They're going along at over 4 and over, just over 4 and over now. This is a great rate for them. Real danger for Windward Islands. Oh. What's that this time then?
There's a lot of shouting going on out there. It's Katoy, who is usually the one to make most of the noise there for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Well, at the moment, that's the only thing that they've got left, I'm afraid, because their attack seems to have been blunted for a while. Campbell with that habit of picking up his gloves at the very last minute or second. Oh, no ball.
And his dad just short. It's not going to count anyway. I think he took it, but it's a no ball. It's not going to count. Well caught there. Is it just by Athenes, who took a good catch in that second slip position, but it's not going to count. Yes, why? Just take a look at the line at the southern end of the ground.
We got time. Here comes the pickup of the gloves. Everything's ready to go now. Nice delivery. Genuine edge, no ball. He'd heard it as well.
And
I don't know, he gives it a little bit of a whoop.
took it well, though. Dropping in front of him, he had to go to his right and forward to take it. You've been warned, Mr. Lugg.
Played that one a lot better than he did earlier on. Do you remember? Slightly similar, slightly wider delivery that he just chopped through the gap. This time he chopped it down.
Yeah, they're creating a lot of chances here. That's 3 catches to go down. Caught off a no ball. Yeah, it's all been happening. It's been happening here for the Windward Islands. So he talked about Campbell's habit. Here he is, the gloves on the ground. Take a look at this. Gets his timing just about right.
Yep.
Might be one of those where the hands sweat a lot. So as a result, he just puts it on only when he needs it. It might be just part of his ritual. He needs to do that in order to settle down, to feel comfortable.
Yeah, they all have their little mannerisms.
If I'm not mistaken, one is behind the line and the other in front. He was just ensuring of that.
That might be something.
There he is, picking it up now, having a look at the bowler. And there we go. So let's see if he starts the ritual again. He doesn't this time, because it's the end of the over. Thomas has 5 overs bowled, 64 without loss. And Campbell. Now, if I were one of those fielders, if I were like Ronnie, who is, he would have gone and picked up those gloves and tried to move them around, just to mess with his head a little bit.
Something will come of that at some stage. Anyway, 64 without loss. Campbell is on 41 of 43 deliveries. Lugg has faced 55 deliveries for his 20, and we're back to 4 and over. If you're Jamaica, you're looking at the scoreboard, you're looking at the situation of the game, the amount of time that we've got, and you're thinking, we're in here. He's into his 3rd delivery. He's gone for 11 off, sorry, 3rd over. Oh.
Hit that powerfully, and that's gone for a boundary through the extra cover region.
Well, he gives you the 1 and over. He tends to come back after the first bad ball. Very close to the umpire there, isn't he?
Yeah, just that one just pitched up too much, and that's what the space is there for.
Yeah, he gave Campbell too much of a sighter there. He goes on to 45 off 45 deliveries.
Yeah, a lot of space there on offer. They're trying to get Campbell to drive, but that was just too easy for him. Now he's gone for the big sweep here, Campbell.
Maybe it's time for Lugg to walk down the track and say there's no need for that. He can give him some back, because there isn't. You're on 45, you're going along really well, 68 for no wicket, you've just hit him for a boundary. Take your time, knocking him about, 5 or 6 off the over.
Hit that obviously, the fieldsman's coming around. Is he not? Yes, he's going to get there to make the stop. And that is 2 more to the total. John Campbell, who big admirer of Chris Gayle, no surprise there. Both Jamaican opening batsmen, played for the West Indies at the Under-19 World Cup in 2010. And coming close to what will be, he's 47 now, first-class career. He's had 621 50s. That conversion rate alone should tell a picture. A little bit of a story. And he said that over extra cover again. More work here for McSween. Just 1 this time.
I think the first time it was more lofted, but he realised that it was safe. And the second time it was deliberately placed in that spot. He looked to put it there, and he wanted to put it even wider if he could.
Kenneth Demba back over the wicket now to the right-handed lug. Forward short leg in place here. Came off the pad. Not fielded cleanly by the man behind there. So that's going to end off the over. Demba none for 18 off his 3 overs. It's been an expensive start for him.
7 off that over.
You see that Campbell's record in first-class cricket, 4,000, over 4,500 runs, 85 matches, averaging just under 30, 600s and 21 50s. He gets a lot of starts, but just not converting them.
Well, Jamaica are 66 runs behind, all wickets intact. A very strong position here. Campbell is on 48. Lug is on 20. Lug's still got some working out to do, I think, but maybe this is the best place to do it, in the middle.
When he's at the non-striker's end, he's has the gloves on the ground all the time. Keeps them on when he's batting, though. Sort of dries them out.
I wonder why he had them out there.
All part of his little ritual. One of those batsmen that likes to walk away to the leg side. Kieran Katoy also does that a lot. We did see during when they played Trinidad and Tobago, every time he started to walk away, one of the TNT fielders would walk directly in his pathway just to disturb him a little bit. Oh, he's bowled him, gone straight through him here. And Thomas has the wicket. And Campbell, not for the first time in his career, perishes just short of a 50. It would have been his 22nd, and his middle stump knocked back here. Maybe he should have taken the gloves off. I seem to play down the wrong line completely.
Yep.
It's not much movement, but lost his middle stump here. First wicket down for Jamaica. Campbell out for 48, 71 for 1.
Well, they needed that. Windward Islands, they had to find some way of slowing down Jamaica. It wasn't quite juggernaut style, but it was certainly getting rolling. Wicket, and it was the wicket that they wanted as well. Lug is sort of not marooned on 20, but he's got some work to do before he looks really comfortable. In the longer form of the game, 20 or 56 is no problem. You've got no problem with that. It's just how he looks in getting it, shot selection, position, that sort of stuff. Campbell, well, he was the driving force behind what is a really, really good start for Jamaica. 71 for 1 of 17 overs. Coming in next, Jermaine Blackwood, his video.
So his Blackwood right-handed batsman in at number 3. I was wondering if they would have sent Bonner in. Maybe more aggressive intent here from Jamaica to try to get the scoring rate on. Blackwood will attack. He's one that will... his first scoring shot in Test cricket was a 6 against New Zealand. So that just gives you an indication he is all about attack. But he's done well over the past few years just to curb that natural aggression a bit. Was that first of the post-COVID tours to England in 2020 was the best batsman for the West Indies. Jamaica certainly need Blackwood to bat well here. 30 years old now, Jermaine Blackwood. And his first-class career, just his 60th match here today. A disappointing average for a player of his ability, 27.45, 300s and 750s. But when he gets going, he gets some big hundreds. Correction, 122 first-class matches. His highest score is 248, so he does get some massive ones when he gets there. Well, not far away. Lug pulling away at the last moment. 757, and we're talking about conversion rates here, Rooksy. You heard the one for Campbell, 722 50s. For Blackwood, 747 50s. So that tells you a real picture here.
More, yeah.
That average should be much better than 32.8 as it is right now.
Lug inheriting the extravagant leave from Campbell and showing us that in that last shot. He didn't leave that, did he?
No, he didn't.
that left him.
Played at that very late. Josh Thomas getting the ball to move away from the right-hander. The one that got Campbell moved in enough to get through the gap. See how this one goes. Just straightening up a little bit. Past the edge of Lug.
Strong in defence there. And at the end of the 18th over at 72 for one. Lug is on 20. Blackwood, he's just faced the one ball for his one run. They're still on 4 and over, going along at 4 and over, 65 runs behind. And at 4 and over, I think I'd be, reasonably comfortable if I was the Jamaica skipper, looking up. As long as we don't lose wickets, we can continue to bat on today, bat on tomorrow, and if we really want to push on tomorrow, then great. If we've got wickets in hand, I think this is a good position for the Scorpions at the moment. Lewis, is it? Who's going to be from this end?
Yeah, he's had a bit of a break, bowled early on in the innings, so that was about 12 overs ago. So average about 45 minutes or so. So he's had a chance to get in some liquids, possibly a little something to eat. So he's back on. None for 8 in his 3 overs. I think I was checking on the same thing you're checking on now. Why has there been no tea? Appears that they took the break already.
Maybe during your chat with our friend from the Gleaner, they snuck in there. And
I think the innings break itself, that's when they would have taken it. Yeah.
That was enough, yeah.
I thought it felt a little longer.
Well, time's running out anyway. With tea break, there wouldn't be enough time to come back. So, yes, that's already gone.
Well, that's flicked away beautifully for 4 on the legs of Blackwood. And a batsman of his competence will put that away every day. Just one down the leg side here from Lewis. Just his first ball. Doesn't get it quite right.
Yeah, with a batsman of Blackwood's quality, you put that on the pads and you're going to get put away, and we're already at the stage where they can't afford to leak runs. So no freebies, and as I say, batsman of Blackwood's quality, that was lovely to get.
Blackwood, another one of those players who at test level hasn't been altogether convincing. He's been good in parts. Played well against New Zealand and against England earlier. His test career nearing the 50 mark, 46 test matches, averaging 30.46, 300s and 15 50s. Again, conversion rate his issue. Does get a lot of good starts, but doesn't quite carry on enough as I'm sure his team would want. Oh, that's why edged it and gone over the first slip, and that's running away for 4. The keeper coming across, not sure if Smith would have gotten across to that, but the glove, yeah, he says he would have taken it. The glove just tipping it over the first slip. Let's see what happens here. Actually looked like he was getting in position there, Devon Smith.
Yeah, to take the catch.
But his nephew got across and knocked that over his head.
There'll be trouble in the family tonight then.
Interesting discussion at whatever establishment they're staying at.
I know where it is, but I don't think I'm at liberty to say, am I? So I better not.
Trade secret, isn't it?
Trade is close. Trade is close, but it's not that one. Yeah. Very good though. Viddy's really good at these, isn't he? You know, but it's not that one. No.
There might be a bill sent your way if you do.
There's Lewis.
Tries that. Doesn't get fully behind it out to Auguste. I mentioned making his debut today. Not a great start. 3 before he was LBW.
57 is the number by which Jamaica trails. 57 runs. Every time they hit a boundary and bring it down, when it gets into the 40s and 30s, they're going to feel so much better. It's 80 for 1.
Kept a little bit low. Keeper did well to take that one. Just 19 overs and a ball still to go. About 4:30 it is now in Trinidad and Tobago. Where they can play on until 5:30 or so. 5:30. So 20 overs in an hour.
Have they been going at that rate?
They haven't. Neither side actually.
Don't see that happening then. Someone's going to end up paying us some money.
That one's very, very full. Going through the defenses of Blackwood here. End of the over. 80 for 1. 19 overs bowled in the innings and 19 overs still to go for the day. One of the reasons why the over rate has been so slow. 3 seamers for Jamaica, 3 for the Windward Islands. Denver's been there to quicken things up a little bit. The spinner Jamie Merchant has only bowled 1 over, and Blackwood, who was bowling medium pace, 7 overs in there.
We had 11 wickets fall as well. The fall of the wicket, they add a couple of minutes, don't they, for coming in and coming out, but I don't think that's going to help Windward Islands when we come to tallying up just who is responsible for it. At this stage, there's a nice little graphic. They were 53 for 4. Doesn't bear any resemblance, does it? 80 for 1.
Yeah, certainly not.
They were already in trouble, you could say, at 53 for 4. Things didn't look that great. There was still a chance that they could dig themselves out. 80 for 1. And just goes to show that winning the toss and putting Windward Islands in this morning was a good decision from the Jamaican skipper.
Should be a leg by. So that comparison there, 54 for 4. They had just lost Kavim Hodge, their captain at that point.
He didn't give a signal for a leg by there, did he? It was just tucked off the hip.
It may have been an edge onto the hip, that's why.
Yeah, because it didn't look as though it came off with any kind of power, so something slowed it up. Nudged around the corner for 1. Blackwood to face. Windward Islands have caught the Jamaica disease of talking at the very last minute. Just had him up on his toes, playing defensively on that one.
He's not the tallest of guys there, Jermaine Blackwood. Hits it a long way, but that one really heading up towards his shoulders.
Yeah, we haven't seen any real short pitch bowling. A couple of short ones here and there, but nothing that you could call sustained in every over of someone's 6-over spell.
So while things are progressing very quickly here, Windward Islands bowled out for 137, Jamaica 81 for 1. You would suspect there will be a result in this game. A little bit slower in Port of Spain, where the Guyana team 176 for 3. Chandapal has now gotten his 50. 57 he is, of 231 balls. And his strike rate has never gotten over 25 for the day. So he's making the most of it out of this innings here. Akshay Prasad with him on 2. As for Trinidad and Tobago, well, there's a gentleman out there who is enjoying batting at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, because Kieran Powell, who is of course looking for a recall on the West Indies team, he is now 138 not out. Why is he having some fun? 17 fours and 2 sixes. Not a small, not a large ground. It's a small outfield, very fast outfield. So he is going to enjoy himself there. Good pitch for batting also at Diego Martin. Same curator for both of them. And if you over here, it's 81 for 1. Mentioned there was also 50 for Amir Jangu, so he is the first Trinidadian to get a 50 there. So he might remind people of that later on. Still to come there in the Leeward Islands. It's one of Rakeem Cornwall, who can hit it a long way. Colin Archibald, Jeremiah Louis, Shino Berridge, and Hayden Walsh Jr. is also in that squad. 271 for 4 after 76 overs there. Here we've had 71 overs, so just about 5 overs short in terms of comparison.
Yeah, I think your point about the seamers is a good one. They haven't employed enough spin to get the game moving. That's certainly the case when Windward Islands were batting. Jamaica had how much spin? 1 over. It's going to take some time then, even though after this ball.
It's Kareem Hodge coming in. That's hit long. And is that going to clear the fence? Yes, it does. Why? It crashes a hole into the side screen, as you can see there. It's not the not the heaviest of materials, and that one certainly left a hole in there. Yeah, that don't think they should repair that door. There's a door somewhere in a stadium in Europe. Look at that. Timber.
One has to be careful about commenting on the place of origin of that sight screen. Where was that made? I don't think we can make those kind of comments, can we? But I have heard of commentators saying things that come back to haunt them later on, so I'm not going to go down that route. I'll just say that the material may have been not the best choice. That one's hit away as well.
That one could go for 4. Yes, it has. So 10 runs off the over already here for, well, this is Blackwood now. At 13 runs he has. Here's how it happened. Down the leg side. And the man at short leg was in peril for a moment. There's an ordinary start here from Hodge, the skipper. Left arm orthodox bowler. flicked past a man. It's short leg now. One went to his right a few moments ago. This one went to his left.
And you know he's going to be looking at the skipper here and saying, do you really want me here, Skip? Because Lug is on strike now, and he hits a harder ball, doesn't he? He's not going to tuck it around the corner like Blackwood.
He's hit that one over extra cover. That's gone all the way for 4. It's gone all the way for 6. Boy, I thought that one had dropped just inside. That's carried all the way for 6 here by Lug. As easy as you like it.
Yes, it's beginning to look ugly now, I'm afraid. You know, if you get one over like this in T20, you're pleased. You get one like this in the longer format of the great game, and you know you're in trouble. Well, that was one way of doing it, to hide the last delivery.
Hodges' first over has ended. 18 runs off it, 2 sixes and the 4. Jamaica 99 for 1.
So we were talking about how if you hit a couple of boundaries, and that scoreboard all of a sudden begins to look much more attractive. The chase becomes much more manageable. You get down from, at the time we were still at 50 or 60 runs, and I mentioned about 40, even 30. Well, we're there now. It's 28 off 22 balls, this partnership. Lug is on 34 off 65 deliveries. Blackwood 14 off 13.
Well, Lug got a lot of runs in the Jamaica T10 recently. He's carrying on with some of his form here. 34 off 65. He's now starting to catch up here.
Lewis it is from the far end.
Have Jamaica here. Congratulations to West Indies captain Stephanie Taylor. Played a key role in guiding her team Tornadoes to the Fairbreak Global Invitational title. Oh, that's a good bouncer there by Lewis. And Blackwood acknowledges it with a shake of the head. That was good. We haven't seen too many of those today. Certainly surprised at Blackwood.
So it's in the wicket, and if you are able to bend your back and put it in there, you'll get something out. Good short ball. I suppose the key here is that if you haven't got absolutely express pace, then you have to be very sparing when using the short ball, catch people off guard.
Straight to the fielder this time, no run. I was mentioning Stephanie Taylor helping Tornadoes to the Fairbreak Global Invitational title. They beat Falcons in Sunday's match at Dubai International Stadium. She had 34 not out of 30 balls as the Tornadoes chased down a target of 152 with 5 balls to spare.
Good knock.
Yes, certainly was. Nice picture of her with the trophy in Dubai. That's a nice little trophy for Stephanie Taylor's mantelpiece. Went hard at that one. Well, the fielder doing enough to block it from getting past him. Just one. That would have gone to the boundary for sure. And the 100 is up for Jamaica. 37 they trail the Windward Islands by now.
Got that in 21.4 overs. 100, I think they're about 40 runs ahead at this stage, and wickets to the good as well. Windward Islands were in some degree of trouble at this stage. Never really got going.
So it will be Lewis to continue here. It's a brief discussion. There's a substitute coming on, there seems to be. Darius Martin is on. Darius Martin missing out on selection here today. Young fast bowler Darius Martin, one of the teenage fast bowlers that they were hoping to have on. Didn't choose him for this game, but he's on as a substitute.
Well, if Jamaica wanted to blood Lug, if you like, or get him prepared for a different type of cricket playing in a different way, a different style, this is great for him. Absolutely ideal. The match situation suits him. He's got plenty of time, and he's taking his time in building this innings. He's on 34 off 66 balls, and he looks as though he wants to stay there all day.
And do things like that. Well, I'll maybe hit it a little bit further. Drop safely this time. He will get 2. Similar in the direction of the 6 that he hit earlier. Didn't quite get all of that. So that's brought an end to the over. Lewis's 5th over, none for 19. Jamaica 102 for 1.
Yeah, still all looking very good for Jamaica as they have some water brought out to them. They're the highlights of the day so far. The one highlight really was for the Windward Islands was the 50 by Cotty. Hodge pitched in there with 23, but Cotty really was the only one to stand up and be counted. As far as the bowling was concerned, it was Mindley who was 5 for 20 and Gordon 4 for 42, and we're still in the middle of, well, we're part way through the Jamaica innings, and we've already had Campbell with 48. Lug is now on 36. He's working his way through the innings and developing it. We'll see how that turns out, and for the bowlers, well, I'll save them any trouble. Thomas has picked up 1 for 16, but nothing to write home about, I'm afraid. Right, we're about to get underway with the 23rd over. McSween it is, who's bowled 6 overs already. He's had a bit of a break. We can welcome him back. I don't know, there's something interesting about McSween where, I don't know, perhaps the batsmen feel as though they can get at him. Anyway, he's up to the wicket now on bowls. That one is left alone. Keeper collected easily and there's no run. 102 for 1. Lug on 36, Blackwood on 15. I'm not sure who looks the more menacing or the more dangerous. Lug, when all of a sudden he decides to launch, or Blackwood, who's a real class bat and puts away the ball beautifully. There's McSween again. That one just punched down into the offside. There's no run. Video's back.
Well, he's bowled 6 on the trot, hasn't he, McSween? in his first spell, now back on for a second. Campbell's gone for 48. Lugg's still there. He troubled Lugg quite a lot in that earlier spell. Let's see how he contends with Lugg, who's a bit more settled now. Blackwood very well aware that he's going to get the ball to swing back into him. Coming forward here to negate any swing. Windward Islands have never won the regional 4-day title, and Jamaica, remember 5 in a row they had at one time, the dominant team in the Caribbean, but things have gone away from them since then. Driven away, it's a fielder out there. So we saw with Guyana, after winning their 5 titles last season, that was in 2020. Guyana were certainly nowhere close to winning the title when COVID-19 came. TNT finishing in second place. Barbados declared champions with 2 rounds yet to go. What is it about that 5th title?
Jinxed. That's a good ball. He's finding the right line there, McSween. May not be express pace, but he's quick enough just to hurry the batsman once in a while. Blackwood down at this end, practicing a few defensive shots. Lugg it is who has the job of keeping him out. At the moment, he's on 36 off 68. Well, he's definitely curbed his passion for the big hit on the whole, but once in a while he'll just let loose. I think maybe, is it the 8th ball or the 10th ball? If you keep him quiet, then he's going to try and hit you. It's not quite that bad.
Yeah, this is how the 2 teams have been separated here. Just about that 7 to 8 over or so. Jamaica have just taken control of this one. A period of acceleration just over the leg stump there. You can see the period of acceleration. That's where Lugg started to, where he hit that 2 6s in the over, was it?
Yeah, I think I heard that. I heard Lennox cooing over those big shots. He'll be reporting about that in the Gleaner tomorrow, won't he?
Yeah, they're testing out Blackwood with the shorter deliveries here. McSween is at fine leg. There's no one out for the hook shot. You know that he loves to take on the bowlers here, Jermaine Blackwood.
He's got a lot of ground to cover, especially if you think where it is that he's likely to play that shot.
Campbell might not be there, but the message that he's given to Lugg has remained very firm and fresh in his mind.
Yeah, it's sunk in, hasn't it? He's left a lot of deliveries that he suggested earlier on that he would like to hit. So he's learnt very quickly, and he's still got his wicket intact, and he's got 36 on the board. So I think the skipper's going to be pleased that he's stuck to the plan, which is don't give away your wicket and collect runs bit by bit.
Jermaine Blackwood still out there. This is a good situation for him also, in the sense that it is a situation where he can get some runs for himself. He actually got himself back into the reckoning for the West Indies during that 2020 series, where he was the top run scorer. That's where he got the 248. Mistake here by Dennis Smith, and that way he catapulted himself back into the reckoning. He had been out for quite a while. Is that a no ball? It's a bye, in fact.
A bye there.
I think the arm extended was to check on number of balls remaining.
Again, he's got that habit, hasn't he? Just finding the square leg umpire and indicating how many balls left. It does from time to time look as though he's signalling no ball. That one was a bye.
Yeah, usually does it around the fourth ball, and it is the fourth ball of the over here from Lewis. Wants the gully adjusted a little bit to his left. He has. And spares it down the leg side. A little bit of a ploy here. They're trying to get Blackwood to take on the bowler with these shorter length deliveries.
It's not a bad ploy if the ball is well directed. If he has a habit of going after it, put the fielders in the right place, and then, you know, if your bowler can execute, then see if you can come up with success with that particular plan. But I haven't seen much evidence of it working as yet.
Straight to the fielder, and he's gone. Melius takes the catch, and after a long period of restraint here, Lugg has driven this one straight to short extra cover, and Melius jumps and takes the catch well. He's out for 36.
I don't think Lugg was at all sure that that was that hadn't come off the ground. I'm not sure what he was talking about. That was straight from the bat to the man in his waist. Put it in his lap, if you like. And he hung around for a bit.
Well caught by Melius, because that one is just at that uncomfortable height where you don't know where to go, fingers up or fingers down.
Just a little bit higher.
Jumped a little bit and took it with the fingers pointing down. So good catch by the 21-year-old from St. Lucia. Still wearing the pads there. So 106 for 2, second wicket down here. Both openers now back. Lugg for 36 and John Campbell for 48. And Nkrumah Bonner is coming to the crease now.
So a high-powered pairing in the middle for Jamaica. All right, Bonner is the new man in the middle, but Blackwood is on 17 off 23 and already looks comfortable. They're going along at almost 4.5 and over as well. It's 106 for 2. Blackwood has got on to 18. Bonner to face his first delivery now. Run rate is still pretty good. Up there at almost 4.5. That's played defensively by Bonner. There's no run. McSween continues to run in nice and hard. He's put a lot of effort in today. He's probably just gone for a few more runs than he would have been comfortable with. The short ball that Bonner decides to bail out of. Looked as though he was interested for a moment in the hook shot, but he decided against it and went through to the keeper for no run. Slip settle down now as they wait for McSween. Ball, and there have been a inside edge there onto the pad. And now Blackwood comes down to have a chat with Bonner, albeit briefly. Just a quick word. 3 slips. Gully, a point. There's a man at mid-off. Wide-ish mid-on. Man lurking around the square leg area. He runs in now to field that. And then we've got a man down at third man. That's your lot. 107 for 2. We've got one more ball left of this McSween over. He's had a good line, McSween, for the most part, making the batsman play, sometimes miss. Okay, they've got hold of him on a few occasions. He's bowled 8 overs for 32 runs, and at the end of the 25th over it's 107 for 2. Blackwood is on 18. Bonner is yet to score. He's faced 5 deliveries, and at this stage the Windward Islands were 63 for 5. Here's video.
Thank you. So Blackwood 18, Bonner yet to score. And the Windward Islands, part of their preparation for the return of the tournament, one of the guests they had to talk to their fast bowlers was Sir Andy Roberts, who did receive some recognition from the Windward Islands Cricket Board for his continued contribution to cricket development in the West Indies. WICB Vice President Dr. Kishore Shallow presented a plaque to Sir Andy a few weeks ago, and Sir Andy was there to work with these Windward Islands fast bowlers, and I'm sure the likes of McSween and Lewis and Thomas would have benefited greatly from that. And there was a discussion on that. Dr. Shallow said that hosting Sir Andy aligns the new Windward Islands policy of advancing their cricketers on all fronts and developing the fast bowler skills.
Left alone, that one.
They have bowled well here today, but it's been taken away by some shots by, well, John Campbell batted well for his 48. Should have been out a bit before that, though. Lugg also should have been dismissed early. If those catches had been taken, it would have been a much better situation here for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, add another 2, as is so often said. 107 for 4. Is a slightly different proposition, but right now Jamaica in the driving seat.
Straight to Melius this time. So while Blackwood continues on, 18 of 27. The other end is Nkrumah Bonner. He had a century against England in the first test, where West Indies went on to win that series 1-0. Sorry to mention that again.
It's okay.
But you knew that was coming at some
Well,
point.
I've made a record of England's losses, and there having been so many that I'm never surprised when one is brought to my attention.
Cut away, that's 4. Was outside the off stump, a lot of width on offer. Also above the height of the shoulder there, and he did well to carve that away for a boundary.
Yeah, he's not a big man, is he? He's not tall. He still manages to get on top of that one.
Yeah, shorter delivery there from Lewis, but it wasn't well directed. Just gave Blackwood a bit more space, and he was able to use whatever width on offer to carve that one away past just to the right of point. That's where Auguste is. Down the leg side, Smith does well to stop that one.
Well, there was a man on the boundary, but it was just as well that he got across there. He would have cut that off because he's quite fine.
Bonner is signalling something there, and Bonner was just tapping the watch on his left wrist as if to suggest playing for time, or we've got this wasting time. Not towards his partner though, that was towards one of the fielders for the Windward Islands. 111 for 2. I guess there's a point. Are your feet up here? I'm seeing your feet up at the moment. That's for the Nelson.
You saw that? I can't believe you saw that.
He unconsciously did it. 111 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, I tried to explain that to non-cricket people. I should have saved myself the trouble. He may have been signalling for a drink or gloves or something.
Well, he's had his drink and he's heading back with presumably the new gloves to the other end.
Yeah. So how many overs do we have left?
Seeing 12 more overs to go here, and if the cutoff is at 5:30, well, we're not going to get 12 overs in that.
It's not going to happen.
Somebody might have a visit from the match officials. It's cut away by Bonner.
Good stop.
Nice stop there at point. We're talking about Bonner, and made his debut against Bangladesh in February 2021. He's played 10 test matches, 2 centuries, averaging 49.2. What the story of how he's come back into cricket after 10 years out, basically. He was, which is remarkable in itself. He went to the Leeward Islands, tried to revive his career there. And also moved to the United States and actually had a 9-to-5 job in construction. He was doing construction before coming back into cricket.
Oh.
Just got fed up with construction and went back to Jamaica. And after averaging 24.05 at that point in his career, after returning from the US, 50.80, Jamaica took him back. And the rest is history, making the test side, 2 centuries, including one against England.
Yes, I remember that one.
Just in case I didn't mention it loudly enough the first time. Thought I'd mention it a second time. Should I repeat myself?
No. It's a good one. It's been rubbed in enough.
Bonner also had that 86 off 245 balls when West Indies chased down 395 to win Test match against Bangladesh. Kyle Mayer's unbeaten double hundred there. He played a big part in that.
Ooh.
Well, that's a good delivery from McSween.
Just check the gloves.
Yeah, it has to be the gloves. Well, the pads also. It's just seemed to turn around his leg there.
There's that delivery again. Can't believe that ball is still swinging here. Look. No, it's just kept the line and he didn't get there.
McSween likes to follow through close to the batsman. It should just offer a few tips. Surprised him there with that one. A little bit shorter. Offers some more advice. Bonner's not going to mind this too much. He likes the challenge.
McSween's got one ball left in the over. Video mentioned that he'd bowled six in a row. So this is his third over in his second spell. He may have one or two left in him, mind you. There may only be one or two left in the match for him.
Oh, what a good Yorker that was. Was that pad first or bat first? That's what McSween is asking. That was a great Yorker, and credit to Bonner to keeping that out. Was it pad first? Let's see.
No pad at all, just bat.
Bat between the legs there for Bonner. What a delivery by McSween.
Kept it out well in the end, didn't he? And that was a spearing in.
And finally he's off the mark. Over comes to an end, 112 for 2.
What a way to get off the mark then.
So another, is that Blackwood getting some attention now. Forward short leg in place. Looks like Demba is going to be back here from the southern end this time. Just one over for the captain, Kaveem Hodge. Might be his last over for a while. Got the treatment with that. Demba, none for 18 off his 3 overs, 6 runs and over. His early spell. Let's see if he can settle down from the southern end here. Bonner's still very early in his innings here, so it's a good time to bring him in.
Yeah, I think it's also a good time because they know that the day's play is coming to a close. They won't want to lose another wicket. Keep these wickets intact for tomorrow. They're only 25 runs short of the total here.
Should get one easily. Just intrigued with what's going on in the other games, of course. It's been quite an interesting day's play. Yeah, Windward Islands in all sorts of trouble here. Jamaica will be very happy when they get back to their hotel with what has happened with them today. It's been a significant change with things at Diego Martin I'm seeing here. As Demba halfway through his 4th over. Well, they've finally gotten Kieran Powell, 139 he got. Rakeem Cornwall on 4, Jeremiah Louis on 12. Yeah, so the Leeward Islands 291 for 6. It was looking pretty good at one point there. What was that about? A lot of screaming going on and a theatrical dive in the outfield. Straight out of the fielder. Okay, and I have improved also. Tajerine Chandapal 63, Bramble 7, so they are on to 204 for 4. Slow going up in Port of Spain, but Chandapal making the most now of staying in for so long. His scoring rate has improved slightly, 24.5 per 100 balls.
Windward Islands would love to prize Blackwood out tonight. Take him out of the equation. I think they'd be perfectly happy to take Bonner out as well. Tall order for McSween.
Edged and taken at second slip. You said that they would love to take Bonner out. Well, they have. He's played at one outside of the off stump and taken very well by that fantastic catcher, Alec Athenaze. And that is a good wicket for the Windward Islands late here.
Just have a look and see where this ball pitches. See, if it straightens, he has to play at that. But it doesn't. Continues to go away. He just pushes at it and it takes the outside edge.
So, good wicket here for the Windward Islands. Bonner is gone for 2. 113 for 3. And as you were saying, if they can also add Blackwood to this, it'll be much better feeling heading back to the hotel.
Well, did you say that they can go on until 5:30?
That's right.
I mean, we're 15 minutes away from the close of play. And right now, I don't think there's any doubt that Jamaica are ahead of the game here. The thing about this is another wicket would make Windward Islands feel, you know, we might have a shot at this tomorrow. Mindley it is who is making his way out to the middle. And his role is...
Well, the night watchman's role is still alive in first-class cricket.
Yeah, so it is.
Many have called for the end of the night watchman's role, but here it is, still very much here.
Why do you think they've called for the end of the night watchman's role?
Unnecessary, they said.
Not sure if
there was a powerful argument for that.
I'd like to hear it.
Actually, in one previous Jamaica team a few decades ago,
yeah,
I think Maurice Foster had asked one of the batsmen on his Jamaica team to go in to bat in place as a night watchman for Lawrence Rowe, who was known to have great eyesight. And he was told, if Lawrence Rowe can't see it, you expect me to see it.
Well, that's a good point.
Coming back in slightly there from McSween.
No, very good point.
McSween getting in the face of Mindley, the two fast bowlers. A little big smile on his face there.
I think there are a number of overs that you could reasonably hope for your night watchman to survive if it's milked and worked properly. But beyond that, then you are running the risk of just throwing that wicket away and exposing yet another batsman.
That's right. If it's a couple overs, well, yeah, you send in the ninth one.
Exactly, and that's what I'm thinking. We're quarter past now. Ooh.
Oh, good delivery there from McSween. And Hindley does enough to keep that out. That was coming back at him like a freight train. Just getting some more advice here from Blackwood. Might be asking Blackwood, why did you all actually bring me out here? Yeah, Steve Waugh actually thought they should get rid of the night watchman's role. And I'm not sure if it had anything to do with Jason Gillespie, who went on as a night watchman, got a double 100, never played for Australia again. Doesn't always work for you, the night watchman role.
He got a double 100.
Apparently it's not allowed. You can do well, but not that well. $114 for 3. McSween successful in this over, getting the wicket of Bonner with a good ball, and well taken by Athenaeus. He's a superb catcher. Didn't do much with the bat today. Just looked really unsettled out there. Hopefully for the Windward Islands he will regain his form. Another shorter one. And for some reason the night watchman does not want to go down to the other end.
I don't blame him. I've seen McSween already. I've been down there once, thanks very much. I think I'll stay up here.
Had enough of that.
Yeah. I think there's a spinner on the other end, isn't there, Skip? I'll stay here, thanks.
So the board reads 9.1 overs still to go. Doubt we'll get all of that in. Possibly 4 more overs. Maybe more if the spinners are on. But McSween doesn't want to get off the ball right now. Flicked away, and that's going to beat the fielder to the ropes. Nicely played there by Blackwood. Anything off his legs he's going to put away every day of the week. It's up to 26 now, to 118 for 3.
McSween has been punished every time that he's put it on the pads. Doesn't matter the right hander, left hander, but it's in particular on this side that he's disappeared. Just hasn't been able to keep that line. "19 runs now they trail by. Blackwood is on 26 off 36 deliveries. Mendley has just faced the 3 balls. He's on 1, and he will face.
What were you saying about a spinner being at the other end?
Well, they decided, okay, we'll test him out here.
So brought Josh Thomas, the young fast bowler, back. So he might have to. I'm sure there was some discussion in the dressing room as to who would go in as night watchman. If he volunteered, I think that's the last time he volunteered.
That's a good one. Volunteered to be night watchman.
Might not volunteer again.
Played that nicely. Got him behind the line well and just pushed and dropped the ball at his feet.
They're chirping a bit more now. The Windward Islands, a lot more talk, a lot more encouragement now as they get towards the end of the day. They picked up a good wicket here. Bonner, Campbell gone, Lug gone.
Leave that.
Medley does not have a first-class 50, but his best score is 43. And his average is 11.05, 431 runs in total. So, can surprise you. 92 wickets before the start of this game, 5 today. So he might get the 100 mark in this game. Oh, that is a good delivery there from Thomas. Yeah, too good for Mindley that time. They brought in a very short mid-on now, and that is that a very short square leg also in place. Yeah, just held its line, didn't it?
They've had some bad luck, the Windward Island bowlers, putting down, I think in total, was it 3 catches that have gone down?
3 put down and 1 dropping close to Devon Smith. And he just couldn't get a hand on it. The other 3, well, there were 2 dropped and 1 was caught, but it was off a no ball.
Yes, beg your pardon.
Yeah.
There were two drops and 1, as you say, that was actually held, but off a big no ball.
Much better there for Mindley.
Immediately looking to set off for a quick single.
Much to his chagrin, as Blackwood saying, no, you're doing well.
No, you're okay, you're good. you can face Thomas at the end of the day. Remember, I've got a bat tomorrow.
The trials and travails of the night watchman. It's 1 ball to go in Thomas's over. He wants to
still
single
wants
now.
to go
Wow.
down there.
You would have expected him to stay put, but he wanted to single.
As I said
Turns it
earlier,
down.
you know, it's that automatic. You set off. Sorry, I interrupted you with the score.
What he did with 3, yes, I understand. It's you do you see the single, you're going off, then you remember the situation.
No.
It's okay. I'll stay right here, thank you. So let's see, 8 overs still to be bowled, 5:25. Could get 1, possibly 2 here. So, last over, well, at least what could be the last over will be bowled by McSween. Bowled 6 overs to start off his spell. Oh, what a wicked delivery that was. Short and coming back in at Blackwood. That came off the glove.
Mindley's on his way down to say, and you wanted me to face him. It's a good short ball.
Dangerous short ball there. Look at that. Coming back in, fended it off in front of his face. Surprised him there from McSween. He didn't say too much to him. If it had been Campbell, it would have been a different story. He and Campbell had a little shouting match in the middle. Good delivery again from McSween.
Yes, that tested Blackwood, didn't it? Well directed. That was going over middle stump, that. So that's the line of the body. Line of the head almost.
Kept his eyes on it. Just played it in. He's got the gloves in front of his face.
Yeah. It's the sway, I think, that he would have rather employed, but he'd got himself in a position to play it, then it got big on him. Still swinging, right to the end of the day. Well played by Blackwood as he defends that out into the offside.
3 balls to go in this McSween over. Little smile on the face of McSween as he saw Blackwood defend that one.
Well, he's worked hard, hasn't he, McSween, for a little reward. 1 for 38.
Yeah, 6 overs in his first spell. Now 4.3 in his second spell. So he's put in a big effort here for his team. Who knows, a couple of wickets early tomorrow could be very interesting.
Yeah, very true, very true.
Because he'll come back refreshed tomorrow. And he and the likes of Lewis and Thomas. See if they can prize apart this Jamaica batting lineup early tomorrow. Drove that straight to him. Yes, he's taken it. Blackwood goes. Softened him up with the bouncer earlier, and he had that fielder in for the uppist drive straight to him. And that is the 4th wicket down. And as you said, they've gotten Bonner, and now Blackwood goes.
Yeah, come the end of the day, Windward Islands will be happy to have seen the back of two of the best Jamaican batsmen. And now, as you said, tomorrow it all looks a little bit different. That could be it then.
It certainly could be. The two batsmen are heading off here. So what an end to the day here. Windward Islands all at sea at 69 for 6, recovering slightly to get 135, 50 for 50 runs scored by Kotoy, 5 for 20 for Marquino Mindley. Jamaica 71 without loss, and now at the end of play they have lost 4 wickets for 118, and the man leading it, McSween, 2 wickets at the end.
Yeah, I was saying for little reward, but there was the big wicket then of Blackwood at the end, and we were talking about them not giving up those 2 big names. Unfortunately for Jamaica, they both fell, so you will have the night watchman tomorrow morning, Mindley, and then you'll have a brand new batsman at the crease. So things look a little bit better for Windward Islands, certainly a lot better than they did when Jamaica began its innings, and then not careered away, but certainly had a good solid start, scoring at a good rate and making batting look a whole lot easier than it had done than when Windward Islands were at the crease.
Yeah, certainly that good assessment of it. Here is the Jamaica innings so far. 48 for Campbell, 36 for Lugg. Blackwood just going for 26. Bonner getting a good delivery from McSween. So outside of the wickets of Campbell and Lugg, who were both dropped, one caught off a no ball also, Windward Islands fighting back well. 118 for 4 at the end of the day. You know, the bowling figures, 375, 405 for 1 in the background. McSween 2 for 38. He'll have 2 more balls in the morning. 1 for 24 for Lewis, and a wicket for Josh Thomas. So they have done their job so far. 4 wickets down for 118, and Jamaica still trail by 19 runs here. Very interesting morning's play coming up tomorrow.
Yep, I look forward to that, and I'm sure everyone at home, those of you who have joined us, hope you had an enjoyable day. I'm going to leave you with video to close things out.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, of course, working with you once again, Mr. Sheldon Rooks, and we'll be back tomorrow with more action. So, Jamaica, 19 runs to overhaul the Windward Islands first innings total of 137. What an interesting day's play. Hope you'll join us tomorrow at 10 o'clock for more action right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. On behalf of Sheldon and the rest of the crew here, it's goodbye for now from Taruba.